talent aktif, tapi untuk di patch baru jadi talent pasif. Yang dimana nanti akan connecting juga atau menyambung dengan talent utama. Jadi memudahkan teman-teman semuanya yang pemain-pemain baru untuk mencoba banyak emblem dan banyak variabel dengan perbedaan-perbedaan status yang bisa digunakan. Jadi tentu kita bisa lebih berkreasi dengan menggunakan emblem terbaru, teman-teman. Dan ini dia gambaran untuk UI terbarunya. Seperti yang aku bilang tadi, hanya akan ada 7 komponen emblem, dari basic common emblem, tank, assassin, mage, fighter, support, dan sampai dengan marksman. Dan yang paling aku suka adalah ini dia, banyaknya variabel pemilihan status di emblem terbaru. Contohnya, kita ambil dari talent yang paling pertama yang tadi aku bilang. Ini penambah status rata-rata. Kayak di sini ada yang namanya nambahin adaptive attack, terus ada yang nambahin attack speed, terus ada juga untuk penambah darah kayak vitality. Dan yang paling aku suka, ini dia, Rapture atau penambah adaptive penetration. Terus ada juga yang namanya Inspire, dia akan menambahkan 5% cooldown reduction. Terus ada juga di sini Firmness, dia tuh bakal nambahin adaptive untuk physical dan magic defense. Ada penambah movement speed juga dan penambah untuk fatal atau status kritikal. Terus ini yang namanya sub talent nih teman-teman. Contohnya aja ya, ini Season Hunter. Buat para jungler-jungler tank, jungler-jungler damage, ini bisa kalian gunakan tanpa harus menjadi talent utama. Karena ini bakal jadi talent pasif. Jadi setidaknya kalau kalian ngejungle itu bakal lebih cepat. Karena setiap kali turtle dan juga lord, kalian akan ada tambahan 15% damage kepada objektif-objektif tersebut. Terus dari emblem tank ada juga Tenacity. Tenacity juga jadi pasif. Dan ini akan aktif ketika kalian itu darahnya di bawah 50%. Terus ada juga Master Assassin. Siapa penggemar-penggemar Assassin? Ini salah satu emblem yang kalau di emblem patch lama ya, emblem-emblem yang udah dulu-dulu, itu tuh cuma aktif ketika memang 1v1 dan akan menambahkan damage ketika musuh kalian sendirian. Tapi untuk sekarang dia jadi pasif sistemnya. Sehingga wah, ini banyak banget nih yang bisa dikombinasikan. Bargain Hunter, dapetin diskon untuk item, terus Festival of Blood, kalian dari awal udah punya pasif spell vamp. Bayangin tuh. Terus yang paling aku suka juga nih, pull yourself together. Karena ini akan mempermudah atau mempersingkat battle spell kalian dari cooldown umumnya. Dari misalkan kita ambil contoh flicker ya, 120 detik itu bisa cuma jadi 100 detik saja. Dan juga aktif skill item. Jadi buat teman-teman yang mungkin para pengguna Winter Truncheon atau mungkin Conceal, jadi lebih dipermudah nih, dipersingkat juga untuk durasi dari cooldownnya. Terus Weapon Master, ini yang paling adaptif banget nih menurut aku teman-teman. Karena Weapon Master itu bisa digunakan kepada user mage atau user marksman juga. Nah, terus ini dia nih yang paling utamanya nih, talent-talent utamanya ada Impure Rage, ada Quantum Charge, terus juga ada Conclusive Blast, terus ada Killing Spree. Dan Killing Spree sekarang tidak terbatas untuk assassin physical damage, tapi juga bisa digunakan untuk para magical damage. Nah, terus Lethal Ignition ini juga tidak melulu soal damage magic. Sekarang physical damage dealer bisa mengeluarkan efek burn ketika dia itu adalah physical damage dealer tipe burst. Terus ada juga Brave Smith nih teman-teman, yang dimana aku dengar kabar nih, katanya di patch terbaru, kebetulan tanggal 27 Juni ini fix, Brave Smith ini bakal muncul dan statusnya diubah. Dari yang 8% penambah darah jadi 5% penambah darah saja. Cuma bedanya untuk sekarang nggak perlu kalian ngeluarin efek CC atau crowd control. Jadi kalian cuma perlu mengeluarkan skill dan itu akan menambahkan darah kalian 5%. Terus ini juga bagus nih, focusing mark. Biasanya para gangker-gangker pasti bakal suka sama emblem atau talent utama yang satu ini. Serta biasanya buat para marksman, weakness finder itu bisa jadi pilihan utama. Kalau misalkan kalian nggak pede sama attack speed kalian, ya kalian bisa pakai quantum charge yang tadi aku sebutkan. Anyway, kita bakal coba hal itu semua di custom room langsung. Let's go! Yang pertama adalah efek dari Master Assassin. Yang kalau misalkan ini kan ada 2 hero berdempetan, artinya Master Assassin ini nggak bakal aktif. Kalau aku basic attack, damage-nya 143. Tapi kalau ke hero yang sendirian, dia akan menimbulkan damage yang lebih tinggi, 148. Dari sini teman-teman udah bisa ada gambaran ya, kalau sebenarnya Master Assassin ini sebenarnya jadi emblem pasif. Dan ini talentnya menjadi sub talent atau talent cadangan. Dan yang mau aku tunjukkan adalah efek dari bakarannya lethal ignition. Aku harus burst dulu ya, dan nanti yang akan keluar efek bakarannya dalam warna biru di Layla ini adalah dalam bentuk damage fisikal. Tuh, ada biru-biru, ada efek bakaran, dan itu hanya keluar kalau kita secepat mungkin dalam 5 detik menimbulkan damage dalam kurun waktu dan juga efek dalam persenan darah tersebut lah. Intinya secepat mungkin kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Gimana Sobat Land of Dawn? Asik banget kan untuk emblem terbaru yang nanti akan diluncurkan oleh Project Next di tanggal 27 Juni 2023. Tentunya dengan emblem terbaru ini membuat kalian itu bisa menggunakan variasi emblem talent yang lebih banyak. Jadi kalian gak bosen juga ketika menggunakan satu hero dengan emblem yang bisa bermacam-macam. Anyway, kayaknya kita sudah sampai di akhir video. Aku KB, mohon pamit undur diri. Sampai jumpa lagi di episode selanjutnya. Dan sampai jumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
Tahu nggak? Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri. Kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Di dunia game, stop up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minthithar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Tahu nggak? Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri. Kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Udah pasti kayak musuh kaget, kayak tiba-tiba kelempar HP-nya gara-gara kaget, kalian flickerin sambil ngilang gitu. Halo guys, gua Samuate dan selamat datang di Project Next. Hari ini guys, gue mau ngasih tahu kalian guys soal update PES emblem terbaru guys. Update-nya itu gampang banget guys buat dipelajarin ya guys ya. Dan yang coach gue bilang guys, coach Adi ya kan, ini tuh gampang dan sesimpel itu guys. Oke guys, untuk yang pertama nih, sekarang langsung aja kita coba ya kan. Buat ini sekarang hero yang mau gue pakai itu adalah Kaja guys ya. Buat kombinasinya guys, ini yang pakai agility guys. Nambahin 5% extra movement speed guys. Terus yang kedua gue bakal pakai pull yourself together ya guys ya. Dan yang terakhir guys ya, focusing mark guys. Jadi oke guys, ini udah gue setup. Langsung aja guys ya, kita cobain ya guys ya. Oke, let's go. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja nih guys ya. Kita ada 1-1 nih guys di mid nih guys ya. Cooldownnya konsiderkan 80 detik guys, karena kita pakai emblem push together jadi cuma 68 detik guys. Kalian bayangin guys, kita bisa langsung flicker, langsung ulti guys. Nah, gila. Kurang OP apa guys? Dan kalian lihat guys, tadi kan ada mark tuh guys ya di badannya 1-1 tuh, lihat no. Itu focusing mark guys, efek focusing mark. Jadi ketika kalian ada efek itu guys di musuhnya guys, nah itu bakal nambah 6% damage guys. Jadi damage yang dikeluarin sama tim kalian tuh bakal lebih sakit lagi guys. Nah gitu guys, untuk kombinasi pertama kalian lihat kan guys seberapa bagusnya kalian jadi inisiator dengan movement speed dan juga cooldown reduction yang luar biasa. Sekarang kita bakal lanjut ke kombinasi talent yang kedua guys. Nah ini tuh lebih ke arah untuk yang nge-burst ngegeng yang suka main di ambush sendirian tuh gak sih guys. Nah di sini tuh ada yang namanya guys ya emblem nih guys. Yang pertama itu ada Trill guys. Dia nambahin itu 16 adaptive attack. Dan yang kedua tuh ada Bargain Hunter guys. Roamer kan beli item rom lah ya guys ya. Kalian nggak bakal dapet farming ya kan. Jadi kalian tuh cuma beli dengan harga 95% guys dari harga aslinya guys. Sekarang ada yang ketiga guys ya. Itu ada Lethal Ignition guys. Mungkin nggak jauh beda guys dengan emblem AG yang ngebakar ya guys ya. Kalau misalnya kita biasa sebut ya guys ya. Dan ini soalnya ngasih efek burn juga guys. Sama persis guys. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja masuk ke in game. Kombinasi emblem ini the best juga guys. Karena posisinya guys ya, kalian tahu kan guys, harga Blood Wings itu harganya 3.000 guys. Kalian cuma perlu bayar 2.850 guys. Murah kan? Nih guys, gue bakal kasih lihat efek dari Lethal Ignition ya guys ya. Nah guys, kalian lihat ya guys, ada aura-aura biru yang keluar dari badannya Novaria guys. Nah itu tuh efek burn yang bakal keluar dari emblem ini guys. Jadi itu bakal ngasih kalian tuh damage lebih guys buat nge-kill musuh ketika kalian mau nge-game, oke guys. Nah jadi kayak gitulah guys ya kalau misalnya kalian mau main tipikal yang damage dealer guys. Oke guys, buat yang terakhir nih guys ya, ini kombinasi dari gua buat kalian tuh yang suka main tipikal yang tanky guys. Kombinasinya guys ya, yang pertama dari emblem Vitality guys, dimana kalian tuh bakal nambahin 225 extra maksimum HP guys, oke. Yang kedua tuh ada Tenacity guys, ketika darah kalian tuh di bawah 50% ya kan, kalian tuh bakal nambah armor sama magic defense. Bisa juga kalian tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys, dimana ketika kalian nanti ngedeal damage guys, nanti dia bakal ke pop up dan itu tuh bakal ngeluarin kayak efek meledak gitu guys, dan itu bakal ngasih damage ke musuh guys, oke. Nih guys, gue bakal kasih kalian contohnya nih guys ya. Karena tadi gue pertama itu kan pakai Vitality ya guys ya, dan itu nambahin maksimum HP guys, dan gue sekarang tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys. Kenapa gue bilang itu bagus banget guys? Karena Conclusive Blast itu kan dia dari maksimum HP kan 7% ya kan. Jadi nih, ketika posisinya kalian dapat Vitality ya kan, tambahan maksimum HP, jadi damage dari emblemnya juga nambah guys. Nah kalian tuh guys, ada di bawah kakinya Hylos kan, kalian lihat tuh guys, ada efek-efek gitu kan guys, meledak guys. Nah itu guys efeknya guys, jadi ada damage tambahan guys ya. Dan Tenacity itu yang bikin kalian tuh bakal tebel banget guys, oke. Jadi ini the best combination banget buat kalian yang suka main hero-hero tanky guys ya. Nah guys, jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu guys, kalau gua yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu tuh kombinasi agility, pull yourself together, sama focusing mark guys. Nah buat kalian tuh gimana guys? Cukup well kah? Langsung terapin ke gameplay kalian guys kalau kalian mau main roamer kayak gue, oke guys. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Yuk langsung update Project Next dan langsung kalian cobain, oke guys. Nah tapi guys, buat kalian yang main role selain roamer, tenang aja guys, MLBB sudah merilis video yang ngebahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lainnya, oke guys. Nah jadi jangan lupa like, share, dan juga komen videonya ya guys ya, oke. Gua Samuate, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn. Bye.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali. 12-nya kemana?
12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun Anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, If you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Ayo, dukung tim jagoanmu di turnamen MPL Season 11 dan dapatkan diskon 40% untuk pembelian minuman berikut di Point Coffee. Gunakan kode diskon berikut di aplikasi Indomaret Poinku. Caranya mudah. Pertama, download aplikasi Indomaret Poinku, lalu klik tombol icon kado di kanan atas, masukkan kode dan dapatkan e-kupon diskon. Kemudian, redeem kupon diskon 40% di outlet Point Coffee.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Halo sobat Land of Dawn, gua KB. Di sini gua akan memperkenalkan emblem terbaru dari Project Next. Dan buat kalian yang udah siap-siap mau ketik di kolom komentar, Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Tenang aja, Mobile Legends Bang Bang dengan Project Next ini sudah mempersiapkan sekali buat teman-teman lebih mudah beradaptasinya. Patch yang lalu itu yang namanya penambahan status ada 5 komponennya. Kalau di patch yang terbaru, komponen penambah statusnya hanya 3. Yang pertama adalah talent penambah status, yang kedua adalah sub talent atau talent yang sebenarnya mungkin di patch lama itu adalah talent aktif, tapi untuk di patch baru jadi talent pasif. Yang dimana nanti akan connecting juga atau menyambung dengan talent utama. Jadi memudahkan teman-teman semuanya yang pemain-pemain baru untuk mencoba banyak emblem dan banyak variabel dengan perbedaan-perbedaan status yang bisa digunakan. Jadi tentu kita bisa lebih berkreasi dengan menggunakan emblem terbaru teman-teman. Dan ini dia gambaran untuk UI terbarunya. Seperti yang aku bilang tadi, hanya akan ada 7 komponen emblem. Dari basic common emblem, tank, assassin, mage, fighter, support, dan sampai dengan marksman. Dan yang paling aku suka adalah ini dia, banyaknya variabel pemilihan status di emblem terbaru. Contohnya, Kita ambil dari talent yang paling pertama yang tadi aku bilang. Ini penambah status rata-rata. Kayak di sini ada yang namanya nambahin adaptive attack, terus ada yang nambahin attack speed, terus ada juga untuk penambah darah kayak vitality, dan yang paling aku suka ini dia rapture atau penambah adaptive penetration. Terus ada juga yang namanya inspire, dia akan menambahkan 5% cooldown reduction. Terus ada juga di sini firmness, dia tuh bakal nambahin adaptive untuk physical dan magic defense. Ada penambah movement speed juga dan penambah untuk fatal atau status kritikal. Terus ini yang namanya sub talent nih teman-teman. Contohnya aja ya, ini season hunter buat para jungler tank, jungler damage. Ini bisa kalian gunakan tanpa harus menjadi talent utama, karena ini bakal jadi talent pasif. Jadi setidaknya kalau kalian ngejungle itu bakal lebih cepat, karena setiap kali turtle dan juga lord kalian akan ada tambahan 15% damage kepada objektif-objektif tersebut. Terus dari emblem tank ada juga tenacity juga jadi pasif, dan ini akan aktif ketika kalian itu darahnya di bawah 50%. Terus ada juga Master Assassin. Siapa penggemar Assassin? Ini salah satu emblem yang kalau di emblem patch lama ya, emblem-emblem yang udah dulu-dulu, itu tuh cuma aktif ketika memang 1v1 dan akan menambahkan damage ketika musuh kalian sendirian. Tapi untuk sekarang dia jadi pasif sistemnya. Sehingga wah, ini banyak banget nih yang bisa dikombinasikan. Bargain Hunter, dapetin diskon untuk item, terus Festival of Blood, kalian dari awal udah punya pasif Spellvamp. Bayangin tuh. Terus yang paling aku suka juga nih, pull yourself together. Karena ini akan mempermudah atau mempersingkat battle spell kalian dari cooldown umumnya. Dari misalkan kita ambil contoh flicker ya, 120 detik itu bisa cuma jadi 100 detik saja. Dan juga aktif skill item. Jadi buat teman-teman yang mungkin para pengguna Winter Truncheon atau mungkin Conceal, jadi lebih dipermudah nih, dipersingkat juga untuk durasi dari cooldownnya. Terus Weapon Master, ini yang paling adaptif banget nih menurut aku teman-teman. Karena Weapon Master itu bisa digunakan kepada user mage atau user marksman juga. Nah, terus ini dia nih yang paling utamanya nih, talent-talent utamanya ada Impure Rage, ada Quantum Charge, terus juga ada Conclusive Blast, terus ada Killing Spree. Dan Killing Spree sekarang tidak terbatas untuk assassin physical damage, tapi juga bisa digunakan untuk para magical damage. Nah, terus Lethal Ignition ini juga tidak melulu soal damage magic. Sekarang physical damage dealer bisa mengeluarkan efek burn ketika dia itu adalah physical damage dealer tipe burst. Terus ada juga Brave Smith nih teman-teman, yang dimana aku dengar kabar nih, katanya di patch terbaru kebetulan tanggal 27 Juni ini fix, Brave Smith ini bakal muncul dan statusnya diubah dari yang 8% penambah darah jadi 5% penambah darah saja. Cuma bedanya untuk sekarang nggak perlu kalian ngeluarin efek CC atau crowd control. Jadi kalian cuma perlu mengeluarkan skill dan itu akan menambahkan darah kalian 5%. Terus ini juga bagus nih, focusing mark. Biasanya para gangker pasti bakal suka sama emblem atau talent utama yang satu ini. Serta biasanya buat para marksman, weakness finder itu bisa jadi pilihan utama. Kalau misalkan kalian nggak pede sama attack speed kalian, ya kalian bisa pakai quantum charge yang tadi aku sebutkan. Anyway, kita bakal coba hal itu semua di custom room langsung. Let's go! Yang pertama adalah efek dari Master Assassin. Yang kalau misalkan ini kan ada dua hero berdempetan, artinya Master Assassin ini nggak bakal aktif. Kalau aku basic attack, damage-nya 143. Tapi kalau ke hero yang sendirian, dia akan menimbulkan damage yang lebih tinggi, 148. Dari situ teman-teman udah bisa ada gambaran ya, kalau sebenarnya Master Assassin ini sebenarnya jadi emblem pasif. Dan ini talentnya menjadi sub talent atau talent cadangan. Dan yang mau aku tunjukkan adalah efek dari bakarannya Lethal Ignition. Aku harus burst dulu ya, Dan nanti yang akan keluar efek bakarannya dalam warna biru di Layla ini adalah dalam bentuk damage fisikal. Tuh, ada biru-biru, ada efek bakaran, dan itu hanya keluar kalau kita secepat mungkin dalam 5 detik menimbulkan damage dalam kurun waktu dan juga efek dalam persenan darah tersebut lah. Intinya secepat mungkin kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Gimana Sobat Land of Dawn? Asik banget kan untuk emblem terbaru yang nanti akan diluncurkan oleh Project Next di tanggal 27 Juni 2023. Tentunya Dengan emblem terbaru ini, membuat kalian itu bisa menggunakan variasi emblem talent yang lebih banyak. Jadi kalian nggak bosen juga ketika menggunakan satu hero dengan emblem yang bisa bermacam-macam. Anyway, kayaknya kita sudah sampai di akhir video. Aku KB, mohon pamit undur diri. Sampai jumpa lagi di episode selanjutnya, dan sampai jumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri, kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Udah pasti kayak musuh kaget, kayak tiba-tiba kelempar HP-nya gara-gara kaget, kalian flickerin sambil ngilang gitu. Halo guys, gua Samuate dan selamat datang di Project Next. Hari ini guys, gua mau ngasih tahu kalian guys soal update PES emblem terbaru guys. Update-nya itu gampang banget guys buat dipelajarin ya guys ya. Dan yang coach gua bilang guys, coach Adi ya kan, ini tuh gampang dan sesimpel itu guys. Oke guys, untuk yang pertama nih, sekarang langsung aja kita coba ya kan. Buat ini sekarang hero yang mau gue pakai itu adalah Kaja guys ya. Buat kombinasinya guys, ini yang pakai agility guys, nambahin 5% extra movement speed guys. Terus yang kedua gue bakal pakai pull yourself together ya guys ya. Dan yang terakhir guys ya, focusing mark guys. Jadi oke guys, ini udah gua setup. Langsung aja guys ya, kita cobain ya guys ya. Oke, let's go. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja nih guys ya. Kita ada 1-1 nih guys di mid nih guys ya. Cooldownnya konsil kan 80 detik guys, karena kita pakai emblem position trigger jadi cuma 68 detik guys. Kalian bayangin guys, kita bisa langsung flicker, langsung ulti guys. Nah, gila. Kurang OP apa guys? Dan kalian lihat guys, tadi kan ada mark tuh guys ya di badan 1-1 tuh, lihat no. Itu focusing mark guys, efek focusing mark. Jadi ketika kalian ada efek itu guys di musuhnya guys, nah itu bakal nambah 6% damage guys. Jadi damage yang dikeluarin sama tim kalian tuh bakal lebih sakit lagi guys. Nah gitu guys, untuk kombinasi pertama kalian lihat kan guys seberapa bagusnya kalian jadi inisiator dengan movement speed dan juga cooldown reduction yang luar biasa. Sekarang kita bakal lanjut ke kombinasi talent yang kedua guys. Nah ini tuh lebih ke arah untuk yang nge-burst ngegeng yang suka main di ambush sendirian tuh gak sih guys. Nah di sini tuh ada yang namanya guys ya emblem nih guys. Yang pertama itu ada Trill guys. Dia nambahin itu 16 adaptive attack. Dan yang kedua tuh ada Bargain Hunter guys. Roamer kan beli item rom lah ya guys ya. Kalian nggak bakal dapet farming ya kan. Jadi kalian tuh cuma beli dengan harga 95% guys dari harga aslinya guys. Sekarang ada yang ketiga guys ya. Itu ada Lethal Ignition guys. Mungkin nggak jauh beda guys dengan emblem AG yang ngebakar ya guys ya. Kalau misalnya kita biasa sebut ya guys ya. Dan ini soalnya ngasih efek burn juga guys. Sama persis guys. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja masuk ke in-game. Kombinasi emblem ini the best juga guys. Karena posisinya guys ya, kalian tahu kan guys, harga Bloodwings itu harganya 3.000 guys. Kalian cuma perlu bayar 2.850 guys. Murah kan? Nih guys, gue bakal kasih lihat efek dari Lethal Ignition ya guys ya. Nah guys, kalian lihat ya guys, ada aura-aura biru yang keluar dari badannya Novaria guys. Nah itu tuh efek burn yang bakal keluar dari emblem ini guys. Jadi itu bakal ngasih kalian tuh damage lebih guys buat nge-kill musuh ketika kalian mau nge-gang, oke guys. Nah jadi kayak gitulah guys ya, kalau misalnya kalian mau main tipikal yang damage dealer guys. Oke guys, buat yang terakhir nih guys ya, ini kombinasi dari gua buat kalian tuh yang suka main tipikal yang tanky guys. Kombinasinya guys ya, yang pertama dari emblem Vitality guys, dimana kalian tuh bakal nambahin 225 ekstra maksimum HP guys, oke. Yang kedua tuh ada Tenacity guys, ketika kalian darah kalian tuh di bawah 50%.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Will the Red Robots be able to knock the Geeks out in our opening match of Week 1, Day 2? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 12, Day 2 and Week 1. Here at the desk, it's going to be me, Gani, Mirko, and Arashi accompanying you throughout the day. And my God, Mirko, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. Especially looking at Bigatron Alpha's current performance. They're looking to be one of the contenders, actually, for the MPL title. Meanwhile, Geek Fam also has had a little bit of a revamp themselves.
Before we dive deep, though, let's thank our partners. Powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone, official sponsors, Head and Shoulders, official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel, official gold partner, UBS Gold, and we have our partner in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab Ovo, and YouTube official broadcast partner, Maxstream TVRI Sports, supplier, Indomaret, Minaski, and Samsung, and we are supported by PBSE. And again, Mirko, you touched on our opening match. Arashi, I want to hear your thoughts. The Red Robots taking on the Geeks.
I think it's an interesting matchup because Bigatron Alpha, as Mirko mentioned, is doing so good that some people really think that it's a one-sided endeavor. But on the other side, Geek Fam, they have their own improvements, and let's just get into the hot topic here. Captain's proof in the presence of Geek Fam.
That's the thing, right? Super Vin is what he calls himself now in that red jersey. And this is a statement, it seems like, right? Yesterday, great performance, but now they will go up against the captain from the Philippines side, right? So again, Season 11, Vin in the RRQ jersey, he wasn't able to find the success going up against the Geek Fam's team.
Unfortunate, right? I mean, for Vin and for RRQ, Geek Fam just had their number completely in MPL Indonesia Season 11. I think, honestly, it's the chaos, the chaotic nature of Geek Fam's draft and the way they play the game. We've seen that with Beloyski's addition to the team. They've been really coordinated, but they've been very point flippy when they make these decisions. It's an all-in kind of team, so when they're behind, they can get you good, even though they're behind. When they're ahead, they can actually just throw their lead completely, and we've seen both sides of that coin in Season 11. We'll see if Marky, that addition to the team, can actually help them find a bit more stability.
Of course, with the guidance of Coach Aldo right here, let's take a look at some of the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And sure, Super can farm and rotate freely, because if he can, that's a serious issue because Bigatron rotates really, really well. And of course, provide a self-sustaining hero for Sorizo. The current meta supports this so much. You see Uranuses, you see Esmeraldas, and these heroes in the hands of a player so pressure-heavy like Sorizo, he can definitely pressure the whole roster of Geek Fam and make them make mistakes even if they don't really want to. And that is something that Geek needs to be very careful about because that is something that Bigatron will absolutely look for. And on the other side, the keys to victory, again by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for Geek Fam. Prioritize comfortable heroes for Geek because with their signature picks, they're just so deadly. Limit and cut Sorizo's rotations and exploit Marky's hero pool. If Sorizo has his own signature heroes, so does Marky, man. Like Mirko was talking about backstage, he kept talking about Marky and his unique heroes, the mages. Right, which is something so new, so fresh with the new addition of the new emblems. If you can get some of those prio picks and surprise Bigatron, this could be what Geek Fam needs to win.
Very interesting point though, right? The point here in exploiting Marky's hero pool. It's a little bit shallow, but then again, they can bring new colors here in that sort of area. Perhaps in that gold lane, the question still stands, though, will Marky play today? Going up against his former team, going up against Saken, his rival in crime in that team. Will he be able to succeed? But ladies and gentlemen, before again we go deep into that, let's talk about the Samsung S series here. Get ready to auto win when you play this game with Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G with its epic specification, which allows you to flex when you play together with your friends. It's equipped with the fastest processor technology, 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy, and the RAM is up to 12 gigabytes. 5G connectivity that guarantees a lag-free gaming of experience. So ladies and gentlemen, check that out. And again, let's talk about this hot topic again. Saken, will he go up against Marky?
I think so. I mean, Saken is kind of the prime goal laner, the only goal laner that Bigatron Alpha has, especially considering, the marksman era is kind of ending because, they're playing on the best phone in the business with a wide display, with a 120 Hz refresh rate. Rotations actually helps the team a lot more. Also, for you guys waiting at home, Samsung S series with a large battery as well, 5000 mAh. You guys can just play and support you pushing rank all day, every day. I think 2 days you could go playing MLBB without charging. That's how powerful it gets.
And you can get a cashback, by the way, if you take advantage of that deal. So check it out at the Samsung website and make sure you take full advantage of this, guys, because it's full value. And you already know in MPL ID, we are all about that value, man.
So without further ado, I feel like we are going to see the official team lineup from the side of Bigatron Alpha.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, welcome the new lineup, refined from last season with a new captain and their previous roamer rotating to the mid lane. It's Bigatron Alpha.
Wow, it is going to be Supervin leading the pack with Key. So, which means he will fall into the mid laner position here, it seems like, Arashi.
Well, maybe. This is the scary part about going up against Bigatron. You don't really know, do you? And talk about Super. Everyone on their team is Super, but they are up against a very dangerous team.
The Geeks have had a bit of reinforcement since we've last seen them. Coming straight from Bigatron Alpha, it's Marky now. Reuniting with his former captain, Beloyski. Welcome, Geek Fam!
Man, a fresh look, a fresh jersey. This is Geek Fam in Season 12. And it seems like the question has been answered. It is going to be Marky who will step in that gold lane position, replacing Kadera for a bit here, going up against his former team. And let's take a look at the coaches. Who do we got?
Oh, we've got Alto and Raiseboy for Bigatron Alpha, but from Geek Fam, it is Reno. It seems like he's alone, but remember, Renz is always accompanied by that shadow behind him, the Shadow Analyst.
Ooh, so it's not technically a 2v1 in this situation, but yeah, I mean on cam, it's a 2v1. does this give Bigatron an advantage?
On paper, Bigatron Alpha is a team that just takes data so seriously, right? We talked to Coach Aldo, and he just likes going with information, trying to read his team out, his opponents out as well, to try and figure out ways to win before the game even begins. I think he has a bit of an edge when it comes to that data usage, but from the side of Geek Fam, like Mirko mentioned, that Shadow Analyst has been very, very good. But before that, let's take a look at the team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders. And as far as last season is concerned, it's not really that far different, but for Bigatron, you have to notice that high first blood rate, and we can see if we have to see if Bigatron Alpha can replicate the same kind of success, because in the early game, in the rotations, that is usually where they get their initial advantage. But can they maintain that against a team that can just flip the coin on you like Geek Fam?
Man, that's a tough question, because on paper, well, this was the last season's data, right? Sure, Bigatron, they were the better team. Now, Super Ken has matured. I feel like Saken has matured as well. Will this be an easy match for them?
I don't think easy is a word you can really utilize at all for any of the matches now in MPL Indonesia Season 12. Considering the developments of every single team, and even here when Bigatron Alpha looks like the heavy favorites, especially after looking at their performance recently, you can never count Geek Fam out. Beloyski, he is a big game player, I would say, right? He steps up when his team needs him the most, and right now up against one of the tournament favorites, we've seen a lot of upsets happen. Hey, I'm looking at Geek Fam and I'm looking at this series. It's gonna go all games.
I think so, man. There's no question about it. A team like Geek Fam right here, the moment you think that they're done, that's where they just turn it on you, and we've seen it again and again. So the question is, will Bigatron Alpha be able to come up with some kind of countermeasure? Because Coach Aldo, he is the architect that likes to actually predict these things and come up with countermeasures before you can even bring it to that situation.
I mean, furthermore, right, Coach Aldo really like to know that he really knows Marky, right, his ex-player. So I feel like in that regard, Coach Aldo will definitely try to somehow target, give Marky his uncomfortable heroes to perhaps be exploited in that fact, because it's a double-edged sword here from side of Geek Fam if they really want to commit to play with Marky.
That's a very, very good point to bring up, right? I mean, Geek Fam with their new recruit in Marky, but hey, we haven't been talking about their newest recruit, an actual rookie, an actual prodigy from Onyx Prodigy from the MDL. Niall is finally here in the MPL stage for Geek Fam, replacing Jana QT, or we knew him as Hades now. But let's talk a little bit more about the veteran before we get to the rookie. Super Vin always loses against Geek and MPL Indonesia Season 11. That's a stat. Rashi, maybe you could give us some insight. You're an RRQ fan yourself. You know Vin, the inner workings of RRQ.
I feel like Vin, he has a very solid decision making, but especially against a team like Geek Fam, right? RRQ just goes very high tempo, and they like going very risky. They go for high risk, high reward plays, but against a team like Geek Fam, it makes it very difficult to get a consistent performance. And I think overall, with how solid Geek Fam has been, with breaking records last season, they were just able to constantly find that one opportunity, one moment in that late game, and that is how they were able to get the advantage. But now under new management, can Vin clean up? Can his team just have that clean performance to deny Geek Fam that possibility of a huge comeback?
That also begs the question, right? Because the record that Vin always loses going up against Geek Fam, it was with Kadera in that gold lane. So it really, and Jana, right? And Hades. And it really begs the question now with a new player in that jungler position from the side of Geek Fam, plus the gold lane will be filled by Marky. Will Geek Fam's performance stay consistent, stay formidable in that sense?
I think it all comes down to how Beloy has really led this team and how Renz and their Shadow Analyst has forged the synergy, the coordination between these players. I think with Marky, it will definitely give Beloy a little bit of a better chance at leading. We've heard many times last season that Chidera just was not able to understand the comms coming in from Beloy because he's speaking in English. Chidera a few times unable to make those split push plays happen, but now with not just the person who could speak his language, Marky obviously being Filipino, a person who understands him as well. They were former teammates back in Onyx PH. Heck, they even went all the way to the grand finals of M3 together.
That's going to be next level synergy for sure, and that is a big concern. And keep in mind, Vin as well, he's back to his, his old team, and he is one of 3 people who've been consistently able to attend the M series. So I think there's a big, I wouldn't say gap, but there's a big factor, right?
Okay.
There's a lot of experience under his belt, so we'll see if he can bring that to Bigatron and give them the performance they need.
But whoa. The drafts here already started for game 1. It's going to be Fanny, Uranus, and Angela banned out from side of Geek Fam. And there you go. Joy picked up first. Now, a lot of suppression though still open. The Franco and as well as the Kaja here should be the answer or the response from side of Bigatron. Perhaps to add to that, they can pick up the Ling if they really want to. Or the Claude, right?
Well, the Ling and the Claude, both very, very good, very flexible. We've seen the Ling being so prio in yesterday's matches, but seeing Geek Fam very confident to pick a Joy, it's a weird feeling, man, because remember, one of their big issues was they were using the Joy in the hands of Luke, and it really wasn't working as intended. But now for Bigatron, they go for the Paquito, they go for the Faramis, already hinting at a bit more of a teamfight-centric composition.
Here's the thing, I really like the Paquito, not just because it's a flex in the jungle and the EXP. In the EXP, it has the power, it's very fast clear hero, where you can just rotate and harass perhaps the mid, perhaps the jungle, and in the hands of Super Sorizo, it's going to be very deadly. But it seems like Geek Fam, they respond with a Claude, which I feel like can counter the Paquito because Claude, with the emblems that can be built, just adds more mobility and sustainability.
The Claude is a phenomenal hero right now in the meta, very flexible as well. Not in terms of how you can play him in different roles, but how you can tackle this man's playstyle. You can go for the Brave Smite, going for more sustain, staying in these team fights for longer and staying in lane longer so that you can get to those item power spikes faster. But say you get a good matchup, you can also just go for Quantum Charge, enabling you to just deal more damage onto the back with the addition of the mobility that you get from the Quantum Charge. Picking up a Forza for a boy, something that we've seen before. So Geek Fam not really stepping out of their comfort zone. I think the only thing that's really different from Geek Fam is that Joy. Hey, Luke, very notorious on this Joy, man. That's kind of what lost them the series up against EVOS.
So perhaps this time though, it's a new season. Perhaps Luke has stepped up his Joy game, but the 3 heroes that has been picked up here, Arashi, very fast clear, very high groundish from the side of Geek Slate. What will Bigatron counter with?
Well, for Bigatron, it seems like crowd control is required right here. If they're trying to move around quickly, if you can stop them from moving, that just stops them in the track. So they go for this Grok pick. Again, very teamfight-centric so far, and they are going very fast into the next banning phase. They've banned out the Yi Sun-shin as well, believing that this Joy is not going into the jungle. It's going in the hands of the EXP. So maybe they know something from the scrims. Maybe Luke has improved.
Very fast second phase here, right? The Yi Sun-shin, the Glue, the Kimi, and the Lunox here, it seems like. So Geek Fam, they're really like, they understand that they need physical, but there you go. The Leslie, oh my god, it's a fast draft. Kadita and Sicilian has been picked up.
Whoa!
So, wait, Sicilian gold or Farsa gold?
Wait, no way! It's gonna be Joy Jungle. I know, Joy XP Claude Jungle. And I believe it's going to be the Farsa in the gold lane for Marky. We literally just spoke about this. The fact that, again, for Marky, he can play these mages in the gold lane. And up against the Leslie, man, it's not gonna be a good time at all for the Leslie. Geek Fam already showing up strong in the first draft for them in Season 12.
Here's a comment from Super Key as well. The arrival of Vin has had a positive impact on Bigatron Alpha, and its influence has been significant for us. Personally, I have learned a lot from him, so that's a lot of credit coming from Key. No pushover himself, but these drafts, man, they happen so fast and they are so unusual. They're really catching me at least off guard. Overall though, I feel like Geek has more aggression, and I think in the current meta, aggression just gives you so much value. So I would side with them as far as draft is going, but I think Bigatron Alpha has a particular plan right here.
But here's a fun fact, right? Marky, he just cut his hair, but he was the Head and Shoulders ambassador. Marky becomes the player with the longest hair in MPL ID Season 11. And folks, if you have not checked that out, check Marky's hair out last season. And well, I do not dislike his new hair, but I prefer perhaps Marky on his old hair.
I don't know, man. I mean, he's looking really good with the new hairstyle.
He's looking fresh.
But he's not. The iconic Marky is the long hair Marky. It's a very fun fact, you know. Gotta give it to our content team and our script writers for this one. It's just like the recall stat. It's MSC all over again.
MSC all over again. But ladies and gentlemen, again, looking at the drafts from the side of Bigatron, they have enough CCs, it seems like, right? To somehow force Purifies on the board here, no?
I think at least the backline members from the side of Geek Fam, they're gonna actually go for a couple of Purifies for sure. There's no way, man, you're going up against all this crowd control, especially the Paquito, man. Looking at the composition for Bigatron, there's obviously a very solid backline in the form of a Leslie, but at the same time, there's not really a lot of damage overall. Of course, it's a Faramis, but I think this Paquito is going to go with a bit more damage the way we've seen from before, and perhaps going with that Brave Smite as well, just for a bit of sustainability. That might be the main threat for the backline like the Farsa from the side of Geek Fam.
The thing about the draft from the side of Bigatron though, right? They can go towards the late game as well, because Leslie will build towards that endless and of course that true damage. After minute 15, after minute number 16, it's gonna hurt the heck a lot in the composition of Geek Slate. So again, Geek Slate, they need to play and capitalize on that early towards the mid, even though sure they have the Sicilian that has the insurance for that late game. But then again, going up against a true damage Sicilian, his damage might not suffice.
Yeah, I think it's also the fact that the Les is also vulnerable because there's two long-range mages on the side of Geek Fam and technically an assassin, along with the claw that dives in the back. So a lot of danger, but a lot of crowd control for Bigatron to deal with that as well. But here we have some tips for you if you want to actually come to the venue and watch MPL ID Season 12.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be game 1 here regarding the drafts. Quick predictions. Who do you favor in game 1?
I don't even need to ask, Gonny.
I gotta make the people at home wait, you know. I gotta make them, you know. It has to be intense. They gotta wait for it. They can't just get the answer of the Mirror Curse.
Is it though?
This is probably the hardest question of Mirko's life. Bigatron or Geek Fam. So honestly, we gotta keep the viewers at home waiting. No one knows what Mirko is going to predict.
Put your predictions for Mirko's prediction in the comments. I think a lot of people have a bit of an idea, Mirko. You know, just a bit of a hint. Small hint.
Well, what about you, Mr. Analyst or Mr. Arashi? Last quick thoughts before we jump into the Line of Dawn.
I like the aggression from Geek Fam, so I'm gonna lean more towards that. But keep in mind, the current meta, we've seen that from match number 1. It's all about out-sustaining your opponent's damage and then just taking you out. Bigatron's composition is more in line with that, but is that possible? Because for Geek Fam, they have just secured so much more damage, so now it's a bit of a unstoppable force against immovable object situation, and I think I gotta side with the more proactive side, so it's Geek Fam for me. No mystery there.
I understand your point, Arashi, but the thing about Geek Fam's composition, which I quite dislike, is I feel they will lack peel. Sure, they have crowd control, but if you're looking at if you look really at the composition, who will peel for this team?
For the side of Geek, we have a Geek Fam. I think the idea is that Farsa and Sicilian are relatively mobile, right? And considering there's only a single real threat in the backline, they can use the Kadira and the Joy to just deny the Leslie, and then use those mages, perhaps with Purifies, with Sprints, to self-peel and kite back away from a Barats, from a Grok, from a Faramis, everything so close range. If they can do it successfully, that could be a very good game plan, but you can bet that Bigatron will be looking for flanks around, and if the Grok, for example, gets behind the team of Geek Fam, that is devastating, man. That wild charge can seal the deal completely.
I really understand that again, right? The Grok pick has come into clutch, even though it was the 3rd pick. Because with that Grok, it somehow forces that Farsa, that Claude, maybe force it into a Purify. But then again, if you're on a Purify, it somehow lacks escape. Sure, you can escape with the crowd control, but it's very different if you compare it to Flicker.
I think for the Farsa, it really depends, right? I think looking at GeekFam's composition, it does seem like they're very backline-centric, but it seems just like they want to play with a range. It's a poke composition with good finishers, with people who can actually just jump in and finish the job. Oh.
Whoa, what?
Wait. Whoa.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
So a complete redraft.
So there's going to be a complete redraft here, ladies and gentlemen, from both of the sides. It's going to be Joy, Claude, and Yi from the side of Geek. Meanwhile, Bigatron, they will not commit to a Grok, but instead they will go for the Link, the Paquito, and the Faramis still. So it's a completely different ball game. What do you think? Because now, looking at the draft from Bigatron, it's a fairly early game-centric, looking at the three heroes, right? Link and as well as Paquito. But taking a look at the GeekFam's side, it's a little bit more, it's more balanced, I might say.
It's a bit more balanced. It looks a bit more like a traditional, like last season composition. So I don't know how I feel about this. We've made so many predictions, and now apparently it's all quite irrelevant. I am worrying about that Link pick though, because usually you want some kind of synergy. You want like a Uranus, like an Angela, and the Link. That's the combo that we've been talking about, harping about the whole day on day one. But without all that, can the Link still have the same kind of impact? And with the Faramis, is this going to be like a team fight Link, which is not usually the first thing that comes to mind when you see this hero?
Good read though. I really like the Natalia and as well as the response, right? That Kaja ban. So now, Bigatron, they might go for another hero that is quite thin, but needs needs space, needs mobility as well. And perhaps they can go for the Leslie, even though now on paper, Mirko, Claude and Leslie isn't as straightforward as the last match.
Yeah, definitely not as straightforward. The Leslie now, it's not a complete full counter towards the Claude, but hey, something like a Herod definitely works as well to not just bully the Claude in lane, but also to take things into his own hands. Getting dove or even getting stopped by the real world inflation isn't really much of a problem.
Esme?
This Herod. So Esmeralda could definitely be an option here, but it's a bit too greedy. They already have a Joy and a Claude. They're going to have to force the Claude or the Joy into the jungle if they really want to go for the Esme for the Herod counter. To one-dimensional, they're going to go for the Lancelot and the Grok instead, just helping or picking up these other tools to synergize better with the rest of the composition.
Wow, for GeekFam right now, it's a bit of a different look. It's a bit of a poke. Is it like they're trying to catch people with the slows coming from the Yves and then allow the Joy, the Claude, the Lancelot, and Grok to just dive in? And for the side of Bigatron, there's a bit of a counter in the Cult Altar to just deny the pick off the combo. But even then, it forces everyone to stick together, and that might be just dangerous against this composition coming in from GeekFam. The last pick, though, is going to be a Cho, so this is a very fighter pick-off heavy composition.
All right, I gotta talk about the elephant in the room, man. Cho, where is it going? Vin? Cho? We haven't seen that in, what, ages? No, if you guys haven't been following SBS and all the other tournaments going on right now, Bigatron Alpha with Vin in Bigatron Alpha, he's gotten the confidence and he's kind of rewind the clock a lot. His mechanics on the Cho especially has been absolutely phenomenal. We'll see if he can replicate that success that he found in SBS on the Cho here in MPL. It's offline in front of the crowd.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that will be the draft for Game 1 of MPL Season 12, Week 1, Day 2. It's going to be the Geeks going up against Bigatron Alpha. Who will strike first? Looking at the emblems, nothing to stand out-ish, but ladies and gentlemen, let's jump to the land of Dawn for our first game between GeekFam and Bigatron Alpha.
Look at the respect for the pick-off, for the early aggression. 3 Purifiers on the board, 2 in the hands of Bigatron.
As expected.
Even though they are the ones who seem to be going for some pick-offs. So, GeekFam, they have to try to change their approach right here. Some of the targets that they were looking for in the early game are just less available with that Purify in play.
Well, as expected, right? A lot of Purifiers will come into this first game because of the crowd control. Again, the Brock that can be provided. And taking a look at the emblems here or talents, what do you think, Rashi?
Well, there's the Quantum Charge Super Sorizo with the sprint, so double mobility. You can expect him to try and go deep into the back line. And on the other hand, there is an equally speedy build, the Quantum Charge in the hands of Marky as well. He's playing for speed, he's playing to kite away instead of sustaining. But now you're fighting for the Litho, and Beloyski might get taken out.
Oh, Ken finds a kill now with the Finch Poise as well. Super Vin, aggressive.
Too aggressive there, right? I mean, Beloyski is sure you can soak in a lot of damage, but that is a total loss there for side of Geek Fam because he used the flicker and he got taken out. Take a look at Super Ken already invading the camps of Geek Fam. That's a win and win for the Red Robots in here, minute number 1.
Well, in the end, it's going to be Luke on this Joy yet again against a Paquito, both equally mobile. I wonder how this matchup is going to play out because Super Sorizo, he can very easily catch up to Luke, but he wants that retribution, that vengeance that just allows him to just suck up a lot more damage than usual. That might throw Super Sorizo off.
Well, looking at the situation now, Geek Fam, they're still trying to stabilize after that first loss. Now, looking at the first hurdle here, rotation-wise, they're a little bit behind, and that is why Bigatron Alpha here, Sorizo already somehow delaying that turtle take as well. Take a look at top side though, Ling will be harassed by that Grok. Will it come to fruition is the question. Supervin, keep in mind, he's on a full tank emblem and a talent, so he is in an okay position here to harass the jungles of Geek Fam.
Supervin is also running the Concussive Blast emblem, so the wave clear is just so strong for the set of Bigatron, and they're trying to use that to its full advantage. Wave clear, wave pressure into pickoffs, into roams. This is the Bigatron Alpha style we've come to expect, and they're trying to use it to get this turtle, but Geek Fam is doing a good job of contesting it, unless they can take out Beloy right here.
Oh, good wild charge from Beloy. Just disengaging here, understanding there was a threat, a kill threat onto him. Meanwhile, Sorizo putting on a lot of damage on to Luke on this Paquito. A very oppressive, a bully laner. Niall's looking for an opening one level below of Super Ken, and Super Ken just jumps on it. Should be a free turtle, the Bigatron Alpha. Just utilizing the map pressure, map control. Niall, though, still trying to go in with Phantom Execution now, jumping in all the way deep inside. Very low, caught low, and instantly going to be taken out. He uses Thorn Rose, still able to survive for a bit, but the Tempest Blaze comes through. Superman still able to escape for now. Now the way the Dragon locks him down, gets Luke out. Super Ken jumping back with a Finch Poise, 1 HP. Bigatron Alpha wins out on the trade. It's just a 1-0, but it's quite massive for the Red Robots.
Oh, there's a mismechanic there, right? I mean, Geek Fam, they weren't on with 4 people. They cannot commit this game on that turtle, but they forced that fight. Bigatron Alpha with the win, but the turtle has yet to be touched though.
You can see the difference in focus. Geek Fam were trying to make sure they get the turtle, but Bigatron, they're trying their best to just bait in the members of Geek Fam and take them out, and they left the turtle up and open yet again, but here we go.
Oh, a lot of oppression, he just sliced by and takes it out! Niall falling down with the Dragon locking Luke down, even with a vengeance, it's a killing spree for Super Ken as he jumps forward, Beloy forced to flicker out, and it's a 2.4 thousand gold lead for the Robots.
Not a good start here for Niall. 0-0 in the first 4 minutes. Now, the jungler with a killing spree as well. That's a waste of resource, right? You want to clear fast, and with this loss, take a look at Ling. Already try and go for the invades.
They're just going in and taking as much as possible, trying to shut down Niall. And they have a chance right here. The pressure is definitely on the side of Geek Fam to try and find something. They just lack a bit of crowd control. Everything they do needs to be an all-in because their real source of stun is only a wild charge, and that's a huge investment. And even earlier, before in the turtle fight, Beloyski was forced to use it. So Bigatron is doing such a good job pressuring the right people, burning the right spells at the right time.
Man, it's looking bleak now. 5 minutes in, 3,000 gold lead already in hand for the Red Robots. And look at Supervin, still with the harassment. Will he commit?
Finds the way the Dragon, Niall locked down. Super Ken jumping with the Finch Poise. Phantom Execution on the back. Still able to escape right now. It's just a dive completely. Wait, what happened? On the other side of the map, there's a solo kill. Luke getting taken out by the Paquito, by Sorizo. Super Vin diving the turret a bit too aggressively. Marky punishing him a bit, but Bigatron Alpha showing style and class.
Man, oh man here. Top side will collapse by the hands of Bigatron Alpha, but no, not yet. Marky says no. With the Blazing Duet, will be able to clear that wave. 3,000 gold already. Geek Fam, what do they need to do here, Arashi? I feel like they need to give and funnel the gold towards Marky.
They need to funnel gold towards Marky. That's a given at this point, but they have to try and find plays on their terms. They keep reacting to the plays of Bigatron because Bigatron is a lot faster, but they can't keep doing that because Bigatron has the counters ready, and now you can see that the objectives are starting to fall one by one. Bigatron is using all these objectives to force Geek Fam into unfavorable fights, and it doesn't seem like Geek Fam can adapt fast enough to just let some of these stuff go and maybe go for trades instead.
Oh, I agree. I think they need to find proactive plays with calculations, and I'm not sure here if this contest is worth it. Because again, Bigatron has the map. The map is ready at this current situation. Is this a wise move?
For Geek, looking at this contest, I'm not too sure. Niall not feeling it, 2 levels behind as well. Let's see if it's a 50-50 even. Beloy's already chunked very low. He has the wild charge, but I don't think it's going to be enough right now. He jumps in very deep inside of the real Robin Blade coming down. Niall actually steals it away. Pew 2 levels behind. By the time the Blades comes down to the back line right now, Supercan picking up the Blades. Still no kills on the board. Oh boy! Brought back to the team by the Way of the Dragon. He's going to be slain, but hey, for Geek Fam, I think that's a trade you need to take.
The Supers, they are taking it very, very seriously here. 76% real, well, audience prediction here. It seems like we can agree. Now, Luke, with the Shaman Force, well, it's not with Luke. It's the Harrod with Shaman Force trying to find the play there. But again, Bigatron Alpha has the control all across the map.
I mean, so far, it's been everyone else but Super Saiyan, but look at his items, man. Starlium Scythe as well as the Feather of Heaven. That's a lot of damage, and there's a bit of true damage mixed in there as well. So if they ignore him and focus too much on Supercan or on Sorizo perhaps, there's going to be a lot of damage being output by this Harith.
I'm sorry, I was quite surprised there. Now wild charge from Beloy. Supercan not at a position where he's actually going to be threatened, but man, Paquito, a quarter of HP left in his health pool, but with one jab, he got all of his HP back. The Bloodlust Axe, my goodness, that was insane. Super Sorizo, I don't think he's recalled at all this game.
He has no mana cost, and with the way the jab works right now, he can just spell vamp so much more, spell lifesteal, all that HP that's missing back. Ludo gets pushed back, and look at that. Niall's having a very tough time. Bigatron Alpha just piling on the pressure on both sides of the jungle.
One talent here that stood out to me here, Arashi here. Beloyski, the Grok is on a Brave Smite. What's the concept of this, right? Because sure, you will gain and restore 5% every time you cast a skill, but does this work?
Well, he is one of the only main tanks of his team right now. You can see he's been taking a beating, so the extra bit of regeneration is always good, but look at Engage though.
Wild charge, but unfortunately it's Beloy who gets chunked low here, gets taken to very low HP, and Bigatron Alpha might use this opening to take control of the Lord Pit. Superbin doing exactly that, looking for a Way the Dragon, but Luke pops in that rhythm. Already a very big resource. Meanwhile, Sorizo, Bigatron Alpha not letting Geek Fam breathe at all, always doing something proactive somewhere on the map.
This is what we talked about during the draft, right? The Paquito, very fast clear, and it forces for the opponent to go to the far lane, and take a look at the engage now.
Vin's looking for the Way the Dragon once again, but what happened? Super Sorizo takes out his former teammate, solo kill again! He found Luke earlier, now it's the gold laner. Both the side laners are just getting demolished by this Paquito.
And what's worse is Marky popped the Purify as well, and even with that, he wasn't able to survive. Bigatron, it's in slaughter here now. Take a look at the invade again.
Wrong kick over. Vin's still able to escape right now. Oh, he gets the Cult Altar right on time by Super Key.
The coordination has been spectacular here for the red robots. Now the Lord will march bot side. Geek Fam, are they able to control this one? Because it's not looking good. It seems like they're just driven by the gameplay game plan or gameplay of Bigatron, is this just GG here, Rashi?
There's a bit of a saving grace in the fact that Geek Fam, they do better when they can't be pulled apart like this. Because for Bigatron Alpha, everyone's doing great, but Super Sorizo, the reason why he's able to just 1v1 Marky, even with the Battle Mirror image to kite away, like we said, Quantum Charge, Sprint, all that movement speed in such a powerful package. Super Sorizo had no issue at all just chasing Marky down. And that is something that means that he can't really split push alone. He needs to be always escorted by someone. So if everyone's together like this, in a way, it's a bit worse for Bigatron, but look at that. Once again, a big pick-off by Super Ken when Geek Fam is not together, and now they still have to defend the base.
A lot of solo kills off cam, but Supervin with the conceal.
Jumping onto a boy, good real-world manipulation, canceling out any sort of engage right now, but boy's gonna be chunked very low with Wild Charge defensively. He's gonna be brought back to the team, and Super Saken picks up the kill. Phantom execution to the back, doing no damage, only taking a cold alter HP out. Bigatron Alpha have cracked all the tier 2s. Now, Geek Fam are down to their base turrets with the first Lord.
Oh, definitely not looking good here. Still 0 kills from the side of Geek Fam. Will they break the egg? Super Saken.
Okay, still with the shields now going, and the vengeance comes through,
There
and
you
that's
go.
the first kill for Geek Fam. We want him back. Super Ken now jumping in. Marky gunning him down with the dragon, locking him down with the Purify. Compensating, still Ken surviving. Finally, Luke is able to take him out. It's a 2-for-1. Geek are finally on the board. It took them 12 minutes, but they're finally here.
Oh my god, Geek Fam with the defense. But is that worth it for Bigatron? Was there a mistake, Arashi?
That was definitely a mistake, man. Bigatron Alpha is so in control. They have everything going for them, and they have given 2 shutdowns to the side of Geek Fam. Luke has picked up that insane kill, and that is going to swing some of the gold back towards Geek Fam. And keep in mind, the longer the game goes, there is a Yves and there is a Claude, right? A lot of DPS, a lot of long range, and on the side of Bigatron Alpha, no long range, no AoE teamfight mage, and no DPS coming in the form of a marksman. So the longer this game goes, Geek Fam has a bit more of a chance to come back here. So Bigatron Alpha, by all means, need to be a bit more careful. They cannot make mistakes like that.
No, they cannot make mistakes, especially here with the Enhanced Lord in the vicinity of the Land of Dawn. Super Key. We touched on Paquito. We have talked Super Ken as well. Let's not forget Super Key on the Fairness. Clutch Cult of Altar has been placed throughout the game, but earlier it seems like he was out of range to help the Herod out, but concealed to engage.
Oh, Vin finding a good Jeet Kune Do, but a boy cancels it out. Now still going to be the way to Dragon, locking Nile down. Vin, absolutely phenomenal targeting as Super Ken assassinates the roamer in the back. Beloy down, jungler as well. Nile, Bigatron Alpha on their way to secure another free neutral objective.
That was all Super Sorizo, man, coming in from the side, baiting all the resources. A boy was stuck in the real-world manipulation, and he just got jumped on. Look at the power spikes coming in again for Bigatron Alpha. This might be the beginning of the end.
Oh, a lot of dives, which makes that Yves, that stationary hero, somehow vulnerable, a juicy target with the amount of dives in the Paquito, in the Herod, and as well Cho Ling. A lot of dives here from the side of Bigatron Alpha with this Lord take. We might see the end. Let's see potentially the final offense from Bigatron Alpha.
Lord charging up atop, Enhanced Lord this time. Geeks Fam trying to run away. Super Vin now with a good way. The Dragon already chunking, and the Purify down. The Culture comes down perfectly timed, but Vin still falls. Beloy now brought back to the team by the What is that burst? That was a tank that Super Saken just took out. Super Ken now on the wall. Niles dealing with damage with the Phantom Execution. One more hit and he will fall. He takes one down though. Now Luke trying to pop or force Bigatron Alpha back out. It's still Bigatron Alpha with a massive win because they have taken out a base turret.
Oh my goodness. 6,000 gold lead now. Minute number 15. What will they go for? Seems like they will slow down their tempo here, ladies and gentlemen. Geek Fam, slowly but surely, they're building up items as well. So, Bigatron Alpha, they need to be aware of this. Perhaps one major mistake can turn the game around. Do you agree, Rashi?
They need to just get into these fights together. because early on we saw that Supervin was just going in, looking for a pickoff, but his team was just not there. Initially in the first fight, he was able to get a Jeet Kune Do onto a boy, but it doesn't cancel out the real-world manipulation. Afterwards, the same kind of story. He goes in, he gets bursted down, and by all means, they are still able to get one of the base turrets, but that's not an equal trade-off, right? Especially if afterwards Geek Fam is able to counter-engage on them. Big John Alpha does best right here when Geek Fam is out of the base and they can get flanked around. And here we're seeing them trying to do that exact same approach again.
Looking at the items as well, Lancelot, he is behind 4,000 gold, and what's worse is he is building towards that item, the damage item, right? So without the items, his damage output will be lacking, so perhaps that should be the reparation from the side of Geek Fam. Meanwhile, Bigatron Alpha, they need to start to respect, right? That move from Supervin earlier shows that perhaps Bigatron Alpha got a little bit overzealous. Well, Supervin got a little bit overzealous, so he needs to stay on his ground now and look for the right opening and right timing here. Take a look at his position here now. Very, very safe.
On the other hand though, for the side of Geek Fam, look at a boy building a glowing wand. So that will now allow them to just be a lot more dangerous, to do a lot more poke damage when Bigatron Alpha makes these investigative maneuvers towards their side of the jungle. It's going to be a big pressure relieved from the side of Geek Fam, and with the Lord Dance coming up right here, that is a huge resource to have on their side. But look at Beloyski, man, he's just getting absolutely chunked. And even with the regen, even with the Brave Smite, it's not really allowing him to stay in these fights long enough to be relevant.
Minute number 17. Remember, minute number 18 will be the Evolved Lord, so perhaps they will delay this Lord take. After, Socket, look at the burst damage, and the commit.
Beautiful way the Dragon bringing Marky back, but Super King gets stunned by the wild charge. Now it's up to Blades, knocking Beloyski up. Super Chorizo in the back with a beautiful flank, enabling the pickups to happen. Luke jumping in now. Look at Niall in the back as well, just waiting to pop Super again, but he's still able to escape with the Finch Poise. Niall spotted. Super Sakin already now with his Zaman Force. Phantom Execution used up. Now Key engaged on. Niall, 1 HP, getting chased down. Chorizo, one more hit. He dodges away. Niall gets out. 1 HP. Chorizo unable to catch him. And now it's the turnaround. Chorizo loses the immortality. Lord taken up. Chorizo still able to survive. The way the Dragon from Vin takes Marky out, and the Coal Altar helps them escape.
My goodness, what a long fight! But Bigatron Alpha, they still come out on top, taking 2 plus the Lord. 10,000 gold lead. Now things are looking bad. To worse now for the side of Geek Fam. Will they be able to defend this? I don't think so. I don't think so here. They need a miracle. Bigatron Alpha has the firepower, has the resources to end the game. Take a look at the items perhaps later on. They will have Immortals. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough time taking down Bigatron Alpha side. Let's see.
Oh, that's a full dive. Luke as well doing the same thing, but gets melted down even in the back. Super Can finds everything. Niall takes him down still with a good shutdown. Marky with the win of nature. Still jumping back to the BMI. Now a lot of damage placed out with the Coal Altar as well, facilitating this late game push. Marky gets out with the BMI, but the base is wide open. And Bigatron Alpha strikes first in this series.
The Red Robots will have the first game of this best of 3. My goodness, what a coordination. It wasn't a fast game, Arashi. It was almost a 20-minute game. But for the most side, 90% of the time is just towards the right side, towards Bigatron Alpha side. Zero contest seems like here from the side of Geek Fam. They weren't able to really turn around the game, and it was thanks to the side of Bigatron, who were able to just really control the game, the tempo.
Man, it's just an insane performance. It's not one-sided, but you can see that at every single moment, Bigatron Alpha was in complete control. They knew what the dangers were, they knew how to counter it, everything was set in stone, except for a select few moments. Full credit to Geek Fam, they were able to find moments of mistakes, of carelessness from the members of Bigatron. But in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter, man. At no point in the game did it seem like, wow, it's Geek Fam making a comeback. We knew that they were able to get shutdowns. We know that Big Kitchen Alpha were down a few members, but we still knew in the back of our heads, it's only a matter of time. This is the effect that Big Kitchen Alpha has on you.
This is marvelous. What a marvelous first game. It was straightforward, but it took some time for Bigatron to really crack that base. And again, Geek Fam, they were holding on, right? We mentioned in the draft as well that, yeah, Claude, Yeef, they have a strong high ground, so it will definitely take some time for Bigatron to really find a good opening to crack that base. But of course, with time, with persistence as well, with also discipline towards that end, it was actually Bigatron taking that game. First game, done and dusted. What do you think, Mirko?
I think right here, if you read the game highlight, the movement of the Super Trio mid from Bigatron dominates the game from beginning to the end. Early on, before the match started, I was actually asked, Mirko, what do you think Bigatron has to offer here? What are the keys to victory? I said, Trio mid. That's really what gets Bigatron going here. From every single lane, you want to get Saken ahead, it relies on the Trio mid. You want to get Sorizo ahead, it's facilitated by the Trio mid. This Trio mid does wonders. Vin, Key, and Super Ken. You can also just swap it out, you know. Vin has played Mage before as well, so he can step into that roam position, and it's so flexible, so dynamic. They saved the roam pick towards the end. It really created a massive curveball to Geek Fam, and I think they were a bit overwhelmed.
A little bit, I think, is an understatement, right? Because they got really, at some point and most of the time, yeah, Geek Fam weren't able to find that crack, that loophole. And thanks to Sorizo here, especially in that EXP, that Paquito pick, it's just so expensive here, it seems like. 3-0-11, 70% in second game. Do you think it's wise to let this Paquito go?
I don't think so, man. I think it has a bit of flex potential. And as Mirko mentioned early in that game, the Bloodlust Axe right now, with how Paquito works, that gives you so much regen. We talk about Uranus, we talk about Esmeralda, but when you have that kind of regen and that kind of damage, you just do so many more things, and you're also so much more mobile. So the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, it's got to be Super Sorizo, man, no question about it. Quantum Charge, Agility, Festival of Blood. That's what he went for, and that was enough for him to just get all that regeneration and for him to chase anybody down. If you're Joy, if you're Claude, it doesn't matter. He will hunt you down, and when you have that kind of aggression available to you in the EXP lane, who do you send to try and stop him?
Sorizo, though. Before that, right? I mean, Sorizo, this man's been spamming the Paquito even before it was meta in the XP lane. Before the patch hit, he was already on this Paquito. So seeing him now with the buff Paquito, it's almost like Moonton favors him, right? I mean, right on cue, Season 12 starts, Sorizo, the man who loves Paquito in the XP, despite it not being meta. Hey, you know what, Sorizo? Here, have the Paquito buffed. He takes it, and he gets the player of the game in his first game of MPL ID Season 12.
Yeah, I mean, his second skill got buff, his first skill got adjusted towards leaning towards the buff as well. And to add to that Festival of Blood, right? The spell vamp 8%, it just adds more oomph. Let's not forget the Oracle as well, that he built that mid-game to add more spell vamp, to add more sustainability every time he puts a skill out towards an opponent. And Sorizo, he understood how to play this Paquito. Just clear and rotate, clear and rotate. That overwhelmed the side of Geek Fam to concentrate on towards that far lane. And remember, going up against the Joy was on the side of Geek Fam. He could not sustain the damage, so he sent Claude towards that far lane, which we saw earlier got solo killed as well by the hands of Sorizo.
Yeah, that was not the way to go at all. Let's take a look again at the items right here. Super Sorizo, like you mentioned, Goni, the Oracle, but also the Brute Force Breastplate and the Dominance Ice for his physical defense options, allowing him to become even faster and also reduce the shielding coming in from Luke's Joy, the shielding coming in from Aboy's real-world manipulation, and also the regeneration coming in from Beloyski on the Grok with that Brave Smite. It's just smart play and also smart itemization. And on the other hand, we talk about Super Saken, not really shining too brightly in this game, overshined by the rest almost. But look at his items, man. Shielding from the Oracle, a bit of true damage coming in from the Starlight side. the concentrated energy for a bit more sustain and regeneration. Overall, man, you saw the damage he's able to do with a single hit onto Beloyski. When there's that much damage built up by your opponents, it's just a bit too difficult. I think Geek Fam just didn't have enough members available to act as a front line. You saw that Beloyski was the only one, and whenever his first skill, his immunity wasn't available, he just couldn't do anything.
We really have to touch on this too, though. I mean, I don't know if this is a bit of a stretch, but Luke, right? The fact that he was solo killed, he got Lethal Ignition and even the Master Assassin. He took that emblem specifically to try to win out against Chorizo in this XP lane. So I think there was a little bit of a mistake too in Super Chorizo's emblem there, because he did not take these emblems, Season Hunter. But back again, he lost to a Festival of Blood. He didn't lose to another Master Assassin. So the fact that you already banked on the Master Assassin, Lethal Ignition, so much damage within your kit, and still lost in this 1v1 towards the late game too against this Paquito. It feels like Luke was so concerned to take these 1v1s that he completely forgot that he could actually cut the waves and then join the fight.
Which is tunnel vision.
Yeah, and that's a valid strategy for any EXP laner. And it seems like he's just tunneled on his matchup, but not in the game overall. Yeah, Beloyski as the Grok, that's a lot of damage taken because he is the only one. No one else can help in that endeavor because Luke was building 3 damage items and 3 defensive items. He was still trying to be a bit of a semi-assassin, whereas Super Chorizo was a semi-tank. So they both did damage, but Luke was supposed to be a bit more divey, a bit more backline targeting kind of role. But Super Chorizo was just all the way in the front, just dealing damage. And there's 0 turret damage dealt by Geek Fam. That is the domination that Bigatron Alpha was able to do.
Yeah, I mean, the first skill was what, in 12 minutes? And 950 GPM for a jungler on Superken there. What a splendid stat for what? Almost a 20-minute game. So he stayed consistent from early towards the end there. Looking for farms, but objectives, but not forget about the kills as well. He got double-digit kills, if I'm not mistaken. So again, a very solid, very sharp execution from the side of Bigatron Alpha in that first game. Question now, will they be able to take that momentum here in the second game? Because Geek Fam, it seems like, looking at their faces earlier in the huddle, it seems like they're relaxed. They know how to handle it. Now, the draft, perhaps, definitely they need to change, right? Perhaps prioritize that Paquito or just ban it out in that first phase. What do you think?
It's really hard. I mean, again, we don't know if Luke can actually go, if he's comfortable on the Paquito. We've seen that if you try to force Luke on a hero he's not comfortable with, he actually does not perform. The Joy back in playoffs, now he's given the Joy, so he's definitely worked on it. But again, he just got his head and shoulders chopped off or knocked out by Chorizo.
Chorizo, definitely use the head and shoulders. Don't let your dash become messy because of the wet and itchiness of the dandruffs. Yuck! Right? Move on to the head and shoulders. The Gatot Kacha will make you confident 100%. So no more itchiness, no more human hair, wet hair, dandruff. Definitely will be wiped out using the head and shoulders. Arashi, do you use head and shoulders?
Of course. Is that even a question, bro? How do you think we keep our hair fresh? We're here the whole day, by the way. Does it seem messy? This hair, all 3 of us. That's not a thing, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
Head and shoulders.
If you don't use head and shoulders, you can't be friends with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, check it out, of course, and watch MPL with our friend Gatot Kacha, of course. And again, ladies and gentlemen, that first game, it was a very sharp BTR. Can we expect this to be a theme throughout the MPL ID Season 12 BTR?
For Bigatron Alpha, I mean, looking at the performance before MPL, I think many considered them to be, a top 2 team. The only contenders to Onyx who have been, I don't know if dominant is a word to use here. I think it's a bit of an understatement because they weren't just dominant in the last season of MPL Indonesia. They were also dominant in MSC, dropping 2 games, the entire tournament, 2 games. So, back again, Bigatron Alpha, if they keep this performance, I think they will steamroll a lot of these teams and get to a position where they can contest up against Onyx, but never get too confident, especially for Bigatron Alpha. Last season, a lot of people were already hyping them up. Whoa, new players coming up, they're going to be unstoppable. But then the Bigatron Alpha passive was activated. The early game dominance, winning against Onyx, winning against RRQ, winning against almost every team early game. But then the Bigatron Alpha spikes. From 10,000 gold lead down to a 10,000 gold lead, but for the enemy team.
That is just unfortunate, man. Let's look at the impact player though for the previous game, Marky and Super Sorizo. It's kind of funny because in that mid game, in the late game actually, Marky was the one who got instantly beat down by Super Sorizo. So that's just how it is, man. I think Marky was trying his best to do damage. He was a menace in the backline, but with so many crowd control threats towards him, he can't really output that damage comfortably. So I think for Geek Fam, right, if you want to try and match Bigatron, if you're not willing to trade and you just want to keep going for those early game objectives, contesting the super trio in the mid lane, the roamer, and the jungle position, you need to get the right tools. Get some crowd control, like a Cho, for example, right? That's why Vin went for it. Crowd control as well as wave clear. You want to get some lane dominance in the mid lane as well, and get a strong jungler that can help out and can be as mobile to roam together as three. If you can't do that, then you can't even begin to match the kind of movement. You have to find a different solution. So that's just where Geek Fam needs to make a call.
Yeah, I think they really need to somehow commit to those aspects as well, right? I mean, if you cannot just commit to an approach, it's going to be very hard for them to find that dub. And as seen on your screen, there will not be a sub here for the side of Geek Fam. It will still be Marky in that gold lane. Personally for me, I thought that Geek Fam, they will sub Marky out for the second game, but it seems like no, they're still confident with their game plan. Hopefully a lot, and I mean a lot of changes here coming out.
You still have a long run, right? I mean, this is the first game for Geek Fam in Season 12. There's still a lot of more matches, a lot of more games to try to experiment with a different roster. So maybe giving Marky a bit more time to adapt to the team, to try to find success is the proper route. Let's see here, we're entering the draft. Aldo still, it's going to be Bigatron this time on the blue side, so there's already a bit of a swap.
Yeah, but take a look at the adaptation right from the side of Geek Fam. We expected this. The Paquito ban comes through from the side of Geek Fam because that was the hero that really caused problems from the side of Bigatron in that first game. So Geek Fam, they banned that out. To add to that, they will ban that Joy out as well here. So looking at the heroes here, a lot of potential mages might be first picked here for the side of Bigatron. Perhaps that Valentina might come into play.
The Valentina, the Yve, all good options. But for the first side of Bigatron, they can do that, or it depends, because if you look at their bans, right, they've been always going for all these tanky crowd control heroes. That really seems to be what they're trying to avoid when they want to go with an assassin, with a playmaking roamer that wants to go in the backline and find prior targets. Crowd control is something that can just shut down your whole team's operations. So they ban all those two, and now they're banning a Uranus, a hero that can potentially, right, slow down Sorizo in that EXP lane. So with that in mind, I think for Geek Fam, they're trying to find something to match that pressure. They need to give Luke something that can make plays, something that won't lose out in a 1v1 to Sorizo.
Yeah, it's a very interesting to see four fighters here banned out in that first phase. Angela will be the ban last, and it's gonna be, it's not the Valentina, it's not the Yve. They're confident with that Fanny first pick. Personally, I don't like it. It's risky because you can counter it now with the Kufra, perhaps with the Ruby later on. But man, this is a ballsy move from Bigatron.
Oh, and Bigatron Alpha, it makes sense still. Yes, is it a risky move? But if you have a player who can pull it off as well as Super can, then the risk becomes a very, very small chance. Like to mess up on this hero, it's a big chance. But when you have a player like Super Ken, it's really, really tough to mess up. And it actually just creates such a big curveball now to throw at Geek Fam. What are Geek Fam gonna pick up? They go for the Valentina and the glue, so no Kaja, no Franco. They're saving it up maybe for the last pick in the first phase. But again, this gives Bigatron Alpha a chance to pick up the Faramis. They pick up the glue without banning the Faramis. Completely open. We saw what Key did early on in game number 1. Now it's going to be even better of a pick up against a glue.
It's definitely dangerous. It might be a bit of an oversight from the side of Geek Fam. We'll see if Bigatron capitalizes on that. or if they want something, different, something with a bit more long range. Because for now, for the side of Geek Fam, right, the immediate question is, where is this Valentina going? We've seen it being flexed around before in the hands of Kadira in the gold lane, but we already talked about how Marky is solid on that pick as well, but Bigachat goes for the Kadita and the Esmeralda. Still going for... It may go to the gold lane, but I have a feeling this might just go in the hands of Sorizo, man.
Yeah, securing heroes for Sorizo here, it seems like it's very prior because knowing 5 or 4 heroes has been banned out for that fighter right in that first phase, so not a lot of fighters left here. So both teams really wants to secure their EXP in that first phase. Let's see, Geek Fam, what will they go for here in that last pick for that first phase? Perhaps they might secure a marksman here, I feel like. Oh, they went for another Lancelot for Nile. Remember that last game? Not a fun game for that Lancelot. 0-3-0 if I'm not mistaken.
He's still a new player though, so the question is still up in the air, right? What is Nile comfortable playing in the MPL? In MDL, it was a global ban system, so we know that he does have a deep hero pool. He can go and, play these heroes, but in the MPL stage, again, it is very different. The pressure does get to you, and you need to just pick comfort over these prio heroes or even the pocket strats, especially in game number 2, when everything is on the line. So Geek Fam, they secure a safe pick here, and they're the ones that actually want to go for the Franco ban. Interesting.
Very interesting here, but we do have a comment here by Ray's Boy. What I admire about Vin is that he shows a lot of respect to everyone and is easy to have discussions with. But again, Super Vin, his leadership, his chemistry, his experience here, it seems like brings a breath of fresh air in this Bigatron Alpha team. And there you go, 2 suppression ban out from the side of Geek Fam. So what will Beloy play? We might see potentially a Natalia pick here from Beloy.
I think it's going to be banned out by Bigatron. It happened in game number 1. They banned out the Hilda and then the Natalia. I don't really see a reason as to why they would leave it open, considering Geek Fam's they've kind of done Bigatron's job for them, right? I mean, you want to try to cancel out or ban out Beloy's heroes. They've already banned out the Kanja and the Franco. Hilda gone? Natalia's the only hero left.
Sure, it's a pretty confusing situation for the side of Geek Fam. I have a comment here from Rek though. The Roma that I always looked up to actually.
It's Vin.
It's Vin.
Macro-wise, he feels that Vin is the role model. And again,
Grok.
Well, Grok is a possibility. I really like Grok here for Beloy.
Banned.
But it banned out, so perhaps the Natalia... I don't know, Natalia versus Fanny, early game, sure. It does make sense that Natalia can give a lot of pressure, but it's gonna be the natural counter, of course. We've overlooked the Kufra. So it's gonna be the Kufra here to somehow counter the cables coming up from Fanny. I'm quite sure that Bigatron Alpha oversaw this pick as well. So what will they go for here? What's the right hero?
Well, they can just keep with this strategy, right? So far, they have good pick-off, they have a strong lane. Everything hints towards them doing the exact same thing. Having a strong lane, draw pressure, and then having a roam squad just deleting everyone else. The Kufra pick could be a problem, but remember, Kufra is very hit or miss. If you use your combo and you do not land it, you are stuck out in the water. And now they have a Bane and a Cho. So a bit more of a team fight setup available for them if they choose to do so. But that's a lot of burst damage. Everything is hinting towards a pick-off composition. So for Geek Fam here, will they try and acquire some more crowd control, or do they just want more damage for a bit more pick-off?
I think they need to secure a marksman here, right? I mean, Valentina just go mid. Perhaps going up against a Bane, though. What is good? Does Harith work?
I mean, technically it can work, but they already have a lot of magic damage. I don't think the Lancelot is able to dish out as much physical damage alone. So, again, the Brody pickup comes in. That's the only logical pick here. You need a self-sustaining and independent gold laner who can also help with the CC. Single target, lockdown for the Fanny. That's the only single target they have, though. I mean, lockdown for the Fanny. Aside from the bouncing ball and the Brody's second skill, not much to rely on.
They can use Valentina and the split-second Terrify, but realistically, right, it takes time to get out, and there's no saying that Bigatron won't just jump on the Valentina instead. So it's the same situation here. The glue, in a way, might be able to match the early game pressure in that EXP lane, but eventually I feel like Esmeralda will come out on top. It's a notorious matchup between Esmeralda and Uranus. Without the Uranus available, I think that it's about the same thing. The only different factor here is whether or not GeekFam can just go for those early game picks, start snowballing.
Well, let's see the conclusion potentially here in this game, the second game of the opening match of today. It's Bigatron Alpha taking on GeekFam. Ladies and gentlemen, who will strike second? Will it be Bigatron or will it be GeekFam?
If Bigatron wins this, it is a clean sweep, the first clean sweep in MPL Indonesia Season 12. GeekFam definitely want to keep this going. Valoy with a good Tyrant's Revenge early on. Oh boy! Almost getting a solo, or not a solo kill, but a kill early on. Similarly to what Bigatron Alpha did to them. Interesting move from Cerezo though. He started orange, not purple.
Exactly, I was about to mention that for Super Ken, he just starts with the orange instead of the purple first. Now he's just trying to go for the litho, but it's a bit too late. Look at the emblems as well. For the side of GeekFam, you know they're down to brawl. They have 3 tenacity emblems. They're trying to play a dangerous game right here, fighting on low HP later on against Bigatron Alpha. In the early game, we'll see if they can even get the aggression, because keep in mind, they have a limited amount of crowd control.
Yeah, they need to somehow maximize that limited crowd control, right? They really need to be able to connect those Tyrant Rages and Revenge. And of course, that second skill from Brody. Oh, take a look at the mid side though.
Well, it should have been a first blood for a boy, Super Ken. More cable.
Retribution.
Nile, he's looking for, he does not have Retrieve. Now Super Ken jumps in, Phantom Execution from Nile. How did Ken get out? Luke, he has the flicker, but I don't think they want to commit onto this. Super Key just recalls, and Bigatron Alpha picks up a clean kill early.
Wow.
Yeah, they dodged a bullet there, Rashi.
It's just aggression coming in from Bigatron right when the turtle is about to spawn as well. Keep in mind, Super Ken is going for the lethal ignition, so this is a bit dangerous. You have to be aware of that extra bit of damage.
What is that damage again, though? Super Ken going to be engaged on it. It's a kill back. Nile striking back the Prodigy in MPL.
Oh, a very good raid there by Beloyski, opening up map and giving the right amount of pressure. And with the help and connection from Nile there, picks up the first kill of the game by him. And taking a look at the talent's prediction, is it a mirror curse? Is it a mirror curse?
I mean, game 1 speaks for itself.
We'll have to see, man. It looks really weird, but now Cerezo gets jumped on. Can they secure the kill, though?
Oh, 1v3.
The Tyrant's Rage, he walked out of that one with a Purify, and man, that's a few resources burned out. Now Bigatron Alpha has a chance to maybe try to contest this, but with a level lead on Nile, I think Super Ken might not want to go for this. He might just want to farm up. And yep, surely enough, GeekFam takes the 1,000 gold lead in the start of game 2.
I mean, it doesn't make sense. Usually on a fan, you really want to make the pure plays here, and this is what they do. Super Ken.
Gets all the HP back though. I still think there's going to be a kill. No, Super Key gets out. One more shot from the turret. Marky getting sweet revenge from game 1.
Yeah, I was about to say, when you're on a fan, you rarely contest the turtle. The first turtle specifically, and they did not find compensation bot side as well. It is actually the Kedira. Super Key got taken down. I love what Beloyski is doing. He's giving constant pressure and vision for his team. Let's see here, will it pay off now? Because it seems like GeekFam, they might commit here with 3 members in the vicinity.
Good bouncing ball, now locking him down. Tanner's great, picking it back. Super Ken now jumping with the cable. He finds it, facilitated by the rest of Bigatron Alpha. Now Nile able to dish out some damage, but that's a good lockdown from a boy who steals away the dragon. Super Saken finding a kill back. Cerezo rotating from up top. A boy, the target here. Falling Star Moon locking him down. Not enough damage to take him out. Luke providing the escape, but Bigatron Alpha have equalized in kills.
A very, very good response there by BTR. They were able to be aware of that. Yeah, GeekFam, they might commit on towards the... Oh, Marky, be careful. 2v1 now in the bot side. Petrify connects.
Clean movement by Marky. The M3 runner-up showing what he's got.
Oh, but look goes in though.
Doesn't have the rage. Super Saiyan pops in a deadly catch just to disengage. Bigatron Alpha on the back foot.
Well, now both teams now looking to somehow gain more control. Super Chorizo, it seems like he's trying to replicate what Beloyski is doing, trying to invade, and Super Ken will definitely steal that camp with that retribution. But take a look at the rage.
Beautiful rage, and it's a boy who steals the rough waves away. Geek Fam are feeling it in game 2.
Wow, Geek Fam. 2,000 gold lead, 5 minutes in here almost, and looking at the second turn, Super Ken, is he able to contest this one? I don't think it's worth it. Let's see though.
2-level lead right now. Nope, the bounce does not go in. Vin now with the way the dragon onto Marky, but it's not going to be enough. Egan's going to be slain. A few cables up, but it's not going to be enough. Super Saiyan walking under the turret defensively, and Big Atron Alpha are getting controlled.
Ooh, Geek Fam at 2,500 gold lead now. Oh, Flicker and the revenge there does not quite connect. Audience prediction though, still 77%. Oh, take a look at Super Ken.
Oh, phantom execution. Oh, it's going to be that blink over. 1 HP doesn't have the throw. Real Super Key somehow finds the kill. The audience prediction on to be Super Ken. 1 HP gets out from Luke's damage.
Wow! Twice now in this game, the Fanny dodged the bullet, but now they want more!
Oh, the cutthroat goes in. Now Vin looking for the kick, but I don't think there's anyone there to help him out. He jumps in with a Jikundo. Luke able to find that immobility with the slam combo. But now both teams are slowing the tempo down.
Wow, looking at the items here, Rashi, right? Have to seize for Brody. Meanwhile, Bane has yet to pick up an item.
Well, he's feeling a lot of pressure for sure, but I want to draw my eyes on the jungle here because Nile has been a bit more aggressive, and you see that Super Ken has been a lot more farm heavy, being denied by the bouncing ball. But if you look at the gold, there's still 500 gold, just about more in the hands of Nile. So he is doing a lot better, and he is just, you know, looking to get all the objectives for the side of Geek Fam right here. Bigatron Alpha are seemingly on the back foot. They seem to be waiting for the right moment to try and make something happen, but they don't really have the same kind of tool.
Oh, goodness. That's a good trade by Geek Fam. Well, by Bigatron rather. With that, they took down Marky, and this will slow Geek Fam's tempo down. And my goodness, Super Ken. A minute ago, well, 30 seconds ago, he was top side. Now he's in bot side. 1v1ing, going up against Luke. Does not find the right. Oh my god, mid side, a boy was caught, but no commitments. But take a look at the re-engage.
Beautiful way the Dragon Flicker, but the boy is going to be caught now. Lethal ignition damage. Good Tiger's Revenge and the Rage. Locking him down, but it's a cutthroat to find a killing spree. A cable cancelled out by the bouncing ball. Now picks up the shutdown key. Able to escape from the Phantom Execution now. Flicker, deadly catch. Unable to catch Nile, who is still very mobile. Gets out with a puncture. Geek Fam's gold lead slowly just disintegrating. It's gone.
Wow, Geek Fam, man. That was a big engage, but they were unable to finish the job fast enough. And just like that, Super Chorizo comes in, catches them off guard, and that is what they need to be careful of. The roaming coordination from Bigatron Alpha that just got them so much of a lead in game number 1. By all means, right now, Geek Fam is ahead in gold, but they have one turret missing compared to Bigatron, and that is space for Super Vin. For Super Chorizo, just come out of nowhere from the bushes and catch someone off guard. Geek Fam is a team that is also well known for using the vision advantage, so they need to be a bit careful. They need to try and look for things that matter, not just kills.
Oh, fun fact, right? The hero that you're seeing now from Luke, the Glue, or Gluk, 90% win rate in MPL ID Season 11. This might continue here at Season 12, but let's see. The moment where Geek Fam seem to lose their control is when Super Ken got that kill towards Marky top side earlier, and take a look at now. The damage is more than enough for Luke to make him retreat as well. And again, Geek Fam here 1,000 gold. The tempo has really gone down here for their side.
Look at the regen coming in from Luke as well. He has no need at all to back away, and eventually they can keep sending Super Ken to try and deal with him. But later on, I do wonder for Luke, right? What is the play? Who is he going to try and target with his split to try and stick on? As Big Kitchen Alpha, again, prioritizing the objective, the wave control, they're able to get one more turret on the opposite side. And now they have more space to control, to try and play around, to try and get the next Lord.
Only an 800 gold lead left for Geek Fam, but it's going just back up, down again. 1,000 to 800 is the number they're playing at now. But if they can't steal away the purple buff, it's not going to be enough to actually shut Super Ken down. Gluck now just trying to pressure Super Ken in this purple buff. Super Ken not using the retribution. Does he get it though? Is my question. He doesn't! Oh, he does. He is able to find him a fly! With a lockdown onto Ken. Super Socket though finds a deadly catch. Now though, it's still going to be Geek Fam who wins out of the team fight. Another kill goes to Marky as Geek Fam have taken control of the game once again.
Call him Super Marky in this game because he's able to find the right targets of the Super Swarm. Man taken out, and he is not done. Take a look at the momentum shift now. It was all dead even a minute ago, and now Geek Fam, they're destroying and collapsing on all three lanes. Though, Bigatron Alpha, they did get the Lord thanks to Super Saken with that deadly catch, but I'm sure that Lord is I feel like it's futile now because they lost just 4 members, but no, a little bit of overextension here.
Boy, the Dragon Deadly, everything and the kitchen sink just thrown at him. 5 ults.
All five were
Oh, look at the catch.
Oh, Valoy only needs 1 ult though. Cerezo and Vin locked down, torn apart memory, unable to take him down. Oh, this might be a chance for Bigatron Alpha to find a few more turrets. Also, a few resources burnt out. Saken, oh no, the Thorn Rose from Nile. Didn't connect now, it's gonna be the re-engage onto the turret. Super Ken, no purple buff, no problem. Cho just kung fuing that turret down.
My goodness, I thought it was gonna be a feudal Lord, but no, it seems like Bigatron, they made the most out of it because of an overextension by Luke. They lost a member, which just gives Bigatron Alpha the confidence, Arashi, to extend their positionings.
Well, with Luke out of the picture, as long as they have their eyes on Beloyski, it's not a big deal. They were initially jumped on, and they know that Beloyski isn't in the wings trying to go for something, so they have more... They're just more daring to just move forward and go for an aggressive play. So Geek Fam were able to get 2 turrets on the top side, as well as turrets on the mid side, but Bigatron Alpha were able to kind of swing the gold back. It's still only 1.6k right now. Let's take a look at the Pro Build series though here for Super Saken. His key talent here is the Weapon Mastery, giving him more damage, more stats from the items, but look at Super Vin though, he makes an engage!
Oh, I think that was an engage in desperation because he was engaged on first. Key, escape, Thorn Rose, Nile, almost finding that. Let's talk a little bit about the Impure Rage though, Arashi. Why Impure Rage on the Bane?
Well, he's a bit poke-centric first of all, but afterwards it gives him more regeneration, right, for his mana, so he can have a more dominant lane, but Luke though...
What? Okay, he has an Oracle now.
But Super Ken just brings him under the turret now, it's a flicker. Cerezo jumping in, Luke. This is Gluck in time.
The backup.
Calling Star Moon, locking him down. Gluck, he gets out! Oh no! Super Cerezo takes him out before Geek Fam could really help him out. Unfortunate for Mr. Gluck. But it's another pick for BTR, and he even burnt the flicker there.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, I think the backup got a little bit... They were hesitating to really back him up. They really don't want to cost another member there, especially now there's this Lord here, Rashi. Bigatron Alpha, they look lost. They lost more members last fight. What do they need to do here in this Lord take?
Geek Fam, they just have to go for a bit more of an engage, right? A bit of a team fight. So Bigatron Alpha, as long as they're spread around apart like this, it's going to be very difficult for Beloy or for Gluck to try and get a good engage on them. And look at the spread though. Geek Fam is trying to trap one member from Bigatron Alpha as he's trying to deal with the wave on the far side of the Lord. This is very intelligent, but if Bigatron Alpha calls their bluff and goes for the Lord, this might be a fatal mistake, but Geek Fam, they have no issue gambling for it.
And a ballsy move from Geek Fam, right? Sending to bot side while the Lord is on top side. And it seems like Bigatron Alpha, now they look for the contest though.
Yeah, Super Ken completely ignoring that wave down below. Oof. He's going to give it to his own mini wave and the turret to build a slow push back to Geek Fam. Beloyski charging, finding Vin in that bush.
Oh,
Tyrus Revenge and the
commitment.
Rage only used onto Super Vin, who's not going to be able to escape with the Shampoo. Now Deadly Catch onto Luke. That's a tournament memory used early. Super Ken jumping in, going to be stunned out, but he's able to bait it out. Super Key is engaging as well. So Rizzo, now in the midst, taking the damage away. Geek Fam have used 4 ultimates. Bigatron have used 3. More resources, what?
Wow.
Vin gets taken out by Marky.
Yippee-ki-yay, we might see a game 3 now. Bigatron Alpha lost a member. Super Ken finds 1.
Wow, what a pickoff against all odds. It was Geek Fam's Lord for sure. That might have just swapped it again. It's back to BTR's favor.
Super Ken, the smooth operator, but wait a minute.
Never mind, Beloy can make plays too. Key now with the rough waves, responded over with another rough waves. Mini waves crashing down in the base turrets for Bigatron Alpha. Nile, 16 seconds on the death timer. Vin is back up. It's another 4v4.
Oh, I don't know, why are they hesitating here? 5 seconds, they're trying to find some more information here, it seems like. Good positioning by Super Key. Finds the right point of flank, seems like. Let's see though, Rashi. Do you think it's wise to commit the Lord now?
For who?
For Geek Fam.
For Geek Fam, Nile is just up right now. It's possible. They did catch a glimpse of Super Ken in the bottom side, but now it's going to be a bit of a 50-50. They should go for a fight first.
Beloy has the immortality now, jumping with the Tyrus Revenge and the Rage, only locking Super Vin. Now the rough waves to the back line, getting the immortality down. Super Vin is able to lock him down.
Oh!
Luke, who finds the Lord, not the junglers. Super Cerezo running for the hills. Luke with a flicker to immobilize him. The damage comes through, and it's a double for a boy.
My goodness, the Geek Fam. They're angry here in the second game, 16 minutes in. They got the Lord now. They have the momentum. Question is, do they have enough firepower here, Rashi, to end the game?
It's going to be on the back of a big team fight because they have a range disadvantage. But man, Luke strikes again. He somehow finds it when both junglers were duking it out, trying to go for a retry battle. With the wave advantage though, that range disadvantage might be mitigated because technically Geek Fam has 6 members. If they play their cards right, they can get quite a bit of value here, but a boy is really forced to use the stolen Breath of the Ocean. A rough wave, sorry.
Lord, March top bot side. What a fun game, 4,000 gold lead here. Will we see the final offense from Geek Fam? Let's see.
Well, Beloy with the Tyrus Revenge. Unable to find a Super Fin cancelled out. Beautiful bouncing ball by Beloy. Now, the Lord's coming down. Super Ken on the back line doing a down damage. He finds a shutdown onto a boy. Super Ken gets out. Lord cleared out as well. Nile, quarter HP, has regen. Marky, put your eyes on Marky. As long as he survives, Geek Fam are fine.
Man, that last pick, right? Marky. It seems like the Brody really understand, and Marky's more than comfortable on this Brody here, it seems like. And now, Bigatron Alpha has stabilized here. Does the late game favor Bigatron, or does it favor the Geeks?
In a way, it favors Geek Fam because even all things considered, they still have a marksman. On the side of Bigatron Alpha, it's more of a casting damage kind of deal for Super Saken. And keep in mind, the deadly catch so far hasn't been able to actually land on multiple people in one of these big fights. So there's a chance that Bigatron Alpha can get a bigger, better combo in the next big fight. And so for the side of Geek Fam, keep in mind, it's a late game Valentina in the hands of a boy. We've seen what this hero can do, and now already Super Ken.
Bouncing ball locking him down, but look at Super Ken! Oh my goodness! He finds a rough waves on the back and finds Marky now. Another rough wave. Super Sonic able to escape right now.
Oh my god.
Flickers out. Beloy now caught. Breath of the Ocean connecting onto a boy as a falling star moon locks him down. Beautiful item change with Winter Truncheon. A boy dealing damage. Cerezo doing the same now. Taking him low. Taking him down. Bigatron Alpha 2 for 1.
Oh, Bigatron Alpha. They managed to dismantle the Geek Fam in that last fight. And take a look at the timer for that Lord. 10 seconds left. Super Ken will be up in 15. Perfect timing for the side of Bigatron here. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, they need to suffer a blow there because the information, Super Key wasn't located by the side of Geek Fam, and that was what Geek Fam, well, what Bigatron exploited. And look at the Super Cerezo here.
Oh, he has the Immortality, Falling Star Moon, giving him a bit more mobility.
Right.
Beautiful disengage. Ben gets his XP laner safely out.
Well, take a look at the top side though. Beautiful setup by Super Key to make sure the wave is building up on their side. It's gonna push all the way to the base of Geek Fam. It's gonna be a massive wave, so now Bigatron, they can take their time completely.
Oh,
and they go for the pick!
Key! Again! He pays for that pickup with another kill coup!
Oh
Super
my
Ken
God!
finds the immortality just like that. Niles out of the fight. Bigatron Alpha once again taking control. And with that one immortality down, Super Ken will now have the purple buff.
2 pickups, 2 important pickups by Key. 2 trades as well now. And without Marquee here, Bigatron Alpha, they might look another fight.
Oh
my goodness.
Finn all the way down, with the Dragon locking him down, Falling Star Moon doing the same thing. A boy still has a rough wave, still able to escape right now, so Rizzo is gonna take all that damage. Super Ken on the back, now with the cutthroat as well, but he falls to a boy! Now it's more damage for Rizzo, loses the immortality, Finn has to back off. Super Saiyan versus the world, one more shot is all he needs, but Finn gets locked down with a slam pass. Super Saiyan trying to dodge away, trying to deal damage, now with a bit of truncheon as well, but in time, he has the immortality. He's dealing the damage. One more shot as a Beloy, but it's not going to be enough to take him down. Niall with a Thorn Rose and the puncture to take Super Saiyan down. Geek Fam have won the team fight 3-1.
Both teams trading blows, both teams trading punches now, and it seems like Geek Fam, they're looking for the end here. Is this wife 15 on Super Ken, 20 on Sorizo? Will they be able to do it in time?
They have to go for it now because the top lane is pushing as well, but Super Ken trying to clear the wave.
Oh, wait, the Dragon locked him down. Not enough though. Niall, oh, 1 HP. Winter Truncheon bought by Key. Just in time. Thorn Rose though coming down. The passive. Clutch coming in. Super Ken alive. Super Finn, how is he still surviving? Finally, he gets taken out and Geek Fam are forced to back away. They might even lose a base turret up top to the minion wave.
Oh, that's a little bit of an oversight there by Geek Fam. But now, with almost all members, well, not all members, 4 members now from side of Bigatron Alpha, it's still a man advantage from side of Geek Fam. Is it wise to contest?
No roamer, so it's a bit dangerous for Bigatron, but they have to go for it now. Geek Fam knows they're forcing them to commit. Look at Super Key though.
God, baiting out a few resources now with the rough waves as well. Saiyan looking for the steal right now. Super Ken flying by, but Niall finds it. A good falling Simon onto the back. And Super Ken tries to do damage as well. Marky's still able to survive. One more hit is all he needs. A boy buys the immortality in time as Rizzo chases him down. A boy with a beautiful kite to beat them back. And Geek Fam, this is their moment.
Well, Sorizo got a little bit got a little bit too excited there in that front side, which was able to punish by the side of Geek Fam with the smart item change there. Winner towards that immortal here, Hirashi. Now, surely this time, Geek Fam has more than enough power to end, right?
It depends, man. Super Ken, though, gets picked off here. This might be the beginning of the end.
Way too aggressive. Torn apart memory. Fade away pick off. Super Ken is down. The only damage dealer now, it lies on Super Saiyan.
Let's see, and it seems like we will see a game 3.
With the Dragon coming down, Super Key now with the rough waves, but it gets slain before that. The Timer's Rage locks Super Saiyan down, and Geek Fam refuses to get swept.
Game 2 secured by Geek Fam after a dramatic game. What a moment for Geek Fam in Game 2. Oh,
it's such a back and forth game as well. Even on the casting desk, we were getting exhausted, man. What was that? Just plays after plays from both the teams, and not just the jungler, not just the mid laner, the roamers, the XP laners. Everyone's just stepping up, trying to make something happen. But Geek Fam, they come out on top. Now it's back to a best of 1. But who is worse off mentally, considering it was so close for Bigatron as well?
Well, we saw a reverse sweep yesterday. We might see it again today. Geek Fam showing heart and determination here in Game 2. I love what they did in Game 2. From the drafts as well, right? An all-in team play with a boys outplay. Just destroys and dismantle the robots here to clean sweep their side. What a play from a boy, the Valentina. the burst damage was almost incalculable.
A boy to now a man. What was that performance? The item swaps, the mechanics, the positioning, the kiting from the mage. Out of all people, we gotta give props to just the whole team for taking a few of those crazy team fights and being able to out-mechanic, out-micro Bigatron Alpha.
Boy, it feels like at the end it just became personal. The Lord was up, by the way, but both teams were just chasing those kills. I mean, the death timers at that point were long enough that it's more important technically than just going for the Lord. But at the same time, did you see how far Bigatron was chasing Geek Fam? They could chase all the way till in front of their base turret, man. It was personal, it seems like.
Man, what a performance from both times, honestly, right? It wasn't really straightforward. It was really back and forth because Bigatron, they got also in a position, more situations, some positions that they were favorable. 5v2, 5v4 sometimes, but they weren't able to translate it to objectives. Perhaps because of, I don't know, were they hesitating? Were they just look for fights more? A little bit overzealous perhaps, but at the end of the day, it was all Geek Fam looking for the right plays, for the right timing specifically as well from a boy. When two heroes, Vin and as well as Key, was targeting this guy, he was able to stay composed and just out-mechanic two players.
Well, in the late game like that, you make a mistake against a Valentina, you already know your HP bar is going bye-bye. And with that said, right, everyone from the side of Geek Fam as well, keep in mind, they had Gluck, who was able to actually steal that Lord once, and that was massive for them as well. So it really is tough to pick out like who was the one person who just made it all happen, man, because it was definitely a team effort. But player of the game, it's gonna be a boy on the Valentina, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Like we mentioned, there's an abundance of damage in the late game, always in the right position to punish Super Cam, to punish Super Vin if they just go a bit too deep towards the back line. And I think that was just so good, and it made it so difficult, and so it makes Super Vin and Super Ken a lot more hesitant to just go in and do damage when the hit back, right? The retaliation from a boy is just dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the emblems as well, the impure rage, the tenacity, and as well as agility. So all around, right? He wants the speed, he wants that defense, but he also wants to deal that damage as well, that adaptive damage from that impure rage. Let's not forget the emblem mage as well, which adds more penetration as well.
And keep in mind that mage emblem, right, also gives you a lot more cooldown reduction. That is why the mage emblem along with impure rage seems to be a combination that a lot of spam heroes, right, a lot of spam mages really like to have. It's about 30%, I believe. And in the hands of a Valentina, it's just so good. He went for the tenacity, Goni, like you mentioned. Better defense when he is low HP, and with the game being this close, with assassins just bursting people down left and right, I think that tenacity emblem was definitely a good call. Probably saved him a couple of times during this game.
Then again, with that impure rage and that emblem, with the combination, right, it somehow gives a boy the flexibility to build that clock and lightning instead of that enchanted talisman build. More sustainable towards the late game, and as well with that Divine Glaive, even though the opponent has that Athena, with that Divine Glaive, the magic penetration will definitely be felt. And this is going to be the highlight here, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
This is literally just proof, though, Arashi, Gani, that again, MPL Indonesia Season 12, there are no free teams.
Nah.
My goodness, Geek Fam. Notice maybe a weaker team because, you know, they didn't really make any crazy transfers, but here they are up against one of the favorites again.
And they displayed everything, man. Mechanics, good coordination, macro gameplay. Everything was present in this game. It really is a showcase for both these teams. And the team fights were just so chaotic, and somehow, some way, one team can just come out on top. This was that very huge moment where Super Saiyan was the one securing it with the deadly catch, the Lord in the hands of Bigatron. Even though they lost 4 members, it's a 4-4-0 that still really paved the way for a bit of a comeback situation. Afterwards, Geek Fam were going in aggressively, but somehow Bigatron were able to hold off for a long time due to Super Ken's insane plays right here, just getting in, getting out, and even here, Super key, just finding the opportunity, trading 1-for-1 with the marksman. That is absolutely value. But here is where Bigatron, man, it was all personal. Super Ken goes in, he gets bursted down. He wasn't expecting that kind of damage. And as a result, Super Vin, Super Saken, Super Sorizo, there's a lot of tankiness, a lot of damage as well, but not enough to just melt down all three members. And slowly but surely, they get picked off, they get melted down, and GeekFam goes for the decisive moment right here. That was just so close, so intense. And they, of course, there are improvements able to be made from both these teams, but at the end of the day, it just seems like it was all about execution. If you take a look at the items right here, for the side of GeekFam, they know that it's important for them to make sure that the front line stays strong enough to stop anyone from getting towards a boy, towards Marky in the back. Even Marky goes for a rose gold just in case, right? He gets bursted down by the Kadira, by Super Sorizo coming in. So a full respect situation, and he doesn't build a lot of physical defense on the other hand, because there's Beloyski that was just covering, stopping Super Vin, stopping Super Ken from just going behind and just jumping at him. Take a look at the emblems. We've already mentioned a boy's choice, but along with that, I think Marky going for the killing spree was aggressive, and it gives him a lot more penetration to work with in the lane, probably allows him to be a lot more aggro, and he goes for the quantum charge for a bit more kite ability, knowing that he will be the main target right there, and he goes for the thrill instead of the rupture.
I think one of the things that we can also highlight is the fact that, again, the Faramis was up for grabs the entire draft, Arashi, for Bigatron Alpha.
Yes.
The fact that they picked up a Kadira to go up against the Glue, you could really see that the Glue impacted the team in a way where, okay, they were still able, Bigatron Alpha, to burst the Glue down. But Glue has already bought too much time before the burst happens, right? And because of that, Marky and a boy, they just get enabled. And we gotta give props to Nile, because we're talking about a boy, Marky, but the fact that Nile dealt the most damage on a Lancelot shows you how good this prodigy is.
I mean, if you really look at the composition of the team Bigatron Alpha, right? Just a lot of too much of pickups, right? With Kadira, with Fanny, with Choi, with Cho rather. It's a little bit more putting all eggs in that basket. It's only Bane that really is good during team fights for a disengage as well. But yeah, it's very hard for the side of Bigatron in that game at the end of the day to really open good team fights.
Well, they have engages, they have pickoffs, but at the same time, the AoE was limited. And another point about the Glue, right? About Gluck on the Glue and how long it took for Bigatron Alpha to try and take him down. Again, there was no real marksman. It was a Bane. There was good damage, there was good sustain, but in those long drawn-out team fights, you saw how long Super Ken was able to survive in that fight near the base of GeekFam, but to what end, right? Eventually, he just gets taken out. There's not enough to try and melt down the Kufra, melt down the Glue as well. So I think overall, as a team fight composition, this composition from Bigatron Alpha really struggles right here. And if they want to go for something a bit more balanced, I think a marksman is definitely a better pick, or at least some kind of spammable mage hero.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget, I want to remind you that if you want to have your skill in an on mode, you also have to have the skin in an on mode as well, so you can play with more confidence. How do you get those skins? How do you build that confidence? Using Blee to purchase the game vouchers. And of course, you can top up through that Blee app to just perhaps with almost a 10% cashback.
10%?
So that's just efficient, right? Scan the QR code below, Mr. Arashi Hoshi, and perhaps
the Hoshi's gone,
the Hoshi's gone, but it's Arashi now. But ladies and gentlemen, it's 1-1, all right? It's going to be me, Gani, Mirko, and as well as Arashi taking a small break. Let's see you on Game 3.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 12, Week 1, Day 2. It's 1-1 for our opening match. Bigatron Alpha as well as Geek Fam. It was Bigatron who strikes first in that first game, but it seems like in that second game, it was actually Geek Fam who was able to in most situations, they were able to control and win that game. Again, it's an even playing field now, best of one. Let's see who will grab that first, the match, rather, right? Mercaton, thoughts on Game 3. Game 2, it was actually Geek Fam with the adaptation, banning out that Paquito. What will they be able to grab this time?
Well, I think for Geek Fam and Bigatron Alpha, there's a lot of heroes to grab, like the Fairness that was completely ignored that game. But you know what? Stop talking about BTR and Geek Fam for a bit, because for the people back at home, they can grab something else.
Well, grab the Grab app. MPL ID Season 12 has begun, and Grab promotions, they're ready to be enjoyed. And of course, use the promo code MPL ID XGRAB to get a 50% discount on Grab food and a 90% discount on a Grab bike or Grab car throughout the event. This promo, Rashi, is only for new users only. If you want to get Diamond or MLBB Hero skins, you need to stay tuned for Grab challenges. For more details, check grb.to/MPL or just scan the barcode below, Rashi Hoshi, that will just jump you instantly to what you need. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Grab app, and again, I agree. Perhaps that Fairness could come into perhaps as more usable, more effective. But then again, the Fairness here, I think, has a short range, right? So perhaps that was a concern from the side of Bigatron. What about you, Rashi? What do you
has
think?
short range too, though. Yeah, they replaced it with Kadita, so it wasn't exactly a long-range option they went for here. They just wanted to go for a bit more pickoff, but at the same time, they really didn't have... I feel like the main issue is the lack of damage, right? Because even on the 1v1, to try and deal with Glue, Super Ken was the one that has to go and match him in the lane because no one else had that kind of damage. Kind of like spam repeatable damage per second to deal with the Glue. And even in the fights, it's the same story. Once Super Ken gets taken out, you can see that even on the Bane, Saken was still doing damage, but nowhere close. And keep in mind, the highest total damage was still in the hands of the Lancelot. So I think it just really shows that everyone else was doing damage for sure, but not more than a Lancelot. And with so many beefy heroes in the game and in the meta in general, I think it's a bit too greedy to just have no, damage, max HP damage options, DPS options in your composition, because eventually you get out-sustained, and sustain is the name of the game, man. It allows you to stay in the lore dances, it allows you to pressure the waves more effectively, less time spent in the base. I think both teams have acknowledged that, and I think there will be quite the adaptation for game number 3.
Man, man, it's gonna be very, very tough for both of the teams here, especially for the side of Geek Fam. I feel like because they need to adjust twice. They have adjusted from game 1. They need to adjust again. It seems like what will. I don't know. Game 3, if Bigatron Alpha has that first pick again, do you think they will pick up the Fanny again for that first pick?
I think they'll learn from their lesson, right? I mean, the Fanny first pick, you know what? I actually feel like the Fanny first pick isn't that bad of a pick. I still think it could have worked out. It was just the heroes surrounding that pick that I personally had issues with. The Bane, the Esmeralda, that couldn't have been completely flexed because they were in blue side. So again, I think it comes down to them having to make micro adjustments, not massive adjustments. They won game number 1, but it seems like after winning game number 1, they were the ones who were making these big adjustments where it should have just been Geek Fam because, hey, they lost, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Bigatron tried to fix what was not broken, and it ended up breaking.
I feel like I have a hero that just comes to mind, but I was thinking Cho, Super Vin on the Cho. The Super Vin that has been so deadly, so accurate with the pickoffs, was struggling to go past the Kufra. I was wondering, it's a last pick Cho, could there be any other heroes that can hook, right, without dashing and getting stopped? The Franco was banned, unfortunately, but the hero that just popped in my mind was the Mincithar. I wonder if that's something they can experiment with, considering that Geek Fam, they are a team that really likes their mobility. I mean, in the previous game, they had a Valentina, a Glue, a Lancelot, a Kufa, and a Brody. Like literally all 5 members of that team had some sort of dash. And I think a King's Calling would put an end to all that malarkey. So I think that is something that Bigatron Alpha can definitely take advantage of.
Maybe we have yet to see a Mincetar pick. Yeah, on the rise right after the patch especially. So let's see here, will it come through again or not? It's going to be the Paquito, Angela, and Fanny banned out from the side of Geek. So yeah, Geek Fam, very straightforward here. They do not want to mess around. The heroes that is such a nuisance from Game 1 and Game 2. But that Angela is just a staple ban now. And again, Bigatron, the MVP, will be banned out. Valentina will not be a viable option for the side of Geek.
Both player of the games banned out. Paquito and the Valentina. The Arlet has been one of the bans that, for Bigatron Alpha, even from game number 1, has been a priority. They are always the ones who ban it out. I think this time, it's either the Uranus or the Arlet for them. Which hero is more annoying to deal with? Because from the last few matches, it comes down to Uranus, Arlet. Those are the 2 bans for XP. They're going to leave the Arlet open, and this surely is going to be first picked. We know how lethal Luke is on this hero, and they know it too.
From last season, we've already said that Luke is a great player, and if he gets the right tools to make the plays happen, to just be aggressive in his lane and in the game in general, like the Glue, like the Arlet, he has been very, very strong. That is a pattern we see again in game number 2. That Glue presence was definitely felt by Bigatron Alpha. But now with the Arlet, we'll see if the lack of backwards mobility, like let's say, will be an issue for Geek Fam that likes to kite in and out of fights.
Well, I want to see the emblems, right, from the side of Arlet that will Luke bring, because pre-patch it was the concussive blast that's usually was the just Luke brings that concussive blast most of the time, but now with the adjustments, with the creativity control, what will he bring is the question. But now it's going to be the Feramis and as well as Joy will be picked up here. So Feramis, again, a hero that was mentioned by Mirko for that second game, but now it's an okay position here now in this current state, opening up Feramis, but this time Geek is able to pop the Farsa or the Yves perhaps to somehow counter that Feramis and the Joy. Oh, Farsa it is.
Good call. It's the Farsa as well as the Ling to ensure that they have some kind of fast maneuvers and try and match the 3 super roaming squad from the side of Bigatron. Along with the Ling though, usually it requires a bit more backup. And the first game we saw that with the Ling comes a Cho as well as a Faramis, right, for the side of Bigatron in game number 1. So now with the Farsa located, it's still a very good roaming squad. What roamer will Beloyski try and use to supplement this combo is the main question here.
I think the real reason they haven't picked up a roamer here is because they already have an Arlet, a good flex pick into the roam position. Haven't seen Beloy on that before, but again, it just creates that question in the heads of Bigatron Alpha where they are just going to go with a solid pick. Rock. I'm actually going to expect this to go to the XP. I'm expecting the Joy to go to the jungle. Knowing Bigatron Alpha, this is what they actually like to do. And heck, thing is, Bigatron Alpha can do the same thing. They can just put this Grok wherever the Arlet's gonna go. Arlet roam, Grok roam. Arlet XP, Grok XP.
Just have it match the Arlet in the roles. That's a fair strategy. And in the XP lane, like we saw earlier, you can go with a Grok and go for the Brave Smite, and you can regen technically using your skills onto the jungle minion. So that is something that they can use, that a Grok can use to try and last in the lane to survive more of the trades if he's going up against an Arlet. But now we're going back into the second banning phase. The Franco once again becomes a pick denied. It was for the side of Geek from game number 2, but now Bigatron bans it away, hinting at some more mobile heroes perhaps. The Joy itself is already a bit of a problem if it's not suppressed.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite straightforward. We have the Joy, so let's ban a hero that can have that suppression effect. And to add to that, they need to eliminate Harith. Why? Perhaps it signifies that he will pick up a hero that is weak going up against the Harith. This time around it's gonna be Geek Fam banning out the Glue and that Hilda, and seems like the Kaja will be the answer here. So it is going to be Grok EXP to confirm. Geek Fam knowing this, perhaps they can exploit the Yeah, I think Kufra again for Beloyski just makes sense.
A Kufra here will certainly be an issue for a Joy to deal with, but at the same time, you're going to rely on one big engage, and there's a Cult Altar that can try and stop all that. There's a Divine Judgment, they can just stop your combo, but Beloyski feels confident, he goes for it yet again.
Kufra, solid choice. Also, just the dashes again, like you mentioned, on the Joy, definitely going to be... Yeah, I mean, Claude definitely makes sense here in the gold lane. Again, if they want to just go for dive, they already have a Ling, an Arlet, and supplemented by a good poke hero as well with some burst in the back line with the Farsa. Claude gets picked up, and just like that, GFAM has basically drafted themselves a very good dive composition. BTR,
Marksman, maybe. Does Marches work? Oh no, they need an MM.
Someone with a bit of crowd control would be nice though, right? Some sort of denial, because right now it's a dive comp, but it's also a very solid team fight comp. All the AoE spells available for GeekFam. If Bigatron can't really kite back, it's going to be a bit difficult. They opt for the carry, even though there's not a lot of HP stacking heroes, but there's a bit of utility there in the first skill, the star, thrown out and slowing everybody down.
Ladies and gentlemen, those are the 10 heroes that will enter the last game of this series. Oh my god. Looking at the heroes, so dramatic, right? We have enough crowd controls from the side of Geek. They have enough thirst as well. I'm leaning towards the side of Geek here. What do you think, Rashi? Which side do you favor?
I like aggression. I like crowd control. I've always said that crowd control is key. And for Bigatron right now, there's only one Divine Judgment, a Wild Charge. That's about it, sort of, right? There's other small crowd controls, but those are the only ones they can rely to make something happen. So I think GeekFam has a bit of the advantage here. Bigatron Alpha needs to pull off some really weird maneuvers, macro-wise, right? To try and catch them off guard.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion of Bigatron Alpha and GeekFam is upon us. Spam it in the chat. Who do you favor? Who do you support? Bigatron Alpha and GeekFam, Game 3, here we go.
Vin already very aggressive. Going in, Nile, interesting choice, going for the orange buff first. This means that, you know, he wants to utilize that purple buff a bit more to go for the ganks, but he might actually lose out on the orange buff. He already used the Retribution. Good information now for Bigatron Alpha if they want to try to invade.
Classic Super Vin maneuvers here. But look at Super Sorizo's emblem. Quantum Charge Grok. With the Assassin base emblem, of course, it means he's trying to go a bit more aggressive and he's trying to chase people down. So it's the same idea with the Paquito he brought in DA number 1. But on a Grok, I can't help but feel like it's a bit less efficient, a bit less effective, but we'll have to see.
We'll have to see indeed here. I'm looking at the lane matchup, right? It's very iffy. You know, I mean, Carry does well going up against a Claude here. Item checks and spell check here. 2 Purifies were brought here. So, again, Beloyski needs to somehow count his timing, I guess, when he really wants to commit on towards Super Saken or Super Key.
Correction, that was the old Claude and the old Carry, where Carry actually wins out against the Claude. Now, it's very Claude-centric, actually. When it comes to this matchup, the Claude is going to have a very good time bullying the Carry, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. That's why when I saw the Carry pick, it was really very interesting. Not a lot of high HP members from GeekFam. It's only technically the Kufra. Yes, a lot of sustain from the Arlet, but the Farsa, Ling, and Claude can actually just eat this Carry up. So we'll see how it gets utilized here. Super Van already is forced to flicker. That's a defensive flicker early on. Should just be GeekFam who has more pressure to play with in the first turtle.
Right now, they're just dancing around it as usual, but as we mentioned, with more crowd control, with more burst damage, GeekFam certainly has a bit of an advantage, but with Super Ken just flying around right here, it might be a bit too dangerous, but the Wild Charge comes in.
Yep, only onto Luke though. Oh, wow, that burst from Super Key as well. First blood and the Cult Ultra comes down. Nile tries to steal it away, but Super Ken with a solid retribution brings him back. Nile picks up the blades and gets out, but now his purple buff is at risk. He used the retribution earlier. Bigatron Alpha have more to play with, more resources. Beloy, Tyrant's Revenge Onto the back, only onto Vin. Ken dealing damage down with the rhythm as well. A boy with a flicker backhand dives in, finds the kill. It's a disaster. King Fam, even Key just purifying out of the final slash.
Oh, what a connection there by Bigatron Alpha. They were able to understand that, yeah, we can take this fight. And take a look at the snowball effect, right? The purple buff take was delayed. Multiple members from inside of Geek Fam taken down, and they have established 1,000 gold lead here in that first minute here. Arashi, what can Geek Fam do? They have zero compensation whatsoever.
It's a little bit more elusive to how they engage the fights. For the side of Bigatron Alpha, they are playing around that cult altar very, very well. Marky, though, shows up in the mid lane unexpectedly. Super Key really seems quite surprised there. But as usual, Bigatron Alpha tries to just macro around. Later on, they'll have more of an issue team fighting, but with the two Purifies in the hands of Super Key and Super Saken, they could probably actually have a decent chance in fighting because they won't be stuck together. And so even if Beloyski gets a very good engage, you can bet that one of the people he engages on will be able to purify away from that combo.
Yeah, it's not as juicy as if you're not with a Purify, right? So now, seems like the focus is going to be the bot side here. Super Ken already joining the fray as well. Beloyski though.
Gonna be fun, Divine Judgment, Suppression, and the burst damage. Super Ken diving deep with the rhythm, finds the kill. In the back, Defiant Blade coming in, a boy gonna be bursted down. Super Saken, almost able to escape, but Marky dives in deep. Now with the top of the blaze, though, purple Buffy loses the mana. Or the energy, rather. He loses his life in the process, so Rizzo just eats up the CC while Tars knock him up. Bigatron Alpha 6-1.
Man, 4 minutes and Bigatron Alpha looking like a whole different team here, especially if you're comparing it to Game 2. Geek Fam, they look lost now with this composition. They got a little bit driven by the tempo that Bigatron Alpha is driven with, right? And Geek Fam, they need to slow things down. Sure, they have a lane. Sure, they have a Farsa. They have mobility in their comp, their kit. But at this point, they're behind 2,000 gold. Not a good game situation if they really want to go and fight.
It's a very simple game plan from Bigatron Alpha as well. Engage on the engage tool, and then once Beloyski is out of the picture, that's where Super Ken comes in and just goes ham. 4 kills in his hands, and Super Key will be able to walk away from that engage. And you can see, Geek Fam, they are struggling to actually get the kind of picks they want, like in game number 2, and they have a very limited supply.
Yeah, another wasted resource, but take a look at the top side here, Marky. Premature Blazing Duet, perhaps.
No, I'm just trying to clear up the wave. Trying to just relieve off the pressure from the dive, but Super Red still wants to commit onto it. Conceal here used up, even with the Blazing Duet onto the waves. It's still one cannon minion there, and it's enough to actually go for it. Nile with a very good invade, actually. Ken won't be able to get here in time unless, almost, just very, very close. Luckily for Nile, Super Ken does not have the red tree, but that's a lot of damage.
Wow. Well, I mean, he's 4-0-1, so it does make sense. But look at this, Luke might just be chased down again. This is what we're talking about. No backwards mobility, but thankfully, the jungle minion was in range. But the more Bigatron Alpha is able to take away vision and control from Geek Fam, the more that Divine Judgment becomes such a dangerous tool.
Yep, things are not looking good here. Still 3,000 gold behind, and now Super Ken will eat that orange buff freely and taking more than enough camps to the hands of Nile, who is still struggling. 0-1-1. Beloy, though, catches one.
Rage only onto Vin, though. Coulter comes down, saving him, and look at the onslaught from Bigatron Alpha. The re-engage, Super Vin going to be taken down by Nile, but the assassin falls as well. That's a double for Super Ken. Marking, so farming now going to be clapped there by the power of nature. Still has a few basic attacks to throw out, but Cerezo just eats it up, and BTR claim the 4,000 gold lead. Looking for some dive here. Key walks up, gets stunned up. A boy, no feathered airstrike. Free turret.
Keep in mind, Super Saken is building up his farm, building up his equipment very, very well. He's on his way towards his 3rd item, and things are gonna look bad for 2 worse here for side of Geek Fam. He has a corrosion, he has APHS and Golden Self already on his way towards that corrosion perhaps, and it's not gonna be easy here for Luke. for Beloyski, who is building that tank, because the true damage from Super Saiyan is going to be evident. The damage here is in replay though. What happened?
Let's look at this fight again. Initially, it seems like there's a combo being set up by Geek Fam, but the Cult Altar just denies the kill initially and forces everyone to just overcommit and stay in that area for the rest of Bigatron Alpha to come in. We talked about who actually comes first has an advantage. Beloyski though! Beloyski!
Is that a bombastic moment?
Oh no, that's not that. You know, there was no damage, but that was definitely emotional damage.
Oh man.
My God.
Without that engage tool here, Luke goes in, but that might be a mistake.
And Bigatron Alpha, they love playing up against Gupra players, I guess. Superken just dives under the turret, taking so much damage. Nile dives deep. Superken just walks out of it. And this should be another free turret again for Bigatron Alpha.
What is that damage, my guy? He just does a drive-by on 3 members, chunking them to below half HP. What is that?
That is what 7,000 gold lead looks like. All right, particularly Nile. Has enough energy to go away that time. But take a look at the build setup comparison here by both of the teams, Nile and Superken.
Experienced jungler with the killing spree actually for the hands of Nile. He wants to be a bit more aggressive here in the jungle, looking for a bit more kills. But for Superken, it's all about getting in the back, going for those weak spots initially, and then just, slowing them down and then hitting them with the rest of the burst. It seems to be how you want to play this Joy. And both of them, I think if they duel right now, it's a bit obvious who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, looking at the Ling, right? Very different playstyle. Seasonal Hunter, the other one wants kill, but take a look at the mid side here.
Good call alter by Super Key, still able to survive there. Divine Judgment on the Flicker combo. They're locking Beloyski down now. Lazy duet from Marty on the back, but wow, Super Saiyan! He finds the damage. Superken is godlike. And he just picked up a double kill out of nowhere. BTR! 9.4 thousand gold lead.
Man, bigger in game 2, it was quite close, but game 3, I did not expect this from Geek Fam. 10,000 gold of deficit, and Bigatron Alpha. With this Lord here, the first one, they might be able to just crack the base turrets here. Looking at the gold gap, it's not looking good here for Geek Fam.
That is an insane gold gap, but keep in mind, the heroes on the side of Bigatron Alpha, they don't really have a lot of siege potential. If they want to crack open the base, it has to be done on the back of a pick or a big team fight. Look at that though, Super Ken says, nah, not on my watch. Nile once again gets denied, and he is so painfully behind.
They're trying to compete with Suns for also recalls here, right? Not just stats. 10.8k in 10 minutes, Arashi. Super Saiyan, I thought he had the win in nature. That's why he was able to tank or soak up the Blazing Duet, but he didn't. He took it like a man.
Just took it with the shielding, and here comes the Lord. Here comes Super Sorizo blocking the channels off, funneling Geek Fam into a position. There might be an engage soon. Super Ken just baiting it out. So dangerous, baiting out so many things with that small feint, small dash forwards.
Let's see here. This might be the final offense.
Whoa, my goodness. Whoa. About to watch up again! Marky got deleted! Beloy finds a 3-man, but it's all for naught. Bigatron Alpha takes the 3rd game easily, dominantly, and they collect their first match win in Season 12.
My goodness, what a stomp from Bigatron Alpha. This time it's going to be Geek Fam the casualty, but it was a close series 2-1, but in game 3, it was almost a 13,000 gold lead. You have no words. Game 3, what happened, Geek Fam? They were showing that they were able to, contest. Going up, just stabilize, going up against Bigatron. But in game 3, it was low-key back to default. No plays whatsoever. And full credit towards Bigatron.
Well, they had plays to attempt, but the plays just weren't working out. The combos get cancelled by the Cult Altar. The crowd control gets nullified by the Grok. Beloyski himself gets denied by the Kaja, and that's a pattern we've seen since last season. Oh, Beloyski, a bit too mobile? Let's shut him down. Let's suppress him with a Franco, with a Kaja. But that's about it for game number 3, man. What a show.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a wild 3 games for opening match today. Conclusion is Bigatron Alpha, Mirko's team, won, and they were the better team in this current series. In a bit, we will throw in to the host, Monica Cole, for the interview. C. Moreno here in the stands, who is the sub today. But man, what an interesting and exciting opening match of today. We still have one more match later on, ladies and gentlemen. But in Game 3, again, it was Bigatron Esports just able to dominate and play it even cleaner than the first game. Zero mistakes whatsoever, zero openings beside of Geek Fam. But Monica, take it away.
Wow, Bigatron Alpha, mana tepuk tangannya? Wow, pertarungan yang sengit 2-1, tapi Vin, gimana perasaannya setelah akhirnya kamu di debut kamu di Bigatron Alpha, kamu berhasil ngalahin Geek setelah sebelumnya tuh kayaknya belum pernah deh.
Ya perasaannya seneng lah karena kan baru main MPL lagi kan sama tim yang baru. Jadi ya semoga kemenangan ini membuahkan hasil positif ke depannya.
Oh, amin ya. Tapi di samping kamu Vin, Ken, Super Ken, gimana perasaan kamu main sama Vin yang sekarang Super Vin?
Senang banget soalnya dia udah pernah juara MPL.
Oh, apa sih yang paling berpengaruh tuh Vin terhadap gameplay kamu?
Semuanya ada pengaruhnya sih dia. Banyak banget lah pokoknya.
Banyak sampai nggak kehitung, jadi nggak bisa disebut satu-satu ya?
Ya nggak bisa.
Tapi ya BTW kalau kita ngomongin pertandingan hari ini, kita melihat pertemuan antara Saken dan juga Marky di gold lane. Saken gimana setelah kamu berhadapan dengan Marky di Land of Dawn hari ini? Setelah sebelumnya kalian mempertahankan tim yang sama, sekarang saling melawan, gimana tuh?
Apa?
Sekarang gimana setelah ketemu Marky di Land of Dawn nih?
Seru sih, kan sebelumnya kan kita kayak streamnya kan dari internal ketemunya gitu. Karena akhirnya ketemunya di turnamen langsung gitu. Ya senang sih.
Oh,
seru.
Senang. Tapi gimana nih menurut kamu setelah ketemu?
Jago.
Siapa yang lebih jago?
Marky.
Oh, tapi kamu yang menang ya hari ini timnya? Ya. Tapi Vin lagi deh. Gimana pendapatmu untuk game hari ini nih? Kayaknya di game pertama Bigatron berhasil mengambil poin, tapi game kedua kayaknya agak mulai tertati-tati nih. Akhirnya di game ketiga berhasil menang.
Tadi cowoknya lupa di joki Ken. Tadi cowoknya oleh, game 2 makanya kalah.
Oh, tapi kan ini ada 2 roamer ya. Sebenarnya siapa nih? Ki atau Vin?
Yang roamer sebenarnya Ken.
Gimana sih ini? Wow. Oke, semuanya bisa semua role kali ya, apa gimana nih? Tapi sudah sesuai nggak dengan harapanmu hari ini, Vin?
Buat match pertama sesuai lah karena kita ngincar kemenangan pertama. Biasanya kemenangan pertama di liga itu kayak bisa bikin mental boost lah. Jadi emang target utama di match hari ini yang pertama kita menangin.
Sang Kapten Vin, kamu tuh terkenal sebagai shot caller terbaik lah ya katanya nih. Tapi kalau di game hari ini, di match hari ini shot callernya kamu atau siapa?
Sorizo.
Bener nih. Oke, tapi mungkin ada pesan-pesan gak untuk Bigat Troopers? Sorizo.
Terima kasih buat Bigat Troopers yang udah datang, yang udah dukung kita. Jangan lupa besok dukung lagi, entah siapapun yang main. Besok kita bakal pecahin kutukan Kadita guys.
Oh, ditunggu ya. Tapi tadi Bigat Troopers juga jemput namanya Sorizo. Ayo dong Sorizo, kasih pesan-pesan nih.
Semoga kalian sehat selalu lah.
Sehat selalu, amin. Sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk Bigatron Alpha. Silakan. Dan selanjutnya ya, teman-teman. Kira-kira player of the match-nya, man of the match-nya siapa? Kira-kira siapa? 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 Kita lihat langsung aja. Ini player of the match. Siapakah player of the match-nya? Super Ken! Wow, dan kira-kira ya teman-teman, kenapa Super Ken bisa menjadi man of the match dan bagaimana sebenarnya analisa-analisa dari 3 game yang baru saja kita saksikan. Langsung aja kita tanyain ke caster di sana. Caster, silakan.
It was Super Ken who got the player of the match. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here. Thank you so much, Monica Ko and the rest of the BTR team. What a splendid performance and display as well. And there you go, the lights has come forth. But ladies and gentlemen, Super Ken got the player of the match there. All 3 games, it seems like, especially in that last game, he was very consistent, very reliable on that jungler position. Remember, game 1, his goal per minute was 950. In that 3rd game on that Joy, it was 880, so above average stat for a jungler.
For sure. I mean, Super Ken always very efficient, but we saw that efficiency just skyrocket in game number 3. It wasn't really efficiency in game number 3. It was just quite flashy, dodging away, baiting a few resources, giving emotional damage to the enemy team, mainly Beloy with that Tyrant's Rage. It was very unfortunate, but it just happened. Super Ken, he was the rising star of Season 11, and he truly is the star for BTR Alpha this season.
Definitely showing the audience, the fans, the oppositions as well, what he's made of. And soon we'll take a look at some of the game highlights. We're gonna see those flashy moments we've been talking about, where he just shows everyone who's boss. All the way from the early game, he's relatively left alone here because there's so many more threats on the side of Big Kitchen Alpha that Beloyski needs to deal with. So when Beloyski is busy with everyone else, Super Ken just goes in the back, just deals with business as usual, going for all the squishy players, making sure that there's nowhere safe for them, or just zoning them out of the fight outright. In the beginning, he had already 4 kills initially, and then he goes for even more. And after that 6th kill, I think that's where it just went completely out of hand. Right here, you can see that even if you're a tank, even if you just get grazed by the damage coming in from Super Ken, you still lose almost half HP, and that is just obnoxious, man. How do you deal with that? Of course, it's a play from Sorizo here with the Grok that's been so good at chasing people down with that quantum charge in his emblem decision. And afterwards, look at this, man. A boy and Marky, they don't really stand a chance. Look at how quickly everything happens. Before you know it, you're gone. And that is the danger. That is the potential that Super Ken brings when he is on your side. And I guess Bigatron is very happy that this man is on their team. Let's take a look at some of the items right here. Penetration Boots, Genius Wand, the Blood Feather, and I'm blacking out. The Holy Crystal right now for Super Ken. That's just an insane amount of damage. And if you look on the side of Geek Fam on the opposite side, there's a very, very small amount of magical defense. So that in combination, right? The fact that they were still building physical defense and damage to stay relevant, to try and defend against the DPS from Super Saken in those long, drawn-out team fights, just made it so difficult, and it made Super Ken and his damage just look even more obscene.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to counter Joy, right, it's better to build Radiant Armor if you really want to compare it to Athena, because that's DPS damage from that Joy. So no Radiant Armor whatsoever from the side of Geek Fam because it was a really fast game, 11 minutes in. Talent-wise, what stood out?
Well, of course, we talk about we talk about Super Saken here going for the Quantum Charge, making him a bit more maneuverable, right? He went for the Tenacity as well, so he was a lot more durable, and he was a bit more aggressive in these fights, but that's also because Super Key was coming in with the agility, right? Just moving in faster to help his friends out, try and use that Cult Altar just to stop everyone from just going for that big combo. Arlet on Luke on the Arlet was going for the Brave Smite, but he just wasn't given a chance at all to just display that kind of sustain because he's always caught at the end, at the tail end of the fight, and he gets chased down by Soriza, who, by the way, already built a Sea Halberd as well. So applying that to multiple people is definitely a big problem as well. Look at the stats, it's just completely one-sided, except for the damage taken. The rich guy and the carry is both Super Can. At this point, he was farming not just minions, he was farming heroes as well in the Land of Dawn. And I think that's just a tough situation to be in for any team.
11 minutes. That was the game time. 16 and 3.
Is it the fastest time though in MPL ID Season 12?
So far,
11:04 is the fastest time?
I think the fastest game before this 11-minute game was a 15-minute game. I think it was game 1, I believe, of Dewa versus Aura Fire. Yeah? No, or maybe game 2 of Dewa versus Aura Fire, but it was in that series.
Wow, well, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. The fastest time for MPL ID Season 12 is this game, and they were able to just manage to invest in that gold to translate it to the game as well. And you too in real life perhaps can invest in gold as well to translate it to your real life as well to have a better quality of life. Invest in UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 12 with the prices starting from 500,000 rupiah and get a free MLB skin. So check it out.
What?
Double, right? You get a gold and you get the skins as well.
So you get to invest in money and you get a free skin. Like, again, you don't lose any value from your money.
Nope. Check it out. Where ubslifestyle.com, Ubs Lifestyle e-commerce, and Lively UBS Lifestyle. So check it out if you want to invest more in your life to increase your quality of life. Arashi, are you comfortable in your life, in your quality of life?
Sort of.
Well, check UBS Gold out.
There you go.
All right, there you go. That's your solution. And of
Okay,
course, the
okay.
keys to success here. Who do we got, Arashi? Who do we got?
Well,
Sorry.
Super Sorizo.
That's Zoe. No, Sorizo.
That's Zoe.
Zoe.
Super Zoe. Well, Super Mid Trio, of course, initially, right, sets up everything, and once Sorizo gets the right heroes and gets the right backup from the roaming death squad of Bigatron, it's GG, man. Like, how do you deal with that? Even in the last game, he was on a Grok, so not exactly the same style, but he's always in the right place at the right time. He can deal with the pressure. He was still managing waves. And credit to Bigatron, man. They are all just so well trained in managing the waves overall. And I think that is a huge plus if you're trying to deal in macro gameplay against some of these very intelligent teams in the MPL.
Yeah, I mean, going up against Beloyski, who has that big brain play most of the time. He was the one who got outplayed. And again, ladies and gentlemen, you need to check this out. Check ESL SPS. It's happening next week. All right, we will be there. Of course, you need to check the HTTPS of the site, lady, esl.gg/SPS MLB tickets, or just want to simplify, just scan the QR code below. Check it out. 21st till 23rd of July. Arashi will be there. Mirko will be there.
You'll be there.
I will be there.
Bigatron will be there.
Bigatron will be there. So don't miss out on this opportunity. Yeah, don't miss out on even Echo.
There's going to be a lot of teams, a lot of international teams who are going to be in this event because it is an international event. Mythic tickets already sold out. So go ahead and buy your Legend tickets now because it's selling like hotcakes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the first match. Goni, Mirko, and Arashi will be back. We have to stay for the break, so stay tuned and see you then.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
Kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Halo sobat Land of Dawn, gua KB. Di sini gua akan memperkenalkan emblem terbaru dari Project Next. Dan buat kalian yang udah siap-siap mau ketik di kolom komentar, bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Tenang aja, Mobile Legends Bang Bang dengan Project Next ini sudah mempersiapkan sekali buat teman-teman lebih mudah beradaptasinya. Patch yang lalu itu yang namanya penambahan status ada 5 komponennya. Kalau di patch yang terbaru, komponen penambah statusnya hanya 3. Yang pertama adalah talent penambah status, yang kedua adalah sub talent atau talent yang sebenarnya mungkin di patch lama itu adalah talent aktif, tapi untuk di patch baru jadi talent pasif. Yang dimana nanti akan connecting juga atau menyambung dengan talent utama. Jadi memudahkan teman-teman semuanya yang pemain-pemain baru untuk mencoba banyak emblem dan banyak variabel dengan perbedaan-perbedaan status yang bisa digunakan. Jadi tentu kita bisa lebih berkreasi dengan menggunakan emblem terbaru teman-teman. Dan ini dia gambaran untuk UI terbarunya. Seperti yang aku bilang tadi, hanya akan ada 7 komponen emblem. Dari basic common emblem, tank, assassin, mage, fighter, support, dan sampai dengan marksman. Dan yang paling aku suka adalah ini dia, banyaknya variabel pemilihan status di emblem terbaru. Contohnya, kita ambil dari talent yang paling pertama yang tadi aku bilang. Ini penambah status rata-rata. Kayak di sini ada yang namanya nambahin adaptive attack, terus ada yang nambahin attack speed, terus ada juga untuk penambah darah kayak vitality, dan yang paling aku suka ini dia rapture atau penambah adaptive penetration. Terus ada juga yang namanya inspire, dia akan menambahkan 5% cooldown reduction. Terus ada juga di sini firmness, dia tuh bakal nambahin adaptive untuk physical dan magic defense. Ada penambah movement speed juga dan penambah untuk fatal atau status kritikal. Terus ini yang namanya sub talent nih teman-teman. Contohnya aja ya, ini season hunter buat para jungler tank, jungler damage. Ini bisa kalian gunakan tanpa harus menjadi talent utama, karena ini bakal jadi talent pasif. Jadi setidaknya kalau kalian ngejungle itu bakal lebih cepat, karena setiap kali turtle dan juga lord kalian akan ada tambahan 15% damage kepada objektif-objektif tersebut. Terus dari emblem tank ada juga tenacity juga jadi pasif, dan ini akan aktif ketika kalian itu darahnya di bawah 50%. Terus ada juga Master Assassin. Siapa penggemar Assassin? Ini salah satu emblem yang kalau di emblem patch lama ya, emblem-emblem yang udah dulu-dulu, itu tuh cuma aktif ketika memang 1v1 dan akan menambahkan damage ketika musuh kalian sendirian. Tapi untuk sekarang dia jadi pasif sistemnya. Sehingga wah, ini banyak banget nih yang bisa dikombinasikan. Bargain Hunter, dapetin diskon untuk item, terus Festival of Blood, kalian dari awal udah punya pasif spell vamp, bayangin tuh. Terus yang paling aku suka juga nih, pull yourself together. Karena ini akan mempermudah atau mempersingkat battle spell kalian dari cooldown umumnya. Dari misalkan kita ambil contoh flicker ya, 120 detik itu bisa cuma jadi 100 detik saja. Dan juga aktif skill item. Jadi buat teman-teman yang mungkin para pengguna Winter Truncheon atau mungkin Conceal, jadi lebih dipermudah nih, dipersingkat juga untuk durasi dari cooldownnya. Terus Weapon Master, ini yang paling adaptif banget nih menurut aku teman-teman. Karena Weapon Master itu bisa digunakan kepada user mage atau user marksman juga. Nah, terus ini dia nih yang paling utamanya, talent-talent utamanya ada Impure Rage, ada Quantum Charge, terus juga ada Conclusive Blast, terus ada Killing Spree. Dan Killing Spree sekarang tidak terbatas untuk assassin physical damage, tapi juga bisa digunakan untuk para magical damage. Nah, terus Lethal Ignition ini juga tidak melulu soal damage magic. Sekarang physical damage dealer bisa mengeluarkan efek burn ketika dia itu adalah physical damage dealer tipe burst. Terus ada juga Brave Smith nih teman-teman, yang dimana aku dengar kabar nih, katanya di patch terbaru, kebetulan tanggal 27 Juni ini fix, Brave Smith ini bakal muncul dan statusnya diubah. Dari yang 8% penambah darah jadi 5% penambah darah saja. Cuma bedanya untuk sekarang nggak perlu kalian ngeluarin efek CC atau crowd control. Jadi kalian cuma perlu mengeluarkan skill dan itu akan menambahkan darah kalian 5%. Terus ini juga bagus nih, focusing mark. Biasanya para gangker-gangker pasti bakal suka sama emblem atau talent utama yang satu ini. Serta biasanya buat para marksman, weakness finder itu bisa jadi pilihan utama. Kalau misalkan kalian nggak pede sama attack speed kalian, ya kalian bisa pakai quantum charge yang tadi aku sebutkan. Anyway, kita bakal coba hal itu semua di custom room langsung. Let's go! Yang pertama adalah efek dari Master Assassin. Yang kalau misalkan ini kan ada 2 hero berdempetan, artinya Master Assassin ini nggak bakal aktif. Kalau aku basic attack, damage-nya 143. Tapi kalau ke hero yang sendirian, dia akan menimbulkan damage yang lebih tinggi, 148. Dari sini teman-teman udah bisa ada gambaran ya, kalau sebenarnya Master Assassin ini sebenarnya jadi emblem pasif. Dan ini talentnya menjadi sub talent atau talent cadangan. Dan yang mau aku tunjukkan adalah efek dari bakarannya Lethal Ignition. Aku harus burst dulu ya, Dan nanti yang akan keluar efek bakarannya dalam warna biru di Layla ini adalah dalam bentuk damage physical. Tuh, ada biru-biru, ada efek bakaran, dan itu hanya keluar kalau kita secepat mungkin dalam 5 detik menimbulkan damage dalam kurun waktu dan juga efek dalam persenan darah tersebut lah. Intinya secepat mungkin kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Gimana Sobat Land of Dawn? Asik banget kan untuk emblem terbaru yang nanti akan diluncurkan oleh Project Next di tanggal 27 Juni 2023. Tentunya dengan emblem terbaru ini membuat kalian itu bisa menggunakan variasi emblem talent yang lebih banyak. Jadi kalian gak bosen juga ketika menggunakan satu hero dengan emblem yang bisa bermacam-macam. Anyway, kayaknya kita sudah sampai di akhir video. Aku KB, mohon pamit undur diri. Sampai jumpa lagi di episode selanjutnya. Dan sampai jumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri. Kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Udah pasti kayak musuh kaget, kayak tiba-tiba kelempar HP-nya gara-gara kaget, kalian flickerin sambil ngilang gitu. Halo guys, gua Samuate dan selamat datang di Project Next. Hari ini guys, gue mau ngasih tahu kalian guys soal update PES emblem terbaru guys. Update-nya itu gampang banget guys buat dipelajarin ya guys ya. Dan yang coach gue bilang guys, coach Adi ya kan, ini tuh gampang dan sesimpel itu guys. Oke guys, untuk yang pertama nih, sekarang langsung aja kita coba ya kan. Buat ini sekarang hero yang mau gue pakai itu adalah Kaja guys ya. Buat kombinasinya guys, ini yang pakai agility guys. Nambahin 5% extra movement speed guys. Terus yang kedua gue bakal pakai pull yourself together ya guys ya. Dan yang terakhir guys ya, focusing mark guys. Jadi oke guys, ini udah gue setup. Langsung aja guys ya, kita cobain ya guys ya. Oke, let's go. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja nih guys ya. Kita ada 1-1 nih guys di mid nih guys ya. Cooldownnya konsil kan 80 detik guys, karena kita pakai emblem push together jadi cuma 68 detik guys. Kalian bayangin guys, kita bisa langsung flicker, langsung ulti guys. Nah, gila. Kurang OP apa guys? Dan kalian lihat guys, tadi kan ada mark tuh guys ya di badan 1-1 tuh, lihat no. Itu focusing mark guys, efek focusing mark. Jadi ketika kalian ada efek itu guys di musuhnya guys, nah itu bakal nambah 6% damage guys. Jadi damage yang dikeluarin sama tim kalian tuh bakal lebih sakit lagi guys. Nah gitu guys, untuk kombinasi pertama kalian lihat kan guys seberapa bagusnya kalian jadi inisiator dengan movement speed dan juga cooldown reduction yang luar biasa. Sekarang kita bakal lanjut ke kombinasi talent yang kedua guys. Nah ini tuh lebih ke arah untuk yang ngebers ngegeng yang suka main di ambush sendirian tuh nggak sih guys. Nah di sini tuh ada yang namanya guys ya emblem nih guys. Yang pertama itu ada Trill guys. Dia nambahin itu 16 adaptive attack. Dan yang kedua tuh ada Bargain Hunter guys. Roamer kan beli item ROM lah ya guys ya. Kalian nggak bakal dapet farming ya kan. Jadi kalian tuh cuma beli dengan harga 95% guys dari harga aslinya guys. Sekarang ada yang ketiga guys ya. Itu ada Lethal Ignition guys. Mungkin nggak jauh beda guys dengan emblem AG yang ngebakar ya guys ya. Kalau misalnya kita biasa sebut ya guys ya. Dan ini soalnya ngasih efek burn juga guys. Sama persis guys. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja masuk ke in-game. Kombinasi emblem ini the best juga guys. Karena posisinya ya guys ya, kalian tahu kan guys, harga Blood Wings itu harganya 3.000 guys. Kalian cuma perlu bayar 2.850 guys. Murah kan? Nih guys, gue bakal kasih lihat efek dari Lethal Ignition ya guys ya. Nah guys, kalian lihat ya guys, ada aura-aura biru yang keluar dari badannya Novaria guys. Nah itu tuh efek burn yang bakal keluar dari emblem ini guys. Jadi itu bakal ngasih kalian tuh damage lebih guys buat nge-kill musuh ketika kalian mau nge-gang, oke guys. Nah jadi kayak gitulah guys ya, kalau misalnya kalian mau main tipikal damage dealer guys.
Oke guys, buat yang terakhir nih guys ya, ini kombinasi dari gua buat kalian tuh yang suka main tipikal yang tanky guys. Kombinasinya guys ya, yang pertama dari emblem Vitality guys, dimana kalian tuh bakal nambahin 225 ekstra maksimum HP guys, oke. Yang kedua tuh ada Tenacity guys, ketika darah kalian tuh di bawah 50%, ya kan, kalian tuh bakal nambah armor sama magic defense. Bisa juga kalian tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys, dimana ketika kalian nanti ngedeal damage guys, nanti dia bakal ke pop up dan itu tuh bakal ngeluarin kayak efek meledak gitu guys, dan itu bakal ngasih damage ke musuh guys, oke. Nih guys, gue bakal kasih kalian contohnya nih guys ya, karena tadi gue pertama itu kan pakai Vitality ya guys ya, dan itu nambahin maksimum HP guys, dan gue sekarang tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys. Kenapa gue bilang itu bagus banget guys? Karena Conclusive Blast itu kan dia dari maksimum HP kan 7% ya kan, jadi nih ketika posisinya kalian dapat Vitality ya kan, tambahan maksimum HP, jadi damage dari emblemnya juga nambah guys. Nah kalian tuh guys, ada di bawah kakinya Hylos kan, kalian lihat tuh guys, ada efek-efek gitu kan guys, meledak guys. Nah itu guys efeknya guys, jadi ada damage tambahan guys ya. Dan Tenacity itu yang bikin kalian tuh bakal tebel banget guys, oke. Jadi ini the best combination banget buat kalian yang suka main hero-hero tanky guys ya. Nah guys, jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu guys, kalau gua yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu tuh kombinasi agility, pull yourself together, sama focusing mah guys. Nah buat kalian tuh gimana guys? Cukup well kah? Langsung terapin ke gameplay kalian guys kalau kalian mau main roamer kayak gue, oke guys? Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Yuk langsung update project next dan langsung kalian cobain, oke guys? Nah tapi guys, buat kalian yang main role selain roamer, tenang aja guys, MLBB sudah merilis video yang ngebahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lainnya, oke guys? Nah jadi jangan lupa like, share, dan juga komen videonya ya guys ya, oke? Gua Samo HT, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn. Bye.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
12-nya kemana?
12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun Anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing...
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Ladies and gentlemen, this just in. The Dragon Empire is charging and attacking the Kingdom of RRQ. Will they be able to defend their throne, or will it be the dragons that actually find success here in our opening and closing match of week 1, day 2? Still with us, 3 casters, Gani, Mirko, and as well as Arashi here, who will break it down. Man, oh man, ladies and gentlemen, it's still with us. What a day. That opening match, it was fire, but this closing this match is just also a worth to wait match. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's thank our partners. Powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone, official sponsor, Head and Shoulders, official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel, official gold partner, UBS Gold. We have our partner in esports, Leebly, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, and YouTube. And we have also official broadcast partner, Maxstream and Taveri Sports, supplier, Indomaret, Mineski, and as well as Samsung. And we are fully supported by PBSE. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Week 1, Day 2 again. So let's break it down. RFire and RRQ, 2 teams that has a lot of changes here. What will they be able to perhaps provide more content, more wins in this current match?
We'll see if they can actually produce the wins, because Orifire, they were dominated yesterday by Dewa United, especially in the final game. Here, though, you can dominate your MLBB game with OVO x Telkomsel.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, important news here for you MLBB fans. If you want to buy data packages, it's easier with OVO. Whether it's streaming or gaming, you really can rely on OVO. Check the app out. Again, for Telkomsel customers, there's a special promo with cashback of up to 10,000 rupees, Arashi. That's 10 fingers. Awesome,
10,000.
right? Don't miss it out. Buy data packages. It's just easier and convenient with OVO.
Yeah, I mean, why would you want to do it the traditional way, bro? Like, what?
It depends, right? If you're internet, you want to prefer the hard way over the easy way, but for most people, it's the easy way, man. Efficient, easy, OVO x Telkomsel. And guess what, Gani, you know, after OVO x Telkomsel, you really get a lot of value, 10,000 credits. You know what, I'll do you one better.
Okay.
OVO x G-Play as well. Want to have a lot of heroes, Gani?
Well, this is the solution. Again, x Telkomsel earlier, it's OVO with a Google Play. Again, want to have a lot of heroes, want to add more skins to show off when playing with friends. Whatever you need, don't forget to buy MLBB Diamonds using OVO. Simply connect your OVO account to Google Play, make in-game transactions in MLBB, select OVO as your payment option, and then make the payment as easy as that to just buy diamonds using OVO. And for you guys, new users, enjoy 90% cashback up to 10,000 OVO points after a successful transactions. Come on, buy MLBB Diamonds using OVO now. Wow. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Again, scan the QR code below Arashi again just to have a full detail on what are the steps are. But again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second match. It's the debut of RRQ going up against Aura, who didn't really look okay yesterday. So can they exploit that, Americo?
I think, again, it comes down to how Aura Fire played, because according to KB, according to a lot of people, Aura Fire just underestimated their opponents yesterday. For RRQ, though, they're coming into this with a little bit of an advantage, in my opinion. They don't have any of their strategies leaked just yet. They haven't played in the MPL. Meanwhile, Aura, they've already had a glance. They've seen what Aura can provide, and with their new pillars, their rebuilding pillars, I don't know. Is it going to work out for them? We've seen them in previous tournaments. Snapdragon Pro Series did not work out for them, but this is going to be a different lineup, I think. Naomi might be here, not Chipoy, and Skylar, not Zin.
I mean, Arashi here, right? It is basically achievements going up against potential here. But again, RRQ, this kingdom is deconstructing their main pillars. They lost R7 2 seasons back, lost Albert and Vin at the same time. What do you think?
You gotta dig up painful memories, Goni. But yes, they are deconstructing all the way down to the foundations, and this is what people are concerned about, right? Teams can make changes, but generally, the main pillar, the main leaders in the group don't really get changed out that often. With RRQ right now, it's almost a complete makeover, and people are concerned, but I think they have what it takes, man. RRQ, they don't mess around. They know when it's time to get down to business, so I think the new pillars here will be able to do pretty well against the potential new players. Because of course for Aura, we saw yesterday Syndrome and Kimura both doing pretty okay actually, and they have the champions of the Open Qualifier Final for the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3. And meanwhile, on the other side, we have Fairsick, enough said, right? Formerly the Baby Tiger, champion of MPL ID Season 7, along with Evos. Naomi, all the way far from home, as well as Sin, who is, very familiar face.
Oh, let's not forget about Zaya as well, right? He is going to step up in that coach position in that RRQ's lineup as well. And again, Kimura here perhaps is the missing puzzle piece, considering Fluffy in Season 11, Mirko, wasn't really up to par, especially towards that end. Maybe Kimura is the right answer, but based on yesterday's performance, what do you think?
I think he still is kind of suffering with the jitters. The stage fright maybe is still there for Kimura. A very young player, a very talented player, but a player with zero stage experience in the MPL. MPL, he's played. He understands how an offline venue works, and he understands how to play with the pressure of the crowd. But this is a different level. When you play an MPL, you really, especially when your second match is up against RRQ. The Kingdom are here. They have been singing. They have been just going on and on with their chants for the team you see on your screen now. This is the roster coming in. Naomi, all the way from Myanmar. He's here now.
You know what? Peep the jersey, right? RRQ. I love their clean jersey, Hirashi. And take a look at Zen here, Naomi. They're having fun. They seem relaxed. Does this show you that they're confident going up against Aura?
Well, I think in the MPL, before the game begins, you need to be confident, man. You can't come in with a loser's mentality. But the keys of victory here, by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, Fairsick keeps up with farming against Van, because Van is just a monster right now. Skylar gets a favorable matchup in the gold lane. Skylar has always been able to carry from the gold lane, provided that he has a winning matchup. He is bold enough to make those plays, but only if he's ahead. He starts falling behind a bit. You see him play a bit safer, a bit more hesitant, and that could be dangerous against a team like Aura. Their keys to victory, though, by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, is to anticipate the pick-off strategies coming in from RRQ with the new roamer. Of course, I think that's just easier said than done, but keep in mind, RRQ is also having to deal with a bit of a language barrier and it's new synergy that they haven't really ironed out. So I think there's a good chance that they can try and just surprise RRQ completely.
I mean, that is a very interesting matchup, right? Audi TZ from the MDL going up against Naomi from Myanmar, right? And a newcomer here, Audi TZ.
Hi,
rather. I forgot. Hi. Again, new role. Wasn't really comfortable last season in that new role, but it seems like he has matured throughout the tournaments that he has experience, right? From Hero, from SPS, he has matured and very sharp roamer as well. And going up against a staple roamer from Myanmar is going to be a very interesting clash.
Yeah, I mean, last time we saw him, it was before the patch. Now, the patch has hit, he has to shift again. Different roles, entirely different hero pool, but it still remains the same. Dragons, Aura, Fire.
My goodness, with their main five this season, again, they're looking to shape up a better achievement than last season with Xin, with as well as Kimura. And take a look at Van with the smile there, looking confident as heck. As we now, in a short bit, we'll take a look at the official team lineup. It is going to be Naomi and Fursik in the fray.
Naomi, a new player all the way from Myanmar, experiencing Indonesia firsthand in the MPL arena with the full support of the kingdom. Welcome, Rex Regum Kaon.
My goodness, it is RRQ. With the new face, they will deconstruct their roster here. No Xin just yet. It is going to be Skylar, but Fursik and Naomi debut in MPL Season 12. Are you nervous?
I am very, very nervous, but I guess compared to me, that's nothing compared to the coaches right here who has to deal with all this pressure and do all these calculations on the fly.
Wait. Is that Cassius or Zaya?
Whoa,
Zaya,
it is Zaya, right? It's Raven Zaya here, combined going up against Palevi as well as Coach Saint De Lucas.
Oof, we'll have to see what can they cook up right here. For RRQ in particular, they haven't had a bit of a trial and error in their own strategies to try and find something that can stick, as well as, the usual RRQ you've come to see. For Aura, there's a bit of the hit and miss. Yesterday we saw that in a macro-esque gameplay, they can take control. They just have to be a bit more careful and make sure they don't make mistakes here, because RRQ, that is definitely the window they are looking for.
Hold your horses, all right, Arashi. I know you're standing up, you're cheering right now. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't see him, but yeah, hold your horses.
Arashi, sit down.
All right,
sit down.
Calm your horses.
Right.
This is gonna be. I know you're excited. We're all excited here. But take a look at play here, Onirisuke and Naomi. I mean, this mid and roam duets. During streams, on Clay stream in particular, they already have built their synergy, it seems like. They have that connection. I really wish and want to see that here in the competitive stage.
I think a lot of people have been writing off RRQ just because of a few bad performances. Understandable, but after the patch, after the changes in the roster, I think from the start, from the get-go, we all expected this to be their main five. Not with Xin, not with Chipui. So coming up on stage with the trio that we mentioned before, Skylar, Naomi, and Clay. In streams, they've been playing, they've been literally just spamming games. They even beat Albert in the stream. A bit of personal stuff there, but we'll talk about that when the Royal Derby hits. Here, their synergy is clear. They've gone it already, and hey, Clay, he doesn't know how to speak English, but he actually communicates with Naomi in English, and it's not bad.
It's a team, RRQ is a team that improvises, adapts, and overcomes. So you can expect that whatever the challenge, RRQ will take them on. If it's a language barrier, they'll get over it, man. So I have full confidence we're gonna at least see some very impressive things coming in from RRQ.
I think RRQ has definitely a strong lineup here, Rashi, Mirko. But one thing that really, for me, I think is an issue. It's Fursik, right? He hasn't played, 2 years around? He hasn't played competitively in that jungler. And again, in this current patch, where Fursik is an assassin player, and this is the time for assassins to shine. But with that experience lacking, will it be a will it be a setback for RRQ?
That's one of the big concerns here when it comes to RRQ. I agree with you. I think Fursic is one of the big concerns coming into this. When you have the level of expectations from the Kingdom being at the level of Albert, before Albert it was Sin. That's a really high bar to top. And for Fursic, he was able to top that expectation in Season 7, but since then, it really feels like the meta has not been favoring him. But guess what? If there's a meta as close as it gets to Season 7, it's the meta we are experiencing now. Yi Sun-shin, Granger, Ling, Hayabusa, Lancelot, all these aggressive assassins, damage dealers in the jungle can work. And this is the best time for Fursic if he wants to prove those doubters wrong.
The doubters, man, it is the blessing and the curse of a passionate fan base. And Fursic will have to deal with all that, and he has a bit of experience doing so on the other team, which is almost as popular. So, we'll have to see.
Yeah.
I think there is a lot of potential, there's a lot of heroes, but that will all go back down to the coaches, right? What can the coach cook up in as far as the composition goes? Because we've seen all kinds. We've seen full dives, poke and dive, poke and front to back, all these combinations. Lord knows what the coaches have in stock for us. Let's get right into the drafting phase.
Well, without further ado, indeed, Arashi, let's start the drafts. Aura Fire will have the blue side, and RRQ will stay in that red side for our first opening game. It's now the chess game. Let's see. Fanny, Franco banned out by the side of Aura Fire, and it seems like Zaya will ban the Joy out, and perhaps the hero that is also very popular here might ban the Valentina here, I suppose.
Valentina, Eve, Uranus, a lot of big picks here that could be banned out, especially up against Syndrome. We've seen even Dewa respecting the Eve and Valentina early.
I think a lot of aggressive roamers will be definitely contested here because keep in mind, there's a lot of expectations on High as well to be able to facilitate the rest of his team who, in a way, right, have been showing their potential. So I bet he wants to ensure that he gives them a better time as well. Whereas for Zeta RRQ, this is the new tip of the spear they're trying to experiment with here, right here. So without good roam heroes, we can't really see that potential.
Yeah, I mean, two bans here towards that roam. I mean, naturally going up against the Franco God in that Naomi, you need to respect that Franco, and to add to that, they add the Angela. Why? After the patch, it seems like just so nuisance, right? As Angela can be combined with the Link, can be combined with the Claw, the MM, and that is why the Angela is such a hot pick here. Now, Aura Fire understands that, and they just ban that out, and there you go, the response. Because you banned the Angela out, let me take out the Ling, says Zaya. What is open Valentina, but the Uranus here, securing a hero for Kimura early. I feel like this is the wise approach from side of Aura Fire.
We saw Kimura on that Uranus in day one, and that was so obnoxious, man. He just really knows how to push the limits and back away right before it's a bit too late and bait all his opponents into trying to overextend and secure that kill. So for now, having such a pick right in front of them for RRQ, some damage is required, some crowd control is required, but if they stack too much of either, they fall into the trap of getting baited into overcommitting. So now, it seems like they're going for a Claude and also a Kaja.
There's something to note here for Skylar is that he is one of the best quads in MPL Indonesia, maybe the best quad in MPL Indonesia. Definitely with the quad changes in the meta, making him so flexible with any of the emblems that he wants to go for. Again, we've seen the Quantum Charge, we've seen the Brave Smite. This definitely is a massive pick for RRQ. To combo that, it's the Kaja picking up Naomi's hero very early on in the drafting phase.
Very comfortable indeed here. I feel like the approach from RRQ. Let's secure a hero that Naomi and Skylar is comfortable. Let's take that away as well from the hands of Aura Fire. Again, asking a question to Kabuki because yesterday, when Kabuki was on the Beatrix, he wasn't able to just deal out the damage, right? But when Kabuki was on that Cloud as well, he was able to exploit that hero. So very smart pick from the side of RRQ. But now Aura is saying, yeah, let me pick up the Haya and as well as the mage here. So we don't want any messes around the mage. But it opens the Kadita, right? Kadita, sure, going up against the Eve. hard counters. Why? When Yip is popping that real world manipulation, he's stationary. So Kadita finds its juicy, could find its juicy target.
Right here, though, it really shows, right, where the Kadita is going. It's not really flexible. It doesn't really confuse the side of Aura. I do think it's a very bold maneuver for Aura to pick up a Hayabusa into a Kaja, right? Assassins into a suppression. It's never really a fun way to play out that assassin, but I guess Aura has something in stock for RRQ. So far, it looks like it's going to be a poke gameplay. They have long range from the Eve, and they have a solid front line with tons of regeneration. So for RRQ, either they can go for more burst damage to secure those kills, or more crowd control to prolong that window. Of course, keeping in mind, Kimura can still go with a Purify and just nullify all that kill threat.
Before all the picks, though, we gotta get through the bans first, and I think for RRQ here, with the Leslie ban, it's very clear to see that they want to just give Skylar that good matchup. One of the keys to victory as well. Brody becomes a very good option to go for next to ban out if they really want to give the Claude as much room as possible. If it's not the Brody, it's the carry. Though carry does not bully the Claude anymore in lane, it still is a big problem when it gets to the later stages. Another option would be the Hereth, which they decide to go for here, but I honestly thought the Hereth would just not be a viable pick here, considering Aura have already picked up a Uranus and Eve. Too much magic damage, no?
Maybe, but what, perhaps, yeah, do not want to add that magic power, perhaps, but it's going to be the Olive here banned out, and High has come in here. Playing as a roamer was difficult initially, but now, Season 12, it has become much more clear that it is better. He's more matured, and thanks to the help of his teammates, I have adapted now, said High, and now it's going to be the Paquito. We overlooked so low-key about this Paquito, right? Fast clear, also flexible, right? Does this Paquito falls in the hands of Banana, or does this Paquito falls in the hands of Versick? It's still up in the air here, or a Fire though. Looking at this composition, they lack crowd control. They need to add, crowd control ASAP. Perhaps a Paquito, a Kupra.
Yep.
And I guess, just solid marksman here, my point.
Ooh, they're going for the Kufra and the Beatrix, so it's a solid combo, solid front lines as well in the front. But keep in mind for RRQ, the potential for them to flank around is still very much alive. So now we will see finally, is this Paquito an EXP Paquito, or is it gonna be a full damage, somewhat assassin-looking Paquito in the jungle? With the current meta, I feel like the Paquito really fits both. The Yisun Shin, though, Goni, you're right, is available, and there are targets on the board.
They have good mid control with the Kaja Kadita combo already. Paquito very, very good in the XP lane to clear out the wave, so it is enough pressure already to give space for Versick. Yisun Shin, Granger. Those are the two picks we know him for back in Season 7.
Oh my god!
Baxia.
Baxia for Versick indeed.
Wow, jungle
my
Baxia.
god.
Well, it looks a bit funky on paper, but keep in mind, right? The Turtle's Presence can reduce the rate of regeneration, so in a way, it's a bit of a counter towards the Uranus, and it's a lot of damage early on if the Uranus does not respect the potential for the spammed shield unities. So it's an option I've considered before, but we haven't really seen it in practice. We'll have to see what emblems they go for as well, but those are the drafts locked in for both these teams, man. It's very interesting.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, public service announcement. The Dragon Empire will attack the RRQ Kingdom. Will they prevail? Will they fail? Is the question as we are about to jump to the Land of Dawn for Game 1 between Aura and RRQ. These are the 10 heroes that has been sent by both teams. Who do you favor? Land of Dawn, here we go for our first game. Bigatron Alpha and RRQ.
Man, look at the potential roaming for the side of RRQ, man. Of course, Aura here going aggressive already, but later on, having a Baxia, having a Kadita, nowhere is safe right here, and it's a good mix of magical and physical damage as well. Taking a look at a bit of the emblems, of course, it's a Lethal Ignition in the hands of Clay, but that's a Brave Smite in the hands of Banana, but look at his aggression though.
Exactly, very aggressive early on. Versick will steal away the orange buff. Level 0. Level 1 technically, Van, you can't go 0, but still, it gives so much more space to Versick, who is again Well, this time a utility jungler, so it's still, though, really good because he can use the mobility to continue to just pressure Aura Fire.
This is why Paquito is so prio. Perhaps you have not seen it earlier, but Paquito cut clears towards the bot side, clears it, gets level 2, and then immediately invade the orange buff of Hayabusa. And of course, with that communication comes in Baksha with that chill unity. It's just all in. Well, talent-wise here, Arashi, what stands out?
Well, a lot of tenacities on the side of Aura Fire. They definitely want to sustain through it. It's a Impure Wrath in the hands of Kimura on the Uranus, though, so a lot of spam. But look at Skylar just going in aggressive right here, trying to back his teammates up. They're going aggressive, but is the timing correct? The turtle is spawning in 18 seconds, and it seems like Aura Fire are the ones with prio on the bottom side of the map.
They do have prio, but they don't have one advantage. Versik just comes in and tries by.
Oh!
And petrified! Play with the first blood. Kimura already getting engaged on now. No consecration, not as much sustain as you would hope for a Uranus for now.
But look at what they spent though. There's the ulti popped by Versik already, and he used the retribution to steal away the gold buff. If Hai gets a bit lucky here, he can make something happen, but Banana is trying to bully him away, man. Violence is the answer.
Very good calculation there. Versik does not matter. Getting the turtle first neutral objective without the retribution. Top side though, peep it. Naomi opening up vision here. Has the info on Van, so Skylar is rather safe now. Remember, he is rocking that Purify as well, so more sustainability when Hai is engaging. Finds Skylar, he has that security.
Well, if you look at the talent predictions by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, you can see that the talents still have a lot of faith in the kingdom, but look at that, Clay steals it away, and Aura can't say anything, man. This is insane pressure being exerted by the whole team of RRQ.
The Baksha once again, look at what he's able to do onto Van. Hai gets a revenge, but to Versik, it's nothing. It's nothing, completely nothing. Oh, what happens up top? Kabuki gets picked off. The Tiger, now a Prince,
Haya?
and he's popping off.
Oh my god, Haya caught low there. 3 levels gap between Hayabusa and Baksha now. Hai trying to tank top side. Well, again, RRQ, 3 minutes in, 2,500 gold lead. Arashi, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, buddy. Thanks for asking. But right now, we have to be careful because they're winning in the early game, but at what cost, right? They have picks that will assist them in winning the early game. What can they do with that lead? That is what RRQ needs to be asking right now. Do they want to shut down the mid laner, right? Deny the magical damage? Do they want to shut down Kimura before he becomes too tanky? Or do they want to shut down the gold lane and let Skylar dominate? Seems to be shaping in that direction, but Hai is in position.
Spotted out by Naomi, and look at what Naomi is doing again, just giving Skylar so much more room in already a good matchup for him up against the Beatrix. RRQ, they have 3 winning lanes technically, and the Baksha is already doing work down below. Oh, some good damage actually from Aura Fire, and let's talk a little bit about this. Focusing mark on the Kufra.
Focusing up on the Kufra, I mean, in theory, there's potential there, but it only applies onto one person. You can apply it to the whole team. And so, on a Kufra, for pickoffs, it makes sense. And they are going for a pickoff here, but on the other side, this is the result, man.
Man, I mean, a lot of mobility, right? In the side of RRQ. You have the Baksha, you have the Paquito, and as well, on top of that, you have the Kadita, who is just so mobile using his first skill. Now, though, Naomi needs to be careful.
Revenge and the rage onto Naomi, now taking a brunt of the damage,
My
able to flicker
goodness.
around. Hai flickers forward as well, but Naomi's able to sustain. Baits Hai and Skylar now coming back. Versik with the Evo's emote now as he goes on to Hai. And Skylar picks up the kill, shutting Aura Fire's attempt down.
Wow, again, RRQ. Ooh, cheeky Van. Will he be able to succeed? It's like, no. Versik still gets the boost.
Ooh, good dodge. Banana's still hunting for him, though. He has the flicker. Jab-flicker combo is something we've seen a lot from Flicker. Jab, though, comes in. A shadow kill from Van, but Versik understands how to counter, how to stop a Hayabusa.
Big damage, and once again, that's the Van getting shut down. Level 6 against a level 9 Versik. Unfortunately for him, though, the buff was taken, but wow. The 3-man dive, essentially, and there's nothing Kabuki can do, man. That was out of his control.
Man, what a game. Hai again now, caught isolated. There you go.
Petri, rough waves, and it's all RRQ.
Oh man, 6,000 goal lead here. almost 6 minutes mark as well. RRQ, they're having fun at this point. What can Aura Fire do here? I mean, it's very hard again. They lack mobility. They can't funnel on towards Beatrix only. And yeah, I see no loophole whatsoever here for the side of Aura Fire.
They have two options at this point, man. With the dives being so decisive and so dangerous, just like this, right? Getting the whole team zoned away, they are better off. They can match RRQ, but that's a bit too difficult due to the picks. So they can just go and try and go for trades instead. But at this point, the mobility is just way too much to deal with. And once again, the orange buff gets taken away just like that.
3 levels ahead, Fersing is now. Banana completes the Bloodlust Axe. 6 minutes in, 7,000 gold lead for RRQ. 6-minute golden staff.
Exactly.
For the Claude.
Exactly, man. I mean, let's take a step back, right? What happened at that draft? So what happened was Aura Fire opted for an early first phase Hayabusa pick, which, man, it's a very juicy target for a fighter. And there you go, Zaya again, a mastermind there. Last pick, that Baksha, knowing very well that going up against an assassin, Baksha does very well.
It was a complete outdraft as well. Revenge and Rage now onto Naomi. First kill on the board now, as that's going to be damage coming through Naomi! How? There you go, Kimura finds the kill. Blazing to enter the back, Skylar dealing a lot of damage. Versik now with the shield unity looking, hunting for Van, but is able to escape. Naomi, if he survived that one, my goodness.
The amount of times this game Naomi has been able to survive with a sliver of HP is just completely unreal. Overall, it's still a good result for RRQ, but the more this goes, the more tanky Naomi's gonna be. So Aura Fire, they have to find other targets. At this point, getting Naomi is nice, but they have to try and target Clay, target Skylar. Look at that, one of the players with the higher amount of gold.
Yeah, I mean, 4 players from RRQ clearly will have more gold here. Kabuki still struggling behind here, 4,000 only.
Look at Naomi having more gold than Van. He is not having a good game at all, dude. This Hayabusa countered in so many ways. With the mobility, with the tankiness of the members, with the suppression, the divine judgment in the hand of Naomi. Van just seems so powerless in the face of this draft.
Just doesn't have a jungle. He does not have a jungle. He's not a jungler, he's a laner at this point. Because he has to ult. Even a shadow kill was used up there just for a cannon minion wave. Not even like, it's a normal wave. He's getting desperate.
I don't know. Things are not looking good here for the side of Aura. RRQ, they definitely have the tempo again. Naomi now already with the fleeting time, which means he can Loki spam his ult. Loki spam his divine judgment every time he picks up an assist or kill. Let's see how will Aura Fire take care of that.
There's a bit of a silver lining here in the fact that Aura Fire still has kept a lot of their turrets. But with the next Lord being picked up by RRQ here most likely, that means that they'll have the sieging power and they're gonna knock down a bunch of turrets, and this is Aura Fire in survival mode. They have the Eve, they have the Beatrix, so they have long distance wave clear to try and stall this. But if RRQ manipulate the waves intelligently here, they can push all 3 at once, and Aura Fire, they're gonna really struggle to try and do that. And not just clear the waves safely without getting dove on.
And at this point, right, I mean, Zaya, once again, we got to bring it back to the draft.
Yeah.
RRQ, 9.3k gold lead, mostly, again, coming in from the draft that is executed to perfection. They have all the answers that Aura Fire are asking in the game. Uranus instantly with a Baksha. No NOD, no Damas Ice necessary. It's already built in the passive. Kimura is struggling. He cannot be the front line. And to everyone in the back, that's the Kadira for you. That's the Paquito and even the Claude that can dive inside and melt them down. I mean, I want to look at Corrosion Sight and Wind of Nature in the 10th minute of the game. Fully built, everything. He just needs a Malefic Roar, and if he gets that Malefic Roar, he'll practically deal true damage.
You thought the Van was useless? Now with the Wind of Nature in the hands of Skylar, that is even more of the case, and here we go, man. 3-wave, well, the bottom wave got cleared, so it's a 2-wave push. We'll see how Aura Fire will try and deal with this.
Yeah, this is how when you draft a Hayabusa prematurely, this is what it does, right? RRQ, they understand how to somehow counter it. But the mid side now, something is going on here.
Shadow kill used up, Naomi. Oh my god! I didn't even get to see Kimura. He just disappeared from the land of Dawn.
Look at the movement though. Banana immediately rotates to try and go on the bottom side, but credit to Aura, they have defended and survived with all 3 base turrets still intact. But the problem still remains. They don't have a jungle.
Nope, no jungle yet here. I mean, it's just all for RQ. Skylar, half HP, needs to be careful there a little. But man, take a look at the hand cam here by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Looking clean.
Big movements for sure. And if you talk about Skylar here for a bit, you saw that he was so aggressively in the front. Skylar is known to be a bit of a careful gold laner, yet he was able to do so because all he needs to do, right, is make sure that High does not have its engage ready. If he can see that that is the case, there is no threat, right? The lack of threat from Aura Fire and their willingness to duke it out in the early game is what has landed them in this position. All eyes are on High right now, and even if he wants to catch a prior target, it cannot be Skylar. He is ready with a Purify, and let's take a look at the gold differences by UBS Gold. It is just painful. Kabuki almost double the gold in the hands of Skylar, and of course Van and Fersik, surprisingly not too far, but Fersik is a EXP-based utility tank-ish jungler, so it's not really a fair comparison.
And at this point as well, 12 minutes in, I mean, if Aura Fire prolongs this to the later stage of the game, do they even have a chance to come back, to fight back? All their late game heroes have been countered, technically.
Technically. But, well, if they play it well enough, again, they have the range, they have the combo, but they also have an assassin, right? In the later stages of the game, an assassin really struggles to find the mark, especially against a team with so much crowd control. So, it's tough, but this is MPL, and this is Season 12. Anything is possible, but at this point, you gotta be really optimistic if you think Aura has a, you know, a bit of a, has a, I don't know, a good fighting chance.
Yeah, let's not forget it. It's slim, and let's not forget it's 12,000 cap as well, Rashi. Very, very slim to none. But I do understand here, RRQ, if RRQ gets a little bit of overzealous and just, yeah, got wiped, Aura Fire definitely can get back in the game. And now, it seems like with this Lord push here on enhanced, well, let's see here what will happen.
I feel like the best bet is to try and get a pick off onto Clay, right? Who is a bit more vulnerable right there. But look at the damage though. Kabuki showing his skills right there. But look at the conceal though.
Conceal from Naomi. Kimura still in front right now. High jumps in, but Banana just jumps out. Gets out. Now Naomi's looking for the Divine Judgment. Oh, Flicker! Oh, it's a good winner. Truncheon now as Naomi's going to be targeted down. Van jumps in the Shadow Kill. Is not going to be able to get it! Beautiful Petrify from Clay! Now in the Breath of the Ocean, looking for the burst down onto Sin as he walks him down. Kabuki dealing damage with Blade Armor from Fersik is doing a lot. Van coming back, but only gets knocked out instantly by Banana. Now Skylar with a blazing duet to the back and RRQ! The doubters be gone. RRQ 1-0.
Woo, man. The draft, the execution, the killer instinct. This is reminiscent of the old RRQ we know and love. They're back.
My God. My God. What an execution from the side of RRQ. And Aura Fire has literally 0 answers from minute 1. Remember, Orange Buff was just 0. And let's talk about this Kadita, the talent. What do you think, Arashi?
It's just dangerous, man. Lethal ignition on the Kadita. Just extra bits of damage. We'll get into the emblems later on when it is on screen and displayed for us. But what a game plan. Like how did Coach Zai just have such a good read on the whole situation? We've seen all these picks before, right? We've seen different ways of dealing with them. But I think this is one of the only games so far where everything was just so well pieced together.
Outdrafted, outplayed. I didn't even notice Skylar's blue hair.
You didn't? I noticed it.
I noticed it too.
Wow, but man, again, RRQ, a different beast entirely when everything comes crashing down, when it's a rebuilt roster. When there's so many doubts, they're still able to keep that level-headed mentality to take the game all the way. 1-0. Not over yet for Aura Fire, but a great start for morale for RRQ.
Oh my God, what a, yeah, I mean from the draft we slowly call it, right, with the Hayabusa opened up prematurely. That just caused problems. And again, Zaya understand how to okay, Hayabusa, you're quite weak in the early game, level 1. Let's use the Baksha here to just harass your jungle. And with the help of Paquito that just clears waves so fast, it just caused more problems for Van to do that early farm. And again, ladies and gentlemen, they managed to pick off with their strategy from Clay and Naomi. It worked very well here to secure game 1. That means the Dragon Empire here was not able to fight. Was not able to siege in that first game.
They weren't able to. They weren't even able to fly. They were not able to move.
Nope.
Van, level 1, orange buff gone.
Nope.
The whole game, his jungle was not his.
Exactly.
You know what's poetic? Initially, one of the first teams that brought out the Baxia jungle was Aura, I believe. And
True.
now, out of nowhere,
Hype.
the first Baxia in Season 12 against Aura completely destroyed them. And honestly, man, that combination, a Baxia and pick-off heroes next to him, that's just so oppressive. You have to deal with the potential pick-off threats, and at the same time, you're dealing with this whirling Baxia just coming at you again and again. Keep in mind, he has good clear, he's fast, and he's so tanky for those early game fights. That is just disgusting, man. It's so oppressive.
That is disgusting, and this is why Kadira should have the MVP. Very straightforward. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. The player of the game falls into play. 703 stat. Let's take a look at the talent here. Emblem Assassin here.
Yep. Why? Assassin Emblem gives you more penetration, and you know Kadira, look at the last items. He goes for the Clock of Destiny, and the Genius one, and the Divine Glaive. Penetration is all Kadira is about, and with the extra 12, I believe, penetration from the Assassin Emblem, that is what you get. All the way from the early game, man, it just seems like such domination. Since the first match was such a back and forth, you were expecting something similar, but look here, even the mechanical plays, right? The scouting efforts, the outplay attempts from the side of Aura, everything was just completely shut down. Because, you know, assassins on the side of Aura, that's cool, but RRQ, they still know how to deal with these assassins with this aggression because they like playing that way themselves. And towards the end, everyone just knows what to do, man, who to target. Don't overextend, stick with your team, just like that, man. Only a single kill donated over. Wow.
Clay, this guy has been, again, has been underestimated so much, has been doubted, especially this season. KDA mid laner, can only play the long-range mid laners, safe mid laners in the mid lane, very one-dimensional. Comes out, first game, Kadira. Tell me I'm one-dimensional now. Tell me I don't dive. Tell me I don't go for these kills and risk my life to get the victory.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like Aura Fire, they need coffee for game 2, and we have that solution. Check out Point Coffee. That is a specialty coffee brand, which is with made-to-order concept, so you can enjoy fresh quality coffee exclusively using 100% Indonesian coffee beans that is brewed by professional trained baristas. Nope. With international standard coffee machines. With Point Coffee, taste is always on point. All right, just like the brand, just like the name. So get ready to make your game and be legendary.
You didn't do the thing. You didn't do the in-game legendary.
Legendary.
See, Arashi did it. That's why he deserves coffee. You want to try to do it now?
Legendary.
All right.
Great, give me.
Oh,
All right,
nice.
all right. Okay. What is going to happen now?
Well, Donnie, I think we're going to take a break here before
yeah,
you
because
get to drink
you know,
that coffee, unfortunately.
Coffee.
That's
We
why
got
the
coffee
break's
to
there.
enjoy as well.
All right,
but
okay.
It's been a long day.
Donnie, Mirko, as well as Arashi will be back. Stay tuned.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat
RRQ strikes first in a best of 3 going up against Aura Fire. Will Aura Fire be able to bounce back in the second game, or will it be clean sweep? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL Week 1, Day 2. Still with us, Gani, Mirko, and as well as Arashi here to accompany you throughout potentially the last game of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, don't forget, during the break, or perhaps you at home, just chilling, check out Indomaret Point Coup. It's just free, all right? It's a free, and there's a membership app to get benefits every time you shop at Indomaret. By becoming a member of Indomaret Point Coup, you can get a cashback point for every purchase, and of course, get special member gifts and free products. So don't let your points be in vain every time you shop. Check it out. Come on, download it and use Indomaret Point Coup app, because if you remember, you're gonna get more privileges. All right, so check it out. Arashi is a privileged guy. You should download Indomaret Point Coup.
Well, because I have Point Coup, right?
Exactly.
I got privileges every single time, man.
You're stacking those privileges with Indomaret Point Coup.
The membership, membership system is just so valuable.
It's playing for late
honestly.
game.
Exactly.
You gotta stack those up. Stack.
It all adds up, bro.
Just like draft, it all adds up.
Oh,
it was like
hey.
Zion was just stacking, right? Good foundation, starts it off. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. And then the final, the cherry on top. Hey, you picked up a Uranus? Here. No one's able to penetrate Uranus, but with the burn, Uranus just got smashed.
I mean, Arashi here, all right? Let's highlight Clay on Kadira. He was on the emblem of... He was on a Kadira, but Weapon Master, so talk us through it.
Well, in the new patch, the Weapon Mastery emblem also works. It works as an adaptive system. So if you build physical damage, you get more physical damage. But if you build magical damage, you get more of that as well. So Clay was investing a bit in that late game. Of course, with agility, he was able to match the movement of his team around the map. And I think that was a very smart option. Because, I mean, Kadira has always been a very item-reliant hero. So I think for some carries, right, if you want to do damage, especially all the way to the late game, you can take advantage of this emblem too, man.
I mean, and to add to that, right, I mean, it adds 5% to all accumulated from the items, from the emblem, from the talent. So it adds 5% throughout that total. So again, with, let's say, you build Clock, you build Glaive, the magic power, it accumulates and adds 5% because of that Weapon Master. So the burst damage, burst power is just insta-kill, and that is why also now perhaps after the patch you might see a lot of Weapon Master here comes into the fray. Whether it being on a marksman, whether it being on a magic hero, don't be surprised.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot on marksman before, even, you know, it used to be the core talent, it used to be the key talent to get. But now, since it's so much more dynamic, all the mages have also been adjusting to the patch. And yeah, the Weapon Master just gives you so much value. And all the mages in MPL ID so far have been actually utilizing this. I mean, we've been seeing so many Weapon Masters. Say goodbye to the Bargain Hunter,
Fun fact, right? Fun fact. When the patch was online earlier 2 weeks ago, Eterna mentioned that maybe mages can use this emblem, and she's right.
Yeah, no, it's a great emblem. You can get so much value from the items, and hey, it's still good as well for the marksman, which we're seeing right here for Kabuki and Skylar. Player head-to-head by Head and Shoulders, but hey man, Kabuki, it feels like he was just not given a good matchup at all. Beatrix versus the Claude. Claude just gets such a massive, massive win there.
You know what, might as well here. Second game, Arashi, pick up the Claude. First pick Claude. Do you think that's worth it though, if you're on our side?
First pick Claude? I mean, I feel like the main issue was that box here, right? So if they had a Claude there, maybe a better team fight, but with how dynamic, how aggressive the aggression was from RRQ, I'm not even sure a Claude can just survive in that lane, whatever your emblem configuration is. So I'm not quite sure. I think overall, the point of the draft needs to be addressed here. They can't really go for a one-dimensional approach because RRQ has just shown that if you give them a one-sentence answer, they have that sentence readied up, loaded, ready to go. So I think they have to make something a bit more dynamic, a bit more adjustable mid-draft, or they do a draft that's a bit more difficult, that has options to play around with.
What do you think, Mirko? What should be the major change or the visible change from Aura Fire?
Maybe not pick the Uranus as the first pick. You know, I think it's great. It's amazing, but there's so many counters now that are finally seeing the light of day. We haven't been seeing that, and it's completely understandable to oversee it in game number 1, right? You're like, okay, Uranus, we have just been finding so much success. Every team who picks up Uranus has been finding so much success. Might as well just pick a first pick, but I think now Yves becomes the better choice for that first pick. Give it over to the enemy team. You already have an option for that Baxia as well. There's a Lunox. There's a lot of different picks now that you can do. That you can choose to go up against the Uranus. So it's all about the foundation. And I think in game number 1, the foundation for Aura was just too weak because Xayah had their number.
Well, let's see here the changes, the adjustments from both teams here. Aura Fire will stay in the blue side. We'll ban out the Fanny as well as Angela. Meanwhile, of course, Coach Xayah will ban the Ling still and Valentina. Last time around, Aura, they banned out the Franco. Will they do it again?
The Franco, huh? Depends on how do you want to play this out? Are they still going to try and go for the big front line, the long range? Well, the Kadita just instantly got respected right here. But for the side of RRQ, Ling, so as Valentina, that is what they banned last time. The Joy was the other pick that's still not banned just yet. Are they willing to try and play around with this, or are they going to go and stick to the same bans? Because that is a signature RRQ banning style.
I mean, again, the Joy is definitely a good ban to go for now, but with the Franco open, might as well let it go. Might as well just go for the Franco later. Nope, never mind. They're like, nope, Joy is just too annoying.
Classic.
We're just going to take it out. And now, it kind of forces Aura to... they're forcing Aura. They're like, go for it, go for it. Go for the first pick. Go try to take the Franco. They go for the Arlet. I think we're all ready for what's to come here. We know what happened in M4. We know what Naomi can play, what Naomi can do with the Franco.
Ooh, you think first pick? You thinking first pick? I mean, it's possible.
I mean, he is the god. He's a power pick here, Arashi. I think getting Franco is quite expensive, but if they really want to hold their horses, perhaps they can go for the Claude and Yves pick here just to secure the hero for Skylar again for Clay as well.
I think Coach Xayah has been so successful at just being confusing in the drafts and hiding his real intentions. You should keep it that way, right? We have a comment here from Keyboy. RRQ is really strong. It's like a completely new team. There are too many factors, but those can be improved for the future. Just like that. Claude and Kaja.
No Franco, but a suppression hero, and it's the response here. The Franco picked up by Aura alongside with the Farsa here. So perhaps from the side of Aura Fire, what they're saying is they want to pick off, but they do not want to be one-dimensional, right? They add the Farsa that is very strong in team fighting and as well as sieging, right? RRQ, third pick. What do you think? I think Grok can be the answer here, actually, for the side of Banana. Or Paquito again. Why not Paquito again?
I think the Paquito has a lot of value, and it's still a good flex pick, right? Could be used in a variety of ways. In the previous game, it was the Kadita that made an appearance here. They're going to go for a bit of a similar approach. They can go for some burst damage in the mid lane, or they can just go for the Yves, right? If they still want to play aggressive, they still want to catch members of Aura off guard, that slow is still some very solid utility.
Still one of the best mid laners here with Valentina. The Farsa as well, rising back in popularity, but there's still so many picks that can be good up against the Farsa. Even the Claude here does really well against the Farsa to just dive in. So we'll see what Aura Fire does to prevent even more dive from coming through. Maybe a Yutong ban, maybe even a banana Benedetta.
Banana ban?
A banana Benedetta ban. One of the signatures in Snapdragon Pro series where he was able to completely pop off, and it was also against the Arlet.
Well, again, it's not going to be the EXP though here, it seems like, right? From the side of Aura, they might limit the Banana's ban here, Banana Zero, but looking at the hero here, Lancelot, what do you think? I mean, you have the Kaja, you have the Yves. Why ban the Lancelot?
Well, the fact that you do have a Yves means that she is kind of vulnerable to dives, to damage, and we've seen that Van, again, is just a menace on these assassins with high mobility. Ling has been taken away. Well, in the previous game, they picked Hayabusa second, but now, with his pick being hidden here, ban the Lancelot, right? It's just too much damage, too quick, good for securing neutral objectives as well. And for Aura, they want to make sure that there's less crowd control, so they're hinting still at having an assassin. They might plan on just snowballing with the aggression that the Franco and the Farsa can bring to the table.
You know what? I think RRQ can pick up a Hellcurt here in this game.
Ooh.
I don't know why. Sure, going up against a Franco, that's tough. But maybe because they have the second pick, they have that last pick, they might pick up a hero for a Hellcurt, right? So let's see here. Fredrin and Kadita banned out. They should pick up an EXP here. Paquito still up for grabs. Just pick it up.
Oh, never mind.
Down instantly, right as you say it. Right on cue by Aura, understanding that Paquito gave them so much trouble. Now RRQ, another pick that would be good, that is quite similar to the Paquito, might just be, again, that Benedetta. But they can also just go for the Uranus. Why not? Just pick it up against Aura here. But then it does give Aura the chance to pick that Baxia. A pick that RRQ introduced to the MPL scene here now to go up against that Uranus. So I think, again, yeah, safest pick, still Benedetta, to try to facilitate more from this composition. A good engage tool as well from that Benedetta. Or maybe they might just go for something crazier like a Yuzong. No.
Oh.
Wow, okay, Baxia.
All right.
They pick up the Baxia here earlier, and they will save the XP pick, or it's Baxia's flex.
That's kind of hilarious, man. We were talking about how Versik making a comeback in the assassin meta. He's been playing Baxia. Okay, buddy. Whatever works. Now for Aura, faced with this potential regen denial, potential fast-moving gameplay with a lot of slow, what do they want? They want that Marcus, they want the crowd control immunity, and they go for the carry to melt down, shred through that Baxia.
Yeah, I like this pick. Actually, from the side of Aura, right? Carry, it's straightforward. You going up against a tanky build, you want that carry to give through damage, and Marcus Decimation also deals through damage, so yeah, tanky heroes, come here.
You're right. True damage certainly is a solution. That's probably why the Leslie was banned from RRQ as well. Getting a bit more insight to their thought process. But seeing a vulnerable backline here, you do wonder. Is it possible to flex this Baxia somehow? That could still be an option if they want to get creative with it. An assassin would be great here, although there is a Franco, but no. They're going for a Grok. Going still for the lane pressure, lane dominance. Maybe going for some kill pressure as well.
So what's this going to be? It's going to be a Grok in the XP. There you go. All right, I was a bit confused there. Maybe I thought they would try to go for the flex pick, but I think it's a bit too risky here, especially considering they already have a very, very good first game on their hands. The momentum as well. Utilize this to get game number 2, but I do agree with you, Gani. Aura have made significant changes, adjustments to their draft that makes it pretty good.
Yeah, I'm looking at the drafts, right? I'm quite actually leaning towards the left side here, Rashi. We might see game 3. How do you feel about the draft?
The left side, Aura side?
Yeah.
Well, you know me, man. I'm known for very little things, but I'm also known to be a strong, avid supporter of RRQ. I think they have this, man. They have enough to try and stop the, the counter potential from Aura Fire. If they are careful with it, this is still pretty straightforward in my opinion.
Ding, ding, ding. It's round 2 for RRQ and Aura Fire. Who will strike this time? Will it be Aura equalizing, or will it be RRQ clean sweeping Aura Fire in our second match of the day?
If it does happen, that means RRQ will get the first ever clean sweep in MPL ID Season 12. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Still, every game has gone all full games, showing you exactly how competitive MPL Indonesia Season 12 is.
Well, it's almost a flicker party here, Arashi. 4 flickers for the left side, 3 flickers only for the right side. What do you think about the spells and emblems talents, perhaps?
I think for RRQ, you can very safely assume that they're trying to go fast. Look at all the agilities. 4 agilities picked up on the emblem department, and they have so sprint, and that's Naomi getting caught out. But fortunately, early on in the game, he won't be taken out. But if that repeats later with ultimates in play, that could be very risky.
Yeah, good hook there. Now both roamers showing their muscles here in that bot side. But it seems like, again, item-wise, nothing too crazy. Oh, Clay might be caught.
Oh yeah, he used the flicker here early. Good flicker out. That could have been a pick-off here for Van. But again, it's just Van utilizing the utility jungler now. Now that it's equal level, or equal standings, I would say, for the fighter and the tank in the jungle, Van is finding a lot more success. A good iron hook now. Good cancel as well. Wow, very good interaction there. It was just a disengage iron hook. Barely see that, but Aura Fire understands what their combinations can do.
I mean, Kabuki got the gold crab as well, right, in that bot side, which just adds more pressure towards RRQ, lacking in that composition because that jungle camp earlier, Van won it, and now look at the rotation. Van is already in the turtle. Meanwhile, Baksha here is slightly behind.
Look at how similar the rotations are, man. Roamers clear the mid lane and the mages show up on top. It's almost like a mirror coming in, but early on, who has the stronger composition? Kimura is a bit more dangerous, but Van just that much stronger, and they jump on Banana, but he'll be able to back away.
Oh my god! Good proactiveness there from Naomi, right? He got the 4. He does not assist the turtle because it seems like Persik is out of place. He went instead to the bot side, popped the flicker as well for securing Kabuki. Flicker Divine Judgment play. With that focusing mark, it adds more damage with Skylar. So yeah, first kill here. Kabuki gets taken down.
It's good awareness from Aura Fire. Understanding again, or for RRQ actually, because Aura Fire went for the turtle.
Whoa.
And again, for town prediction, I did not say that. Anyways,
yeah,
now jumping
I said Aura.
High moving back, getting engaged on. Turtles is poisoned by Fersik already. And it seems like for RRQ again, it's just more of the reacting game early on. They know that for the pressure, they will not have as much as Aura.
I want to call attention to, when you talk about pressure, right? The fact that, of course, Van is doing much better here. But on the flip side, we just realized Banana has the lethal ignition on the Grok. But in order to proc the lethal ignition, you gotta do about 6% of someone's HP 3 times to start off that interaction. On the Grok, doesn't seem like that is reliably possible. So I wonder what the plan is behind that, whether Banana has a particular plan there.
Aura Fire here, 500 gold lead. It's small, but it means something, right? Pressure-wise, they have it just a little. Take a look at the items here again. It's Carry already building that corrosion. Meanwhile, still no first item here, no DHS just yet. No shoes as well here from Claude, so keep that in mind. He opted for that adaptive crossbow. What do you think?
I think he's just trying to get his core items as fast as possible, but with a squad as fast as roamy as Aura Fires right now, it's a bit dangerous, especially if he's in the front like this, right? A hook can very easily land, but Fersik rolls in.
Shield Unity utilizing that mobility. High gonna be locked down. Divine Judgment perfectly timed. Right with a flicker. Naomi gonna get engaged on damage down from the poke, coming in for the feather airstrike. Van versus Fersik. Oh, it's Fersik! 1 level down, no problem.
Goodness me. What a play again, right, from Persik. And now, with this momentum shift, take a look. He's already confident enough to just take the camps with this concussive blast. It just clears the jungles faster.
Oof, man. To all the doubters on Fersik Retribution, man, he is doing well against Van. One of the better Retributions in the MPL right now. Skylar here almost missing out on the gold, but moving in range at the final second. You can see Aura Fire still has more control around the map, and in the XP lane, there's already some cutting going on by both EXP laners, but it's a bit more dangerous for Banana. There's a roaming squad that can possibly just come in and ambush him in the jungle.
Look at the awareness though, even Clay here, just understanding that there might be a threat in the bottom side, very well informed, and he just plays super safe, understands there's no one on the map, and there's something fishy going on. Aura Fire, now they're looking desperate, going back and forth, but unable to find anything.
Oh, it's Peep Naomi here, ready to cover Claude. Oh, it's an all-in. Let's see.
Yeah, Fersik's there first of all. That's already hot. Oh, it's a wild tires from Banana! And the blazing duet to the back. Kabuki's very low under the turret, taken down by the Art of Thievery. As Van picks up a decimation, it's a double kill, 2 for 2. But quite honestly, RRQ definitely found more value there. Naomi versus Kimura, the roamer, just whipping down the Arlet as the turret gets taken down. Good siege for RRQ.
And that is why RRQ get the better advantage, right? They got the bottom turret, and take a look at the camps again. It's just all for Skylar now, funneling the gold, and now Van slightly behind. Take a look at the Van. Oh, he's a level ahead, but I mean, looking at the composition, the mobility, the map control, it's all RRQ now.
RRQ, man, every time they go for a play right now, it's so multifaceted, and I'm not used to it. Usually they go for a straightforward play and they execute very, very well, that there's no way to counter it. It just happens too decisively, too fast. But now, they go for one play, but on the other side, another play is just happening. But for Aura, they respawn, they get the turret, but now look at the counter.
Re-engage, good final slash. Now with the Flicker Bloody Hunt, it's going to be Skylar.
Oh my god.
Taken out. Oh, the Iron Hook barely connecting there. Play, just dodging from it. Meanwhile, down below, it's Versing again with the help of Banana to secure another neutral objective. And Van, the independent jungler, all alone. Banana and Versing running them down. 2 tanks versus a fighter. Van just shoved away aggressively from the turtle.
Van, no problem, says Van. Sure, I lost the turtle, but 2v1 situation, I can handle that. And in that top side, High comes in a clutch.
Naomi stole that.
Oh my god, Flicker, Bloody Hunt, caught one, and Skylar gets taken down, and that's a value trade for our fire. Take a look at the economy, it's dead even back again.
It's good because they get Skylar kind of out of the map as well, not farming as much. He needs to be a bit more careful because there is more crowd control, more ways to catch him out here in these team fights. But for RRQ, trading one member for a neutral objective, so far with a turtle, it's not too prio, but later on with the Lords coming in, might be dangerous, but look at Naomi!
Oh, beautiful catch onto Kimura, forcing a flicker, but the RWM takes him out just in the field. Van looking for the decimation, but Naomi has a very early immortality. High slowed down, has the Athena, is able to soak in that damage, but RRQ are staying ahead.
Keep in mind, Kimura right now, if you actually go on him, he gets out of the way. It's not that damaging, but the longer the game goes, right? If your EXP is losing out, the person that's going to be sent on the far side of the map is going to be the EXP laner. If he falls too behind, Banana can just completely dominate him. Although on the damage dealt stat here, Kimura is still on top on the Arlet.
Yeah, I mean, Zen also, right? I mean, on the far side here still, on top of even Skylar. So that says something that is also why perhaps Farsa now is very popular in this current patch, because it deals a lot of damage here mid-game. And this is the time for Farsa to shine after getting that Lightning Truncheon especially. He will deal more damage from here and on.
Banana and Fairsick just standing in front of the whole gang squad because fine, you can go on him, but not on Clay though!
Bloody Hunt, even with Banana coming down, the final slash is still able to take Clay down. RRQ now with a Divine Judgment, re-engage High, oh, able to flicker out to safety. RRQ 4v5, Aura Fire taking control back of this Lord. And look at the levels, how does Van have a level lead over Fairsick, who got 2 turtles?
Such a Chad move from High there. With 5v4 now, they have Mana Dragon, only caught!
Immortality gone, blazing away from Skylar into the back right now, but it's gonna be Kabuki! Damage! Finds a trade, Skylar gets a 1-for-1! Versing now, able to dish out some damage, able to soak in some damage, but not enough for the decimation that does true damage. Instantly penetrates through any physical defense that he has. Aura back.
Ooh. My goodness! 10 minutes in, this is why I like the draft from Aura better. Take a look at now, they have the clear control now, and with this Lord, it's just a free Lord. RRQ, what do you have to gotta do here now? Perhaps Skylar, they need to protect Skylar.
It's a bit of a setback right there. I mean, it all began with a beautiful hook from High. This is why the pick of potential from DeFranco is just so much more scary, so much more important and lethal compared to the Kaja. For now though, it seems like RRQ, they were just so desperate to contest that Lord with everything they got, but they're going into it with a member disadvantage without their AoE, their long-range utility. Now it's back to the drawing board. It's a 2k gold lead for Aura Fire. I think RRQ can still definitely come back from this, but they need to be a bit more careful and they have to know when to cut their losses.
Let's see here, the turret take in the bot side. First take now. Oh, it's Very, very hard for Baksha now to somehow cause an impact, right? Now it's the mid game towards the late game. As a Baksha, you can't really find for pickoffs because now our fire, all they do is just 401 rotation, perhaps 5-man rotation even. And as a Baksha, perhaps all you can do is just soak in the damage, buying time perhaps.
Alright, looking for the Iron Hook. Good sidestep from Fairsick. Soaking in that damage, just understanding he needs to put in some pressure down. The final slash, able to get him out of position. Up top, Skylar deals with the Lord in fashion. Another airstrike comes down. Naomi zone away. Fairsick walking down, but it's going to be stunned up now. Chain C seed still with the Turtles. His boy Sansi, the art of him comes down. Fairsick melted down. One more shot. That's the Iron Hook. But Banana jumps in with wall charge in the back. Naomi as well. The Lucky Hunt locks him down. Van picks up a double. Runs away. High with the conceal now. One more shot from Skylar. Gets the conceal down. High with an Iron Hook, but the power of nature stops it in its tracks. No immortality, and High is down. Aura and RRQ trade 2 for 2.
That could have been very bad for Aura, man. They were in a clump space. They got hit with the wild charge. Fortunately, I think Kimura was able to stop the blazing duet from Skylar, and that really saved them just for a bit. But that's a 2 for 2 trade. And RRQ is showing again that we might be behind in the way in AoE and in team fights, but doesn't mean we won't go for it, as Banana now gets bursted down.
A lot of damage, Van. He has the decimation. A good wild charge to get Banana out in with a flicker. Clean! Fancy feet from Banana! Styling!
Juking 2 members earlier, and Banana here, without the flicker, mind you, was able to survive that one as well. Just one ultimate though popped. Wild charge, I'm out.
I think the big issue right here for RRQ is deciding who is supposed to take the Iron Hook. When it's up right there, who is supposed to stand in front and take it? Because even Fairsick gets bursted down, Banana gets bursted down as well, so there's not a single person they can rely on to just survive the initial engage. So it's always sacrificing either Banana, Naomi, or Fairsick, right? And that is just something Orfire needs to look for, but with the Lord spawning, with the bush control in the hands of RRQ, there's a good chance for them to actually find something more here, except for the wave up top being pushed in.
I mean, looking at the comparisons earlier, right, the Yves here, it's quite clear that Xin really wants to dig or bank on the cooldown reduction, right? With the Mage Emblem, with the first talent getting that cooldown reduction as well. Meanwhile, Clay, different approach. He wants to kill. He wants to give out damage. Now we see already 2 different playstyles coming from one hero.
See, Fairsick's opening up the map here. Already jumping in. What happened to Naomi in the bottom lane? All alone, isolated and taken out. Now the real revelation comes down, but Kimura has the immortality. Has its pop. Banana with the wild charge. It's engaging. Kimura falls, but the airstrike comes down onto Banana. Van now with the decimation. Finds the back. No retreat. Both are there, but Van finds it. Fairsick unable to get anywhere, gets brought back to the team, and this should be him falling down. As the blazing duet for Skylar comes down, Van and Heisel able to escape, Sin falls. Skylar! Just nowhere down with the damage from nature! Skylar! Able to outplay, bringing it back for RRQ. Fairsick, one more shield throw. It should do it. Van dodging away from it, running for the hills, and RRQ have won a team fight.
Kimura will go up in 3, but RRQ, what the heck happened? Skylar was on roids, man. And now with the Lord here, they got the Lord, but it's a futile Lord. RQ will try to clear it. Is it worth it though? Van and Kimura trying to find a member here. The damage now. Kimura makes a mistake.
Instant punish from RRQ. Everybody respawning, so RRQ will not be able to do more. But man, they completely turn everything around again.
Getting the Lord but losing 4 members, that's not the way to go for sure. Now RRQ somehow back in control, having more time here with 5 members to try and pressure the waves, play for the vision, and looking at the items right here for Skylar. He has the Wind of Nature, so he can be a bit more aggressive. He went for a Wind Talker now, no more boots, but he has that sprint as a backup mobility option. It's a very dangerous move, but it's a huge return since he is doing a lot of damage to the back line.
A reminder here, from minute 1, Claude hasn't bought any shoes, right? He was all straight towards corrosion and no shoes needed. So again, remind you here, let's take a step back, let's breathe a little bit here. as I guess both teams now will definitely slow down their tempo. Let's talk about Grok here and the Assassin emblem with, he brought lethal ignition. I think it's quite clear what adaptive damage, physical, what happened here.
Well, early on, it seems like Naomi gets picked off, and then Kimura, though, is all the way in the back alone, and it's Banana versus Kimura, zoning each other's teams away from each other. And unfortunately for RRQ right here, the Lord was so low, but last second, Van was able to secure it. But as a result, everyone was committing to this fight. Everyone was forced to walk into the AoE, the DPS, the burns coming in from RRQ. And right now, it's the same control game. It's all about the execution, the mind games. And keep in mind, Clay has the glowing wand, so any kind of poke will be a lot more difficult for Aura Fire to deal with.
It's anyone's game now. 16-minute, even at this point, this 1.5k gold lead is a very small 1.5k, almost unnoticeable. So for both teams, like you said, Arashi, it will come down to just one or two little micro plays in these team fights. Mainly, I think it comes down to Kabuki and Skylar, these two goal laners. And so far, Skylar has been dominating Kabuki.
Yeah, Rashi here, again, back to the Grok here. Take a look at look at there. What happened? What is Grok doing?
With the lethal ignition and the agility and tenacity, he wants to be fast, he wants to survive when he is on low HP. And again, if you... Well, hang on, I don't think this is the right description, but if he's going for the lethal ignition, he must be going for some kind of threat onto the back line. But now, with the waves, I think right now, and topside pushing towards RRQ, I think Aura Fire are the ones that can be a bit more manipulative with how they approach the situation.
So he expects, he wants to give out maximum damage, right? With what's he building, Heptases, BOD, add to that, the lethal ignitions also adds more physical attributes, right? Adaptive attributes. So let's see here with the Lord Dance, 18 minutes in. It's an evolved Lord, but the suppression comes through.
Divine Judgment onto high, still able to flicker out.
Oh, that's Van being caught. There's a lot of slow coming in from Clay.
Yeah, that's a lot of burst
Banana?
as well. Mortal Coil coming down. Banana in the back, all alone though. He's all alone. The real world manipulation catches them now. Two immortalities, but Skylar with a blazing duet, but it's a good cancel from keeping it over the final slash. Now it's Kabuki with a nature, still able to cat away once again, but he gets slowed down. Play. One more shot onto Kabuki, but he's still able to escape. XP for Rome. Aura Fire can reset. RRQ cannot burst the Evolve Lord fast enough.
They're still going to try and chunk it down though. Look at the waves though. Right, pushing in for Aura Fire, RRQ. They're going for it, but it got resetted, and now this is a bit of a tough situation. There's no way they can finish it on time now, but Naomi goes for it.
Divine Judgment all perfectly onto Van. Will the damage be enough? Mortal Coil from Van. He gets out now. Player's right comes down. Van's still able to escape right now. Kabuki comes in with Sin to take them down. Skylar walking down with the blazing duet, dealing damage to Kimura, but Kabuki, he's hit his power spike. Real world manipulation comes down. Kabuki dashes forward. Skylar, Clay, Sin, Kabuki. The duos from both of these teams fighting for the Lord.
Whew. Goodness me, the crowd love it. The casters love it, loves it, and now it's an even game again. Minute 19, 15 to 14.
Ooh, Aura's going for it though.
4v3, yeah, they have an extra member, why not?
They can go on. I don't think RRQ are trying to contest it. They lost their top lane base tower due to the waves building up for side of Aura Fire. And now Skylar's being hunted down by High. Can he escape? He will be able to. And now, macro-wise, Aura Fire has a bit of an edge. They have the Lord as well. RRQ, they need to try and do something surprising here.
They really need to stabilize here. Perhaps with this Lord here, remember, it's an evolved Lord, ladies and gentlemen. They might take it here. Remember, the high ground for the side of Aura Fire. Siege potential is there.
Remember what I said? Kabuki versus Skylar. These two gold laners are at the center for both these teams if they want to win. Kabuki has had a pretty bad game early to late, but now that the late game has come, the power spike has finally hit for him. He can dictate these fights. He actually has a better time than the Claude in these skirmishes.
There's a high ground clearing coming in from Clay though, and I think right now Skylar's kind of regretting not getting the Purify, because every time he's going in with the Blazing Duet, it has always been cancelled. High now is just walking around, threatening for the hook, and they're grouping around the bottom side because the Lord will take care of the top side. That's the second base turret down, taken away by Aura Fire. They might just go for all in here.
they can't burst the Lord fast enough. So this is going to be another free base turret, 3 base turrets to nothing. RRQ have lost in this trade, and it's a massive loss for them. 3 waves now completely pushing, where RRQ already has a bit of a problem entering the neutral objective zones.
21 minutes in. Still no conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, for the second game. Item-wise here, a lot of changes already, but what stands out?
What stands out, I think, is, of course, the main items from these gold laners, right? There's an Immortal in the hands of Kabuki. That needs to be a factor thought about by the members of RRQ. And for Skylar, he's just going all in, trying to do that damage. But now, if you look at Clay, he has the Holy Crystal as well, so he's all-inning, trying to do more damage, and he doesn't build any penetration because his intention is to be able to zone away the back line more so than the front liners. But here's an instant replay from how that fight just went so south for RRQ. Fairsick was unable to secure the kill on Van, and everyone, again, they just keep going in because they feel like they can't cut their losses, right? They have to go all in and salvage the situation. This is a signature, I don't know, a signature habit of RRQ. If they start losing, right, they feel like, no, we can make this work somehow. And it just hasn't been paying out.
I mean, furthermore, right, this is why I personally like that carry pick, right? The true damage is so evident in that fight, where it's a late game, you have the damage, and when you have free positioning like so, it's very clear that even a Baksha cannot soak in your damage there. And again, Kabuki was just good positioning, good timing there in that fight. Again, if they were able to replicate low-key that fight, RRQ, I'm sorry, Rashi, again, we might see game 3 first. They needs to be careful.
Oh, High didn't go for the Bloody Hunt, and that might cost him his life. That was the real world. Inflation comes down High, flickering out, but only to the immobility field. Skylar is able to gut him down. No immortality. Banana waiting for a moment to use that wild charge, but he's not able to find it. Back to the topic though, I agree with you. Kabuki on the carry, very, very risky pick. It's a very risky pick, but when you get to the late game, when you get to those power spikes, it is the best pick in this condition.
Clears Lord fast. When you attack or even, Fairsick jumps in.
He can clear heroes fast too, and right now Fairsick is feeling it now. It's an all-in Kabuki. Now in the back, gonna be engaged on right now. That's the immortality pot. Does he buy the winner? Finds the divine judgment. Skylar in the back. Winner Truncheon bot. Immortality as well. Sin is right there, but Naomi wants to get one final hit. A good final slash to disengage, and RRQ Clay. Amazing real-world manipulation right on the edge to find Sin. Now 2 members down, the 2 most important members. As now everyone from Aura crumble one by one. Only Kimura and Van left to defend.
Are they going to go for the end here? It is possible. They have one single wave. It can be cleared out. They're trying to go for it with 4 members with the gold laner still available. There's a lot of damage being poured onto the turret.
2v4!
Flicker Divine Judgment once again, and now it's gonna be Kimura against the world 4-man final slash, but Blazing Duet stops him in his tracks. Immortality gonna be lost here. Kimura does not buy the winner in time. Van, Immortality going to be popped again. RRQ goes straight for the base. The first clean sweep in Season 12. RRQ are back.
RRQ, they have defended their throne this time. The Dragon Empire failed to find their execution. Let's take a look at Zaya and friends. What a game! What a match! Arashi, stop jumping around, all right? Hold your horses.
Man, everyone just step up there, man. Every single player. I've said it for game number 1, but game number 2, not much different. One man just underperforming there would have cost them everything. And it's crazy how these 2 teams, right, that people aren't regarding as top tier, the game just went down to the wire. And it's not about execution. It's not only about individual mechanics. It's about strategy. It's about tactics. They are playing on a completely different plane right now. Unfortunately for Aura, it was a very valiant effort every single time, but RRQ, they have announced their comeback in their debut performance of MPL ID Season 12.
And on the other side of Rashi Miracle, this means Aura Fire, they have to suffer yet again another loss. 2 days, 2 losses. It's not a great start if you're an Aura fan.
Heavy expectations for this new Aura Fire lineup. A lot of people said top 3, but now they are bottom, literally all the way in 9th place. Bigachon said it in the interview earlier. You need to start strong in the league, and Aura are doing exactly the opposite. But on the other side, RRQ, not only did they just win, they've just claimed the first sweep of Season 12. Confidence and morale.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it to the host. Monica, take it away.
RRQ! Wow, Tuan Muda Versik dan juga Naomi pada line up kali ini dan menghasilkan 2-0 pertama di MPL Indonesia Season 12. Wah, ini langsung deh nanyain Tuan Muda karena ini kenceng banget deh dari tadi. Tuan Muda. Gimana Versik dengan jersey yang baru, tim yang baru, gimana perasaannya mainnya?
Perasaannya ya adaptasi dulu, apalagi debut pertama senang sih, 2-0.
Tapi bukan cuma Versik, karena ini juga debutnya Naomi di MPL Indonesia Season 12. Naomi udah bisa bahasa Indonesia?
Gak bisa.
Bisa katanya? Itu
Gak bisa.
Udah bisa ya? Udah bisa? How you adapt with the other RRQ members? How you adapt with the other RRQ members?
We so friendly. We're like a brother now.
Like a brother. Tapi ya, kamu kan seorang roamer. You play the roamer role, and it's a very important role. How you adapt with the other players because you need to give information to them.
Right now, I'm just following, and I can't really talk bahasa.
So how you inform them? Because you play the roamer role.
I just memorize the information time.
Oh, jadi udah dihafal informasi-informasinya in Indonesia, in bahasa Indonesia.
Ya.
Bisa disebutin kalau misalnya, nggak boleh ya rahasia ini ya, rahasia perusahaan, jadi nggak boleh. Tapi bisa dong bahasa Indonesia dikit-dikit buat teman-teman Kingdom. Some message for the Kingdom in bahasa Indonesia. Bisa dong.
Indonesia?
Yes.
Gak bisa.
Bisa tuh di briefing sama Deden from Bogor.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih
Kindan.
Oh. Nah, Clay, dengan roamer yang baru, gimana kamu bisa beradaptasi dengan season sebelumnya?
Kalau soal beradaptasi sih ya pastinya harus beradaptasi lah, karena kan nggak selamanya kita sama roamer yang lama.
Oke.
Wow.
Oh, dibales sama Versik. Tapi kalau Banana, persiapan di season 12 ini seperti apa?
Beli somai Bang Sin.
Beli somai Bang Sin. Skylar, ada pesan-pesan buat Kingdom?
Ya buat Kingdom terima kasih lah udah dukung kita walaupun kita kan roster baru juga. Ya makasih banyak lah, Kingdom kalian hebat lah.
Nah tadi kan dengan roster yang baru, ada harapan nggak buat MPL Indonesia Season 12 ini? Dengan roster yang baru?
Ya kita masih butuh proses juga lah buat menjalanin selanjutnya.
Oh, Clay terakhir deh. Harapannya, targetnya di season 12 ini?
Apa?
Harapannya di season 12 ini, targetnya?
Ya kalau target pasti kita juara, pastinya juara. Cuma kita harus berproses juga lah. Ini kan masih week 1 juga.
Oh, pasti juara kata Clay. Kingdom setuju nggak? Mana suaranya? Sekali lagi kita kasih tepuk tangan untuk RRQ. Terima kasih. Dan langsung aja kita melihat siapakah man of the match-nya. Kita lihat, ini dia man of the match-nya, Clay Deden from Bogor. Kira-kira gimana Clay bisa menjadi man of the match dan bagaimana breakdown dari 2 game pada match kali ini. Langsung saja kita tanyain para caster di sana. Udah ready caster? Back to you casters!
Ladies and gentlemen, and that was the player of the match, Clay. Game 1, he was the POG or POG, player of the game. In game 2, later on we will see who will get the POG. But POTM, player of the match for you, that was Clay with the very exciting Eve. What was his impact in that game?
What was not his impact, man? He was doing poke damage, he was doing utility. When the chips were down, he was the one making the plays happen. He secured the final few kills for the last ending sequence. I'm getting a bit too excited here, but man, that guy was performing out of his mind. 1 death, right? Did you see how chaotic this game was? 1 death.
One death.
And if we look at the stats soon enough, we're gonna see he did a lot of damage. Definitely, man. That Yves pick was just so dangerous.
And this is why I feel like Yves is still a very prio pick if you're a mage, right? It adds, sure, crowd control-wise, not so, but that slow effect add to that with that Ice Queen 1, it just adds more, you know, oomph when you're team fighting, when people wants to engage or even disengage. That slow from that Ice Queen 1. It's just, no, I want to run away. Help me, no. There's Clay with the yeet. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, ties you up completely.
Ties you up completely.
Clay, literally, they did exactly that. Always just the utility and honestly the underrated damage. Even though Yves is still the top tier mid laner, it just feels like Aura Fire did not give Clay the proper respect. Staying within his range, getting poked down, and when they get poked, they're like, oh wait, you actually deal damage to me. I thought you wouldn't deal this much damage to me. And that silent, deadly carry damage from the Yves was actually what brought Aura Fire to their knees, because even in the end, Kabuki survived the onslaught of Banana's wild charge, but guess what? RWM.
Well, credit to Banana though, right? In that final engagement, he almost one-shot. He almost actually one-shot Kabuki. So, I mean, you were asking Goni, why was he going Lethal Ignition? Well, boom, bang, bada boom.
No, it's bada bing.
Was that your first boom, bang, bada boom?
I don't know. Maybe.
It's supposed to be boom, bang, bada bing, right?
Exactly.
But it's boom because it's, you know, ignition.
Yeah, I mean, that is also why, again, ladies and gentlemen, Lethal Ignition doesn't matter. Adaptive damage, again, physical, right? Grok just adds more damage. Heptacy's already secured BOD towards the late game, almost full item, I believe. He has also that Malefic Roar, so can definitely go for the flanks. Flicker Wall Charge, and that MM Kabuki in that case was just a juicy target, which, for the most part, Banana did create impact.
We've seen 2 Grok XPs now today. It was Rizzo and then it was Banana. Both had tremendous impact on the team, but I think it's more so Banana here than Chorizo earlier. And we just got to talk a little bit more about Banana, how he controlled the game through that XP lane, through that Grok.
Oh, we're gonna see, man, especially in those big fights when all your eyes are on other people. That's where Banana just sneaks up on you, right? And you slip on the Banana peel, and you're out of the map before you know it. Even here, his reactive maneuvers, right, to try and save his teammates, it's also very respectable. But look at Skylar, man. Every single time he goes in the back, Kabuki as well. It feels like whenever Skylar meets up with Kabuki, there's always this duel situation going on, even from last season. And here, you can see it happens again and again. And both teams were performing really, really well. I mean, the Blazing Duet was cancelled multiple times in this game by Kimura. So everyone knows what they're doing. Banana and Kimura here zoning each other's teams, like we've mentioned already. And afterwards, you can see that the follow-up is just so much more decisive from Aura. But with RRQ having more slows, right, more utility, they're able to take their time with how they want to approach these fights. And honestly, at this point in the game here, it seems like, wow, okay, RRQ, they just bit off too much, more than they can actually, you know, chew and swallow. But, you know, Aura Fire, once again, it was the Lord Death situation, and right there, that's where Banana just comes in, and Kabuki gets completely one-shot. He survives, gets pulled back by Naomi. Everyone just performing, and this was that final sequence, man.
Yeah.
We thought that Aura got out, and it's over, but no. Clay just did not let them escape the real-world manipulation, the slow, look at High. Exactly. He was unable to move.
Yeah, exactly. So help me, help me! No.
Get
Clay's like slow.
Denied.
Get slowed, nerd. I can confirm 100% Clay said that in the mic check.
Yeah?
We just can't hear it, so yeah.
All right, we'll take your word for it, Mirko. But like you mentioned, Goni, almost full burst grok in the hands of Banana. That's a lot of damage. And that means that Kabuki is worried about the real-world manipulation, worried about getting stuck on by Fairstick on that Boxia, worried about the blazing duet, and now also concerned about Banana just running in. So everyone can be a real threat to Kabuki, and this is what Mirko was touching on earlier. It's such a risky hero for a high reward. Yes, you can deal with all these beefy tanks whenever Fairstick or Banana or... Well, Banana technically isn't a full tank, but whenever these beefy members get caught, Skylar just can't stop carry Kabuki from just melting them all down, but at the same time, anything catches you, you're pretty much done. And from the side of Aurafire, he did not have a lot of defensive, a lot of peel tools to help Kabuki in his efforts.
You know what, RRQ, they managed to collect 69,000 gold.
On the dot.
On the dot, and it's just translated towards the 24 minutes of game time here to close that out. It was a close game, ladies and gentlemen, but it was actually just the coordination there. You know, it's...
What? Oh, never mind. I was looking at the emblems. It changed again for Banana, so...
B-N-A-N-A-N-A?
We don't look at the post-game emblems. You don't talk about that, right? What was actually true was the one that we saw in-game.
And of course, Clay with the weapon mastery here.
Right? He's a master of his weapons.
Exactly. He wants to deal damage.
And he went for the agility because for Yves, it's all about kiting, it's all about chasing and slowing down. Compared to Sin on the Farsa, going for the thrill, right? For a bit more burst damage, more clear in the early game. Clay just had the right idea, and a late game Yves, keep in mind he was not building a Divine Glaive, right? He just went for the Ice Queen's one, the glowing one, and that alone allows him to just output so much damage by quantity, not quality. And so soon I think we're going to take a look at the stats, and that's what I want to see. Who in the world did the most damage here? Because from both sides, is it the carry? Is it the Claude, right? Could it be the Grok?
It's the Claude.
Turns out it's going to be Skylar.
Oh,
dang, 131,000.
That's a lot, right? Oof. That's a lot.
Damage taken for Kimura as Arlet, man. He was not even like, he was a bit of a fighter tank, and he almost took 200,000.
Semi-tank, yet just the sandbag overall, 189,000, man. Probably has some bruises now as he's walking backstage. But
definitely.
We gotta talk a little bit about the enemy XP as well. Well, the enemy of Aura, which is RRQ Banana. We've been talking about how good his Grok is, how active he is, but in the grand scheme of things, he's pretty inactive in the game, 26%. But when he gets those picks, man, it's actually exactly when the team needs him to go for those picks, right? 26% shows you the level of priority for this man. He knows when to go for it.
And keep in mind, right, everyone was complaining about Banana last season, but this season, look at him. When he's not making those pickoffs, he was doing the happy feet, right? He was juking multiple members. So this man has improved a lot, man. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, I mean, Banana has matured gameplay-wise. Now my question is, can he stay consistent? That is what Hunter maintaining.
You want to know my question?
Yeah, no, go.
Where does Dyron fit in if Banana performs like this?
Ooh, let's see, right?
That's a very good question.
That's a question. And Dyron here, who will join us perhaps week 2. But again, Banana. I like it, I like it. Keys to success, though. Arashi, you're not done. What happened?
Well, key to success is going to be Clay, right? He's the captain as well, isn't he? Wow, he's so much responsibility.
Imagine,
and yet
right?
So
the captain
calm.
progress, Arashi. It was R7, no, it was Vin, and then it was R7, and now it's dead end from Bogor.
And in the game, it's Naomi and Clay's slow and pick off combo, right? You get slowed and then you get Divine Judgmented. That's brutal, man. You can't really escape, right? Like Goni said, oh, help me, I can't move. Can't let you get close, but it doesn't matter. And afterwards, Banana, just cutting and flanking from behind, makes you just more confused. You're dealing with Clay just so frequently spamming spells out from so far away, and before you know it, big stone comes at you from the side. You get knocked out, man.
He flourishes in the Land of Dawn, right? It's silent killer. Silent.
It's just a fun fact, you know? For Clay, you can shape Clay to anything. And right now, you're really seeing that version of Clay where if you need a person to dive deep into the back line, you can get it from Clay. Just mold him on that Kadita. But if you need that solid late game or long range safe carry, you can still do it on the Yves.
Yeah, exactly. Again, a splendid execution, not just by Clay, by the whole team of RRQ. We doubted this lineup. Right?
Everyone doubted this lineup.
Every one of you watching as well.
He's a kingdom. He's a kingdom. And he wasn't fully confident. Arashi, you gotta be honest, man.
Not fully confident.
You were
but-
supporting them, yes. But again, it comes down to no one really expected them to perform at this level.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is true. I'm completely caught off guard.
But then again, it's just the first match. So again, RRQ, have they really proven that they're a strong team? Not yet, but they have showed that they have the synergy, the chemistry, the right path, the correct steps in perhaps being a contender. Meanwhile, on the other side of the coin, you have to talk about Aura. 0-2. Currently, not a good start of the week, and they have to play again this week, if I'm not mistaken. Ooh, with the trend.
If they go 0-3, expect Eterna to take
God.
a couple more breaks next week.
Right. I mean, I was about to say that. Shout out Eterna, man. Like, it is what it is, man. It's competition. It's healthy rivalry.
That's why she wasn't here. She had a bad feeling about the matchup, I think.
I concur.
Yeah, you concur.
I agree.
I see.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, that was the first match. Again, yesterday was full of 2-1s. Today, we finally see a 2-0. The first match, though, it was a BTR going up against Geek with a 2-1 again. This time with RRQ, Arashi's team 2-0ing. We have officially find the first 2-0 game. I want to see the standings. I want to see tomorrow's schedule because if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow we will have 3 matches.
And the last match, I believe it's going to be a pretty small match. No one's really going to be interested in that match, especially considering RQ just won today. I don't know, is it the Royal Derby? Am I correct about this?
Is it the Royal Derby?
Early Royal
Is
Derby.
it? Let's see though, right? Because, yeah, you can peep the backside there. It is going to be RRQ sitting
Arashi,
at the top.
It feels good to be on top, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
What a great day this has been.
RQ, Bigatron,
For now.
1 and 2. Man, it's a good day to be Mirko and Arashi.
For now, boys, for now. But again, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this alter ego Geek
feel
Fam
the
and Aura
breeze, Mirko?
Fire. 0-1-0-2. But yeah, RRQ and Bigatron and Dewa 1-0 with Rebellion as well.
Oh man, I really can't wait to see Evos play again, Onyx as well, the top 2 of Season 11, seeing how competitive it's gotten here in Season 12. I can only imagine how much they have improved as well.
100%.
That's that is 100. Yes, RQ are sitting at 100%.
No.
You don't need to rub it in.
No, I didn't mean that. Yes, I am excited to see the rest because with the season come on, like the measuring stick is gonna be the worst team, right? If the worst team, whoever you think it is, performs, somewhere around this level, how about the teams on top, man? That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Tomorrow's schedule, Goni.
Oh my God.
Ooh, it's on.
Alter Ego, Bigatron, you need to be ready for this, Mirko. We have Dewa United, the newcomer, the new kid on the block, going up against Rebellion, RRQ, and Onyx.
We got problems, Goni.
We got problems tomorrow, though, Arashi.
Right.
Today, we can chill. But 3 matches for you guys at home. That's a treat.
Oh, oh my goodness. Saturday night MLBB. That's what we're going to call it, right? Because at 20:00 WIB, which is GMT +7, you guys are going to get such a good match. RQ versus Onyx. And at the start of the day, you're getting welcomed by the Chaos Derby already. Wrecked versus Vin. The 2 best shot callers, perhaps, in MLBB Indonesia.
And again, it's going to be the debut for Onyx this season. What will happen, we don't know. But again,
will Albert play against RRQ?
Will Albert play against RRQ? Oh my God.
Wow.
My God. But man, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you so much for tuning in. Please be back tomorrow.
You don't need to say please. They will be back tomorrow. They have to.
See you tomorrow.
Right. Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi will have to say thank you for today. And again, ladies and gentlemen, you have to stick around for tomorrow. And of course, Sunday.
Stick around for tomorrow.
Yeah.
From now?
You gotta get ready. You gotta get your notebook out, write all the storylines because MPL has been amazing, especially Season 12.
Yeah, because ladies and gentlemen, MPL ID Season 12 will not be here if not because of Powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. It's official sponsor, Head & Shoulders, official mobile partner, Telkomsel, official gold partner, UBS Gold. We have our partner in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, YouTube. We have our official broadcast, Maxstream, TVRI Sports, supplier, Indomaret, Mineski, and Samsung. And we are fully supported by PBSI. And ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we have to close out week 1, day 2. Don't worry, tomorrow we have day 3. Goni, Mirko, as well as Arashi will again say thank you forever.
Big thanks here.
We
Again
are
and again.
eternally
Thanks.
grateful. That's why.
Eternally.
So every single one of you guys for continuing to support MLBB, MPL Indonesia especially. I heard earlier we almost broke some records there for second day in week 1. That was a lot of views for RQ and Aura, and it's all thanks to you guys back at home.
Arashi, last words for week 1, day 2.
Week on day 2, man, what a great day, Mirko. Fist bump.
There you
Maybe
go.
a better day for him because he got 2-0.
I mean, a very great day indeed for you RQ fans and as well as big A-Tron fans. So ladies and gentlemen, week 1, day 2 is officially over. All right, Goni, perhaps last words is see you tomorrow. Onyx debut is going to be wild.
Wow.
Oh, wow, indeed. Goni, Mirko, as well as Arashi say thank you and see you tomorrow. We close. We out.
We own this.
We own this.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani